evening, and in a conscience-stricken mood, having overstayed what he felt to have been his leave of absence by a full week. He found Jenny in the drawing-room, at work on one of her chair-covers, and paused on the threshold, with such an expression of apprehensive guilt on his face that she burst out laughing and exclaimed, "Oh, you look just like a naughty little boy found out in mischief. How can you be so absurd?" He laughed too, but said, as he came across the room to bend over her and kiss her cheek, "Well, that's precisely what I feel I am. I beg your pardon, Jenny. It was infamous of me. Didn't I promise I'd come home to go with you to some party or another?" "Yes, but I told you it was of no consequence. I went with Lady Oversley." "You are a great deal too forgiving." "An agreeable party?" "Yes, very. Naldy sang. And I met an old acquaintance there, a girl that was at school with me and is married now to a Mr. Usselby." Her eyes narrowed in amusement. I couldn't but laugh inside myself. I've never clapped eyes on her since she left Miss Satterley's, but you'd hardly believe how enchanted she was to meet me again, now that I'm Lady Linton. "What an odious female! I hope you gave her a set-down." "Oh, no, why should I?" "I'm sure it wasn't to be wondered at," she responded. Her eyelids lifted as the butler came in, bearing the massive silver tea-tray. This was set down on a table before her, and, having satisfied herself that a plate of freshly made macaroons stood upon it, she nodded dismissal and began to make the tea. "How comfortable this is," Adam remarked, sinking into a chair. "I thought you must have had tea more than an hour ago, and had quite made up my mind to it that I should get none. I shouldn't have dared to ask for it after my abominable perfidy." "Well, what a notion to take into your head," she said, "as though you might not have tea whenever you choose to call for it in your own house." "Oh, you're joking me, aren't you? I have a very good mind to hide the macaroons from you." "Not my favourite macaroons as well," he exclaimed. "Jenny, that's coals of fire. What made you think I should arrive tonight? Or is it just a lucky chance?" She did not tell him that she had given orders for macaroons to be made every day, but only smiled, handing him the plate, and asked him if his business at Fontley had prospered. "Well, not entirely, perhaps, but never mind that. I went on to Holcombe, you know. I wished you had been with me. You'd have liked it, I think. They are the kindest people. Just Mr. Coke and his daughter, a very unaffected, intelligent girl. I was charged with all sorts of civil messages for you, and pledged myself to take you there for the Holcombe clippings in August." "Ah, I've had no tea like this since I left town. You don't know how often I've yearned for it. Exactly as it should be. Thank you. Tell me what you've been doing since I left you. Not drudging over that stitchery all the time, I do trust." "Oh, dear me, no," she responded. "I have been going about a great deal, I promise you, besides receiving more morning callers than I looked for." She paused, longing for the courage to ask him what had been engaging his time at Fontley. He inquired instead who had been her morning callers. Her countenance betrayed neither hurt nor chagrin. Tacitly accepting his reserve, she began to enumerate her visitors, adding one or two caustic comments which made him laugh. He was glad to discover from her account of her activities that she seemed to be finding her feet in society. She had attended several parties, visited an exhibition, driven in the park with one of her new acquaintances, and had even ventured to invite the Adversanes to go with her to the opera, though not without misgiving. But Bruff told me they don't rent a box, and it seemed a shame ours should be standing empty when it was Alceste, which Lady Adversane was particularly wishful to hear, so I plucked up my courage and asked her if she would be so kind as to go with me. She didn't take it amiss, so I was glad I'd done it. I expect she was very much obliged to you. It comes as news to me, however, that we rent a box at the Opera House. What do we pay for it? Or don't we?" Her colour rushed up. She cast him a wary glance, faltering. "Papa thought it was a present to me because he knows I'm fond of music. I'm sorry." "Why should you be? It's I who owe you an apology. I ought to have attended to the matter. But I expect your box would be rather above my touch. I believe one is obliged to pay 400 guineas for a quite inferior box, which I feel sure yours is not." She was silent, her face wearing the wooden look which he had come to recognize as a sign of discomfiture. His own colour rose. Ashamed of having allowed his temper to ride him, he said penitently, "Now I do owe you an apology. Forgive me, or give me a trimming. Why don't you? I certainly deserve that you should." She gave him instead a tiny shake of the head and a tremulous smile. He said with quick compassion, "My poor dear, you're too patient, and will soon have the devil of a husband on your hands if you don't take care. So you went to the opera and enjoyed it, I hope. What else?" It was a moment before she could recover her balance, but she managed to do it, and to respond with a little chuckle. "Well, I went with Mrs. Usselby to a lecture by the memory man." "The what?" "The memory man. I've forgotten his name, but he is all the crack, I promise you. He teaches one how to remember everything by supposing rooms with compartments, 50 to each room. Someone said he had reached the 17th room, but a Mr. Frampton, who came up after the lecture to talk to Mrs. Usselby, said he would wager he would be in a puzzle if he were asked to say what was in the 47th compartment. I don't think there's anything more to tell you, except about the peace celebrations. There's a great deal of what your Aunt Nassington calls tracasserie about the Whites' Club ball, because by some means or another the Princess of Wales has contrived to obtain tickets for it, and the Prince Regent declares he won't go to it if she does. I don't know how it will be or what the truth is, and I don't believe anyone does, for everyone has a different story to tell about it." She paused, drew a breath, and said with a slight effort, "The civic banquet is fixed for the 18th. I don't know if you recall, if you would wish—" He came to her rescue, anxious to make amends for his previous ill-humour. "Yes, to be sure I do. You were so kind as to invite Lydia to town to see all the lions go in procession to be fed. I think you said your father could procure a window for us. Has he done so? Lydia will be thrown into transports." "Well, she is," Jenny disclosed, thankful to have cleared this fence and speaking in a far more relaxed tone. "If only your mamma will consent to let her come to us. I had a letter from Lydia yesterday. It seems they are pretty well established in the new house, so that there's no reason why Lydia can't be spared for a few weeks, particularly as she says your mamma has met an old acquaintance with whom she is so excessively pleased that she talks of inviting her to stay in Camden Place to bear her company. Apparently she is living in straitened circumstances, and— "Toad eats, mamma," he interpolated. "Well, that's what Lydia says," Jenny admitted. "In fact, she says Mrs. Papworth is a Mrs. Quarley-Bix, but that I don't at all believe." "Good God, I hope not. So Lydia comes to us?" "I do hope she may. But she says that Lady Linton has certain scruples, not liking the notion of Lydia's travelling without a proper escort, and not being able to spare Miss Pulstock to go with her." "I'd give much to read Lydia's account of this," he commented. She laughed, but shook her head. "No, she didn't say I might show it to you, so I shan't. And I'm sure it is very natural that Lady Linton should be anxious. The thing is, couldn't we send Martha in our own chaise to fetch her? Do you think it would answer?" "What I think is that is nothing more than a piece of fudge," he replied impatiently. "As for your sending Martha, nonsense. Pray, why should you be expected to spare your dresser?" "But I'm not expected to," she argued. "It's quite my own notion. I perfectly understand your mamma's feelings, for the maid that waits on Lydia is far too young to answer the purpose, you know." "I don't, and nor do I know why a young maid won't serve as well as an older one for such a simple journey. If Lydia were obliged to spend a night on the road, it would be another matter. But it's no such thing. Send your chaise if you wish, though that's nonsensical too, but certainly not Martha." She said submissively, "I won't if you forbid me, but I wish you won't. I'm afraid Lady Linton won't let Lydia come to us otherwise. And only think how disappointing. I should like so much to have her with me. Indeed, I've been making all sorts of schemes." He was as much pleased as surprised. "Do you really wish it? You're sure she won't be a charge on you?" "A charge on me? I should think not, indeed. It will be the most delightful thing imaginable to have her company and to take her to see the sights. Do pray let me offer to send Martha." "If you really wish to, of course. But I think it by far too good-natured of you, and I don't care to see you imposed on in such a way." "Well, what a thing to say!" she exclaimed. "As though your mamma would dream of doing so. I'll write to her immediately. She saw Martha when we were at Fontley, so she will know that Lydia will be perfectly safe in her care." She was mistaken. The Dowager, replying with the utmost graciousness to her letter, could not reconcile it with her conscience to permit her young and inexperienced daughter to face the hazards of travel without male protection. Only a mother, she added, could enter into her sentiments or appreciate how much it cost her to be obliged to deny her dearest child the offered treat. "Upon my word," exclaimed Adam, handed this missive to read. "Mamma playing off her tricks. Depend upon it, this is nothing more nor less than a determination to keep Lydia dancing attendance on her. It is too bad. Now what's to be done? Am I to go down to Bath to fetch her? Is that what you wish?" "Would you do so?" Jenny asked diffidently. "Yes, I suppose so. What a bore. Very well, I'll contrive to go somehow or other, though when I'm to find the time I don't know. I'm to take my seat on Tuesday, and we seem to have a host of engagements besides. Don't tell Mamma I mean to fetch Lydia. No doubt it will be best to take her by surprise." In the event, the Dowager was taken more by surprise than Adam had foreseen. Mr. Chawleigh took a hand in the affair. Mr. Chawleigh, according the plan for Lydia's entertainment his approval, had been following the progress of events with great interest. He saw nothing but what was praiseworthy in the Dowager's scruples, and when what seemed to him a very easy way out of the difficulty presented itself, he seized upon it, delighted to be given the chance of enacting Providence. Adam came home one afternoon to be confronted by a stricken bride, who raised apprehensive eyes to his face and faltered, "Adam, I must tell you, I didn't know. I never meant— I'm afraid you'll be vexed, but indeed I couldn't help it." He put up his brows inquiringly. "Shall I? Try me." It's Papa," she blurted out. "He has gone to fetch Lydia from Bath." She saw the look of astonishment in his face and hurried on. "He sent a note round to me by one of his clerks just as he was leaving town, so I couldn't stop him. It seems he has to go to Bristol on business, and he wrote to say you needn't be in a worry how to find time to fetch Lydia, because he means to return by way of Bath, and will bring her up to town himself. He doesn't understand. That is, he only wishes to be helpful, Adam." She ended on a note of entreaty, dreading his displeasure. There was a moment's silence, while he struggled with his emotions. They were too strong. He gave a gasp, and then burst into laughter. She had only the dimmest perception of what made him laugh, for she was not quick to perceive the ridiculous, and was not assailed, as he was, by a vision of Mr. Chawleigh's descent upon the house in Camden Place. But she was too thankful that he was amused rather than vexed to care for the cause of his mirth. She smiled doubtfully at him and said, "It's one of his surprises. I told you once how he loves to give one splendid surprises, didn't I?" "You did, Jenny, you did. Oh, if only I were there to see it." She considered this and said quite seriously, "Do you think her ladyship won't let Lydia go with him?" "No, my love. From what I know of your father, I confidently expect to see Lydia within the week," he replied in a shaking voice. Chapter 14. 3 evenings later, just as he was sticking a pin in the folds of his neckcloth, Adam was interrupted by sounds unmistakably betokening his sister's arrival. A peal on the front doorbell, accompanied by the vigorous use of the knocker, was shortly followed by the scamper of footsteps on the stairs, and Lydia's voice calling gleefully, "Adam? Jenny?" He grinned and went out onto the landing in his shirt-sleeves. "Oh, Adam, isn't it famous? Here I am!" cried Lydia, casting herself upon his chest. "Mr. Chawleigh brought me, and in such style. Oh, Jenny, there you are. I do think your papa is the kindest person in the world. Mr. Chawleigh! Mr. Chawleigh! Come up, pray. They are both here." Released from a hug that had irreparably damaged his freshly tied neckcloth, Adam endorsed this invitation, saying, as he looked over the banisters, "Yes, do come up, sir, if you have strength enough left after a day spent in this hoyden's company. How do you do, sir? I am very much obliged to you." Mr. Chawleigh, ponderously ascending the last flight, grasped Adam's outstretched hand and replied, his countenance wreathed in a broad smile, "I thought you would be. Well, Jenny, lass, I've brought her to you, all right and tight, you see, and no fear you'll fall into the dismals with her about the house. I'll be off now. I've seen her safe into your hands." "By all means, if you wish to offend us beyond forgiveness," said Adam. "Or do you imagine that Jenny holds household in such a nip-cheese way as to be put out by the arrival of a mere couple of unexpected guests? You should know her better." "I told you so," interpolated Lydia triumphantly. "But you've company." "Nay, I won't stay," said Mr. Chawleigh. "No, we haven't, Papa. It's only that we're going later to Lady Castlereagh's assembly, and we need not, need we, Adam?" "We need, but not for a few hours yet. Come into my dressing-room, won't you, sir, while I finish rigging myself out. Fetch up the sherry, Kinver." "Nay, I can't sit down to dinner with you in all my dirt." "Well, that's a pretty thing to say when we had it fixed that you would take me to dine at an hotel if we found no one at home here," interrupted Lydia indignantly. "You didn't say you couldn't sit down in all your dirt when it was only me." Delighted to be overborne, Mr. Chawleigh went with Adam into his dressing-room, chuckling and shaking his head. "If ever I met such a saucy puss! Well, I don't know when I've taken such a fancy to a girl, and that's a fact." "I'm glad. I'm rather partial to her myself, but I own I was afraid you might find her a trifle exhausting." "It'd take more than Miss Liddy to exhaust Jonathan Chawleigh. As good as ever twang she is. You wouldn't credit how quickly the time passed. And a real pleasure it is to set her down to a nuncheon. She's not one to ask for tea and toast when you fairly bust yourself, ordering what you think she might fancy. Well, we stopped for a bite at the Peacock, and a set of robbers they may be, but I will say this for them, a very tolerable spread they had laid out for us. For I'd bespoken it beforehand, and a private parlour too, of course, which I told her ladyship I'd done, just to set her mind at ease. No need to fear I'll be letting Miss Lydia set foot inside a common coffee-room, I said, nor that any pert young jackanapes will come ogling her while Jonathan Chawleigh has her in charge. She'll be taken care of as if she was my own daughter, and fairer than that I can't say. Which she was, as I hope I don't need to tell you." "No, indeed you don't. Did you find it hard to persuade my mother?" "Oh, no," replied Mr. Chawleigh indulgently. "Mind you, that's not to say she didn't raise a lot of nidging objections. But that was no more than female fiddle-faddle, not meaning any disrespect towards her ladyship, and soon settled. 'Now, don't you tease yourself over her being a trouble to me, ma'am,' I said, 'because she won't be. And as for her not being ready to go to London, I'll warrant she could be ready in 5 minutes if she chose. So I'll take myself off to the Christopher where I'm racking up,' I said, 'and be back first thing in the morning to take Miss Lydia up.' So there was no more said, for she saw I wasn't taking no for an answer." This account was later amplified by Lydia, who said that however ungenteel Mr. Chawleigh might be, he was, in her view, a splendid person. "Adam, he rolled Mamma out like pastry. There was never anything like it, though I must own that the lobsters helped." "Lobsters?" Adam interjected, fascinated. "Oh, he brought a couple of live ones from Bristol, and a jar of ginger for a present to Mamma. They were in a rush basket, and one of them kept trying to climb out. Well, you know what Mamma is, Adam. She couldn't take her eyes from it, which quite distracted her. And then Mr. Chawleigh mended the handle on the drawing-room door. It has been most troublesome, but he said he could set it to rights in a trice if we had a screwdriver. We hadn't, of course. I think it's a sort of chisel. But he said very likely we had something that would answer as well, and went off to the kitchen to see what he could find there." She gave a gurgle of laughter. "If you could have seen Mamma's face, particularly when he came back and read her a scold about the damper in the stove. He said it was being quite wrongly used, and told her exactly how it should be. I was nearly in stitches, because poor Mamma hadn't the least notion what he was talking about. And this I will say, she behaved beautifully, and even invited him to stay to dine with us, which was truly noble of her. However, he wouldn't do so, but said he hadn't come to put her out, and anyway had bespoken his dinner at the Christopher. And though she said nothing would prevail upon her to let me go with him, she did let me, because she was persuaded she would have one of her worst spasms if she had to see him again." "But what a scene," he said, awed by it. "And I wasn't there. It's too infamous." She chuckled. "Yes, but I dare say you might not have enjoyed it if you had been, on account of having more sensibility than I have, and not wishing Mamma to take him in dislike. For my part, I like him, and I don't give a straw for his being a funny one. In fact, we have become the greatest friends, and he is going to take me to the city and show me all the chief places, and let me watch the mint coins in the Tower, and everything." It was soon seen that she was making no idle boast. Not only did Mr. Chawleigh redeem this promise, but he began to visit Linton House more frequently, and always with some scheme for Lydia's entertainment. It seemed to him a great piece of nonsense that she should not go with her brother and sister to parties, and he was much inclined to take Jenny to task for not presenting her at court immediately. "Well, I wish I might," she replied, "but I haven't Lady Linton's leave to do so, as I've told you 12 times, Papa. You wouldn't have me behave so improperly as to do it without her leave. Now you know you wouldn't." "If only I'd thought to speak to her ladyship about it," he said. "I don't doubt I could have talked her over, and if I'd known Miss Lydia would be obliged to sit moping here while you and his lordship go gadding to all manner of grand parties, I'll tell you what, Puss, you and me will drive into the city to see the illuminations and have a bite of supper at the piazza afterwards. That is, if his lordship's agreeable." "Of course he'll be agreeable," declared Lydia, delighted with this scheme. "I should like it better than anything, too." "Yes, but only if Adam says you may go," Jenny said firmly, by no means sure that he would approve of his sister's jauntering about town with her parent. When she broached the matter to him, however, he merely said, "How kind of your father. No, I've no objection, if he really wishes to take her and won't find it a bore." "Oh, there's no question of that," she replied. "He says it's a pleasure to take her about because she enjoys herself so much." She added reflectively, "She is just the sort of girl he would have liked for his daughter, I think. She has so much zest, besides being full of drollery." "For my part, I think he is very well satisfied with his own daughter." "I know he loves me dearly, but there's no denying I'm often a sad disappointment to him. Well, it can't be helped. But I do wish I was pretty and spirited and amusing." "I don't, if spirited means what I suspect it does. As for amusing, I think you very amusing, Jenny." "That's polite. But you mean you think me absurd, a very different thing," she retorted. "I dare say you won't object either to my taking Lydia to Russell Square one day. She wants to see the Cossack who stands outside Mr. Lawrence's house whenever the Tsar goes there to have his likeness taken. Did you ever? If it isn't just like Papa to tell her that. Butterbank is friendly with Mr. Lawrence's man, you know, and so is able to warn Papa when the Tsar is expected. Myself, I don't care a button for the Tsar, or for the King of Prussia either, though he's very handsome, I own, in spite of looking so melancholy. And I'm sure I don't blame him for that," she added, "for the way he and the rest of them can't stir a foot without having crowds gaping at them is enough to throw anyone into gloom." "Don't let Lydia tease you into going to Russell Square if you don't care for it," he said. "She'll see the foreigners at the opera, after all." "She won't see the Cossack there, come to think of it. She won't see much of the kings and princes either, because our box is on the same side as the royal box. Still, there will be plenty more to look at, I dare say." She spoke more prophetically than she knew. There was far more for Lydia to look at than anyone could have foreseen. Her view of the regent, with the Tsar on one hand, the King of Prussia on the other, and a bevy of foreign notables grouped behind them, was restricted. But the Lintons box was admirably situated for anyone desirous of seeing the Princess of Wales. She had been excluded from participation in any of the royal festivities, but she had her revenge on the regent, sweeping into the box directly opposite his, while God Save the King was being sung. She was attired in black velvet, with a black wig on her head, supporting a diamond tiara, and she presented such a striking figure that she attracted the attention of nearly everyone but her royal husband. The anthem ended, and as the Grassini, whose rich contralto voice had led it, curtsied deeply to the royal box, a storm of clapping broke out in the pit. It was directed pointedly at the princess, but she took her seat without making any acknowledgment, only smiling wryly and saying something to one of her suite. The regent, meanwhile, had been applauding the Grassini, but the prolonged clapping made him turn and bow graciously. But whether he bowed to the audience or to his wife was a question hotly argued, but never decided. However it may have been, it seemed to Lydia a rare piece of good fortune that anything so startling should have happened at the very first public function she had attended, and it made her forget that the evening had begun none too comfortably. Jenny had bought her a swansdown tippet for the occasion, and had persuaded her to wear the pearls Lady Nassington had declared to be too large for her own neck. But when Adam had seen his sister, he had said quite sharply, "Where had you that necklace? Surely it is Jenny's." "Yes, she has lent it to me just for tonight. Isn't it kind of her?" His face had stiffened, but he said pleasantly, "Very kind, but I had rather you didn't. It's worth a king's ransom, you know, and I'm certain Mamma would say it was not the thing for a chit of your age." "No, she wouldn't. She says that pearls are the only jewels chits of my age may wear, and I promise to take the greatest care." "Haven't you a necklace of your own?" he interrupted. "Yes, but mere trumpery. If Jenny chooses to lend her pearls to me, I don't see why you should object," Lydia said indignantly. Jenny laid a hand on her arm, saying in rather a tight voice, "Perhaps they are not quite the thing. Your own crystals will be better. They are very pretty, after all. Come upstairs quickly and change the necklace before Bruff arrives. Please, Lydia?" Lydia was suddenly aware of tension, and glancing from Adam to Jenny, saw that Jenny's face was much flushed. Yielding to the tug at her wrist, she went out of the room with her, but demanded as soon as the door was shut, But why?" Jenny shook her head and hurried up the stairs. "I shouldn't have. He is perfectly right. You are too young." "But why should he be so vexed? It isn't at all like him." Jenny took the pearls from her and turned away to restore them to her jewel casket. "He wasn't vexed with you. Don't heed it." "Was he vexed with you, then? But what had you done, pray?" "It was only that he didn't like to see you wearing my pearls. It was stupid of me. I forgot. It didn't occur to me." She broke off and forced up a smile. "Are you ready? Shall we go downstairs?" "Do you mean that he didn't like me to wear pearls that aren't my own?" asked Lydia. "But I have often worn Charlotte's trinkets." "That's different. Adam has scruples. I can't explain. One should take care, if one is very wealthy, not to obtrude it. Well, it was a downright vulgar thing to have done. I didn't mean it so, but that's what it was, tossing my pearls to you like that." "It was excessively kind of you," said Lydia. "Sisterly, like buying this tippet for me. I collect Adam would object to that, too." "Oh, don't tell him," Jenny begged. "It's only a trifle after all, but— Hark! Wasn't that the knocker? We must go down. I told them to serve dinner as soon as Bruff arrived, because it won't do to be late at the opera house." She left the room, putting an end to further discussion. But Lydia had nothing to say. A curtain had been lifted, allowing her a glimpse behind the scene of what had seemed to her innocence a state of remarkable felicity. Too young to probe beneath the surface, it had not occurred to her that two people who presented to the world an appearance of calm content might not be as happy as they seemed. It was not the first time she had had such a disquieting glimpse, but on the previous occasion Adam had recovered himself so quickly that she had soon been able to forget the incident. He and Jenny seemed to stand on such easy terms that she had not wondered whether there were shoals beneath those placid waters. To his 17-year-old sister it was almost impossible to suppose that Adam was still in love with Julia. Sacrifice Lydia could appreciate. A smiling sacrifice was much harder to recognize, and very hard indeed to understand. It was in a perturbed mood that she followed Jenny down to the drawing-room. There had been more than vexation in Adam's face when he had seen that she was wearing Jenny's pearls. There had been a look of revulsion, and Jenny had recognized it and had been hurt by it. Between Adam and Jenny there could be no comparison, but it was nevertheless unkind of him to have wounded Jenny, who hadn't meant to offend him. She was relieved to see, as she entered the drawing-room, that he smiled warmly at Jenny. Perhaps, she thought hopefully, as she shook hands with Bruff, she had refined too much upon the incident. Perhaps Adam really felt that the pearls were too magnificent for a girl to wear. Had she but known it, he was deeply conscious of having allowed his revulsion to overcome his forbearance. Seizing the opportunity afforded by her being engaged with Bruff, he went up to Jenny, saying in a lowered tone, "Thank you. I shouldn't have enjoyed a minute's peace if you hadn't persuaded her to take it off. What a harebrained thing to do, to lend your pearls to my romp of a sister." She answered only with a constrained smile. He was tempted to leave the subject, but she was wearing her wooden look, always a sign of distress. Infamous to have wounded her, he thought, when she had meant nothing but good. He tried again. "What's more, it wouldn't be at all the thing for a girl in Lydia's circumstances to go about with a fortune round her neck." Her countenance relaxed. She said, "No, very true, I hadn't considered. I only thought how well the necklace would become her. I'm sorry." "Which it certainly did, poor Lydia. I wish I may not be in disgrace with her." She laughed, and Lydia, hearing her, instantly forgave Adam. Perhaps married persons were subject to tiffs. At all events, everything was comfortable again, with Jenny her placid self and Adam in quite his best spirits. She went down to dinner feeling that it was going to be a good party after all, which, indeed, it was. Nor was there any further sign of misunderstanding between Jenny and Adam, so that she was soon able to banish the incident from her mind and to think instead of all the excitements in store for her. The best of these, in her opinion, would be the processions of the Allied sovereigns to the Guildhall. For Jenny, everything else dwindled to insignificance beside the gilt-edged card which invited Lord and Lady Linton to attend a dress party at Carlton House on Thursday, the 21st of July, to have the honour of meeting Her Majesty the Queen. Jenny's first thought on receiving this was that it must be a hoax. Her second, that it was 1,000 pities Lydia could not attend the function. She was astonished to learn that Lydia had no particular desire to attend it, and quite shocked by the discovery that the regent, in Lydia's view, was a fat old man who creaked when he moved, and reeked of scent and diabolino. He had visited Fontley when she was a very little girl, and she had been obliged to endure his pinching her cheek and calling her sweetheart. "And the Queen is a snuffy old thing," she said. "Watching the processions will be far better sport." Besides the 4 Oversleys and Bruff, Jenny had invited Mr. and Mrs. Usselby to go with them on this occasion. It was Adam's private conviction that some of the guests would fail to arrive before the Strand was closed to vehicles, but he found that he had underrated Jenny's talent for organisation. She invited all the guests to partake of an early breakfast in Grosvenor Street, saying that she had not taken parties to watch the Lord Mayor's show for years without learning how to arrange such affairs. "It's my belief that if you invite people to go to a show, you must get them together and take them to it, if you don't wish to be in a worry, wondering if they'll arrive in time." Thanks to this foresight, all went smoothly. the guests assembling at Linton House for breakfast and going on afterwards in 3 carriages to the Strand. They reached their destination without much trouble, but early in the day though it was, the street was fast filling with sightseers. Stabling had been arranged, but how long it would be after the processions had passed before the crowds converging upon the route dispersed sufficiently to allow the passage of vehicles was a question which caused Lord Oversley to remark ruefully to Adam that they might think themselves fortunate if they reached their homes again in time for dinner. Mr. Chawleigh, with his customary munificence, had hired the whole building for the accommodation of the party, and besides ordering a large and varied luncheon from Gunter's, with several cases of his best champagne, he had sent Butterbank with 2 liveried subordinates to wait on the company. Lady Oversley was quite as much startled as Mrs. Usselby at being received by 2 footmen, but when she had been conducted upstairs to the first floor, and saw that besides the benches set up in the windows, the room had been furnished with several comfortable chairs, she was easily able to condone this ostentation. Adam found it more difficult, but not by the flicker of an eyelid did he betray that these lavish preparations had been made without his knowledge or approval. The Usselbys might exchange significant glances, but Mr. Charles Oversley, forgetful of the indifference befitting a man of mode, ejaculated, as his eyes fell on the table already spread with pies, patties, capons, a glazed ham, and fruit, creams, and jellies past counting, "By Jupiter, this is something like!" There were some hours to while away before the head of the procession was expected to come into sight, but the time passed more quickly than the more pessimistic members of the party had expected. Lady Oversley sat down to enjoy a cosy chat with Jenny. Lord Oversley fell asleep over the Morning Post, and the rest of the party gathered in the 2 windows, discussing such topics as the breaking off of the Princess Charlotte's engagement and the shocking result of Lord Cochrane's trial, and being amused by watching the crowds in the street, and laying bets on which of the females within view would be the next to drop down in a swoon. Since Bruff was devoting himself to Lydia, the merest civility must have obliged Adam to sit down beside Julia, but Lady Oversley, stealing more than one apprehensive look towards them, wished that she knew what they were saying to each other. She would scarcely have been reassured had she been able to overhear their conversation, for a chance recollection had led to the exchange of reminiscences, which she must have thought dangerous. Recalling visits to Fontley, Julia said with a sigh, "I suppose it's all changed now." "Nothing has been changed there," Adam replied. "I'm glad. Your mamma was used to complain that it was become shabby, but it was so beautiful. I loved it, and should weep to see it made smart." She raised her eyes to his face. "Is it agreeable to be very wealthy?" "I am not very wealthy." "No? Well, the wealth may be Jenny's, but your life is very luxurious, isn't it? It must be pleasant to have everything you want, I suppose." He stared at her for a moment, but said at last, evenly enough, "I suppose so, if it were possible." She again raised her eyes, and he saw the tears in them. "Everything that can be bought. They say happiness can be bought. I had not thought so, but I don't know. Are you happy, Adam?" "How can you ask me such a question?" he said. "You must know." He stopped and looked away from her. "I want to know. You seem happy, and I wonder if perhaps—" She broke off, a tiny frown on her brow. "I may be married myself soon," she said abruptly. "Shall you care for that?" It was like a blow over the heart, but he had schooled himself to withstand it, and he replied, "Yes, but I shall wish you very happy. There's nothing else left to us but to wish each other well, is there?" "Who, or must I not ask?" "Why not? It's Rockhill, of course." "Rockhill?" he repeated incredulously. "You're not serious. A man old enough to have been your father, and one, moreover, who— You can't mean it." She smiled rather mournfully. "If you could marry a fortune, why should not I?" she asked. "The case is different. You know why I—" He checked himself. "Oh, yes, I know. But did you think I had fallen in love? Could you think so?" "Not that. But, oh God, I don't know. Only that every feeling revolts." "Does it? Every feeling revolted in me once, but I didn't tell you so." He could not answer her, and she said in a softer tone, "Don't mind it. I mean to try if I can't be a little happy. He's charming, you know, and when I'm with him I feel, peaceful. No, not quite that. I can't explain. But he loves me, and I must be loved. I can't live if I'm not loved." They were interrupted. Mr. Oversley exclaimed that he could hear cheering in the distance, and adjured his parents to come to the window directly. All was bustle at once, and Adam had time to recover himself while everyone's attention was distracted. As he performed his duties, arranging his guests suitably in the windows, no one would have guessed that beneath his smiling calm a tumult of emotion was raging. Julia's words had been knife thrusts. He winced under them, and was startled to recognize in the medley of rage, jealousy, and hopeless desire, resentment. The thought flashed through his mind that she might have spared him. It was gone in a moment, yielding to remorse and an aching pity. Though he had been the victim of circumstance, he was the author of her unhappiness, and that she was unhappy he could not doubt. She had spoken them in a whisper, but her last words had been a cry, and in her lovely face had been a look that was almost distraught. "Here they come!" Lydia's voice broke in on his painful thoughts. "Oh, how dashing! Adam, what are they? Which regiment?" He was standing behind her, and leaned forward to look down at the escort. "Light Dragoons," he replied, adding, as his eyes took in the buff facings on the blue uniforms, "the 11th, the cherry-pickers." She began to demand an explanation of this nickname, but broke off as the first of the 7 carriages carrying the officers of the Regent's household followed the escort. In identifying these personages, Bruff was found to be more knowledgeable than Adam, who was able to relax his attention again. Mrs. Usselby was positive she had recognized General Platov amongst the foreign generals, but admitted, after argument, that she must have been mistaken, since the Tsar's procession coming from the Paltney Hotel would follow the regents. The state carriages bearing the royal dukes followed the generals. Adam glanced towards the other window, to be sure that everyone was enjoying a good view. His eyes fell on his wife's face. She was standing, like himself, behind her guests, and never had she looked plainer. There were spots of high colour on her cheekbones, but under them she was sallow, a trifle hagged. He looked away, unable to bear the comparison with Julia, seated quite close to her. The Speaker's coach had passed, and the carriages bearing the members of the Cabinet. A troop of horse guards came next, preceding the Regent's officers of state and the foreign suites. As these carriages went slowly past, a slight movement to his right made Adam turn his head just in time to see Jenny going unobtrusively out of the room, her handkerchief pressed to her lips. He hesitated, and then, remembering that he had several times thought she was looking dragged and weary, he withdrew quietly from the window and followed her. She had gone into the back parlour, and had sunk into a chair there. Her eyes lifted as he entered. She removed the handkerchief from her mouth to say faintly, "It's nothing. I shall be better directly. Pray go back. Don't say anything about this." He shut the door, looking at her in concern. "You are ill, Jenny. What is it?" "I was overcome by the heat. Oh, do go back. I shall come in a minute." "I'll see if Lady Oversley has any smelling salts. You don't carry them, I know." "No, I don't need them, and I don't wish anyone to know." "But—" her chest heaved. "I don't feel faint. I feel sick." This unromantic disclosure made him smile, but it was with real compassion that he said, "My poor dear." "It's nothing," she repeated. He went back into the other room to collect a bottle of champagne from the wine cooler. Nearly all his guests had their attention fixed on the 8 cream horses drawing the Regent's state carriage, but Lady Oversley looked round as he came into the room, and came to him whispering, "Is Jenny unwell? Shall I go to her?" He replied beneath his breath, "Just a trifle overcome by the heat. Don't heed it. She can't bear that anyone should know and be made uncomfortable." She appreciated this. "To be sure, tell her she may depend on me to turn it off if anyone should remark on her absence. Take my salts. You'll fetch me if you should need me." Thus armed, he returned to the other parlour. Jenny was leaning back in her chair with her eyes closed, but she opened them when he held the vinaigrette under her nose and said angrily, "Where had you that? I most particularly asked you not to tell anyone." "Stop ripping up at me, little shrew. I had it from Lady Oversley, and all I told her was that you were overcome by the heat. I was obliged to do so because she had seen you slip away." She subsided and took the vinaigrette from him, sniffing and saying crossly, "Such stuff! Me to be languishing over a bottle of smelling salts. Now, don't go opening that champagne, for I don't want it. I'm better, and there's no need for any commotion on my account." He thought she looked far from well, but he merely said, as he eased the cork out of the bottle and poured the frothing wine into a glass, "Try if my cordial doesn't make you feel a degree stouter. Come, Jenny, to please me." The coaxing note brought a tinge of colour back into her cheeks. She received the glass from him in a hand that shook slightly, and said in her gruffest voice, "Thank you. You're very good." He waited until she had drunk some of the wine, and had begun to recover her complexion, and then said, "Now, tell me, Jenny, what's the matter? You've been out of sorts lately, haven't you? Have you been trotting too hard?" "No, of course I haven't." "Then what is it?" She cast him a goaded look. "If you must know, I'm increasing," she said boldly. A Civil Contract by Georgette Hare, read by Phillida Nash. Chapter 15. It had not occurred to him that she might be pregnant, and surprise held him silent, just staring at her. She said defensively, "Well, it was only what was to be expected, after all. I mean, I'm breeding, you know." His lips quivered. "Yes, I understand that, but I beg your pardon, but really, Jenny." "I don't see what there is to laugh at," she said, eyeing him in resentful bewilderment. "I thought you would be glad." Yes, of course I am, but to fling it at me like that, and at such a moment—" His voice shook, but he controlled it, saying contritely, "I'm sorry. Don't look so affronted. I won't laugh at you any more. But what's to be done? You goose, to have come on such an expedition as this. How the devil am I going to get you home?" She sat up, replying with something like her usual briskness. "You'll get me home when the show's over, and not before, thank you. I'm better now. I told you there was no need for you to be in a worry, and nor there is. It's no more than natural I should have sick turns, though I must own it quite takes the edge off one's pleasure." He gave a tiny gasp. "I imagine it must," he said unsteadily. Poor Jenny." "Yes, I can see you think it's highly diverting," she retorted. "No, I don't. It's you I think highly diverting, not your sickness, I promise you. Are you sure you are well enough to remain here? I wish you had told me before we ever arranged this party." "Fiddle," she said, getting up and straightening her shoulders. "I'm in a capital way now. For goodness sake, don't get into a taking, Adam, for there's nothing wrong with me, and if there's one thing I can't bear, it's setting people in a bustle, and having them fidgeting round me as if I was going into a decline. And mind now, not a word to Papa." "But, my dear," he exclaimed, considerably startled, "surely you don't mean to keep it secret from him?" "That's just what I do mean to do while I'm able. I wouldn't have told you either if I hadn't been obliged to, because it's early days yet, and no sense in boasting of what might not come to pass after all. Now, Adam, you don't know Papa as I do, so you'll be pleased to do as I bid you. The instant he knows I'm in the family way, he'll fly into one of his grand fusses, wanting to keep me in cotton, let alone bringing in half the doctors in London to drive me crazy. You may ask Martha if you don't believe me. She'll tell you the same, and that I'll do better without being cosseted, what's more." "Oh, does Martha know?" he asked, rather relieved. "Well, of course she does. Now, if you'll pour me out a drop more of your cordial, I shall be as right as a trivet again, and we'll go back to watch the rest of the show. And don't think I shall go off in a swoon or anything of that kind, for I shan't, and so I promise you." He was obliged to fall in with these plans, though with considerable misgiving. They rejoined the rest of the party just in time to see the Tsar's procession pass, and to learn that not even the presence in his carriage of the King of Prussia had deterred certain persons in the crowd from hissing the Prince Regent. If their absence had been noticed, no one commented on it. The show being at an end, thoughts turned towards luncheon. Adam kept a watchful eye on Jenny, but although she ate nothing but a morsel of capon and 2 spoonfuls of jelly, she showed no signs of succumbing again to nausea. The fear, however, that the festivities might prove too much for her remained with him, and although he continued to talk to his guests, his brain was occupied in trying to decide what to do if she should be taken ill. It was not until he handed her out of the carriage in Grosvenor Street that his mind returned to his conversation with Julia, and even then it did not engross his thoughts. It was no more forgotten than a bruise which gave pain whenever it was touched, but Jenny's pregnancy was a matter of greater importance, because she was his wife, and he was responsible for her well-being. He was uneasily aware of having failed to respond to her announcement with the delight she had expected him to feel. Though she had immediately concealed it under a more than ordinarily matter-of-fact manner, he thought he had seen a look of chagrin in her face. He was sorry for it, but, try as he would, he was unable to conjure up any more fervent emotion than a detached feeling that an heir to his name would be desirable. He was more concerned for Jenny, who was obviously enduring a good deal of discomfort. She never mentioned the matter, except to reply to inquiry that she was very well, and to one accustomed to the dowager's demands for sympathy over the most trifling disorders, this stoicism appeared to him far more admirable and unusual than, in fact, it was. He wanted her to consult a doctor, but she would not. "If you mean I should send for Dr. Wrangle, who is the only doctor I am acquainted with, I won't do it. For one thing, he's an old woman, and for another, he'll tell Papa within the hour, because he'd be afraid for his life not to. And if you mean I should see an accoucheur, there's time and to spare for that, for he couldn't advise me better than Martha, and very likely not as well. So just you forget all about it, my dear, or you'll make me sorry I ever told you." "That's asking too much of me. Have I no part in this?" She gave a sudden chuckle. "To be sure you have, but you've played it, and the rest's my business." "Jenny, this want of delicacy in you puts me to the blush." "Well, but... oh, you're laughing at me. Now, Adam, do but leave me to manage for myself. I promise you I'll do just as I ought." "But are you doing just as you ought? All this junketing about the town with Lydia. Tell me the truth. Wouldn't it be best to send her back to Bath? She's seen all the lions, after all." "Yes, I can see what you'd have me do," she retorted. "Lie on a sofa all day with that nasty vinaigrette which Mrs. Quarley-Bix gave me in my hand?" "No, indeed. But I do wonder if I ought not to take you out of town while you are feeling so poorly. Cheltenham, perhaps, or Worthing, or—" "Oh, do you?" she interrupted. "Well, I'm sure I'm very much obliged to you, my lord, but I've no fancy for any such place. What a notion to take into your head, with the cards sent out already for our own assembly, and the party at Carlton House, not to mention the Thanksgiving at St. Paul's. Good God! We're not going to that, are we?" he exclaimed. "Well, we are, if Bruff can procure tickets for us, which he says he can easily do, through my Lord Adversane, I collect. Now don't put on that Friday face, Adam. I'm as eager as Lydia is to go. As for sending her back to Bath before the grand spectacle in the parks, I won't hear of it. What with a balloon ascent in the Green Park, and the Battle of Trafalgar to be fought on the Serpentine in the evening, let alone the Temple of Concord to see, and the Chinese pagoda, and goodness only knows what more besides, it will pretty well break her heart to be obliged to miss it. Jenny, if you imagine that I am so complacent as to permit you to kill yourself trudging all over the parks to inspect a collection of gimcrackery— "No, it's you that will do that, my lord," she said with another of her sudden chuckles. "Or Bruff, more likely. I shall see all I want to from the carriage, and so I promise you." She hesitated and then said, "Lydia is to go back to Bath as soon as that's over, and I should like it if you would take me down to Frontley. To stay, I mean." "Of course I'll take you there," he replied. "To Holcombe, too, if you should feel able for it. I don't think you'd care for Lincolnshire during the winter months, so—" "If I gave you my word not to meddle, change anything, any more than if I was a visitor?" He stared at her, so much shocked by these halting words that for a moment he could think of nothing to say. He had been glad to escape to Frontley from the stifling luxury of Linton House, but he had never acknowledged to himself that he did not want to see Jenny installed there. It was true, however, and she knew it. And the humble note in her voice when she uttered her request, the look that told him she was afraid of a rebuff, shamed him more than any spoken reproach. He thought in horror, "I take everything and give nothing." "I know you don't wish me to be there, but I shouldn't tease you," she said simply. He pulled himself together, forcing into his voice a lightness he was far from feeling. "Are you trying to give me my own again for having laughed at you? What if I tell you that of course I don't wish for you, and think myself much more comfortable without you? That would make you look nohow, wouldn't it?" She smiled, but doubtfully. "I do make you comfortable, don't I?" "No, not a bit. Now be serious, Jenny. Is that really what you would like to do? You don't say it because you think it's what I wish." "Oh, no," she exclaimed, her brow clearing. "I should like it of all things. Why, you know how much I enjoyed being at Rushley." "That was in the spring, and in Hampshire. Whether you will like the fens in winter-time is another matter. Well, if you don't, you must tell me so, or if you are bored to tears, which I'm afraid you may be. When is this absurd grand spectacle to take place?" "On August the 1st. "August? My dear girl, we shall find ourselves in a hurly-burly of—" "Sits?" she suggested, as he broke off abruptly. A slight flush betrayed him, but he made a quick recover. "Nothing so respectable. Jack Straws and counter coxcombs. Does your father know of this project?" Her eyes narrowed in a sudden smile. "That was a masterstroke," she said disconcertingly. "Lord, do you think I don't know Sits was on the tip of your tongue? Yes, Papa knows and sees no objection. But if you don't care for Lydia to go—" "What I don't care for is that you should be knocked up merely to give Lydia pleasure," he retorted. "Well, I shan't be." "I'll see what Martha has to say on that head." Miss Pinho, however, when he consulted her, snubbed him severely, giving him to understand that his solicitude was misplaced, and that any attempt to cosset Jenny was to be strongly deprecated. "We shall have enough of that when the master gets to hear of it," she said grimly. "You leave Miss Jenny to me, my lord." He was glad to be able to do so, but he thought that the secret would not be kept for long from Mr. Chawleigh. Very little escaped Mr. Chawleigh's penetrating eyes, and once he had perceived that Jenny was looking sickly, he would certainly demand to know the cause. But Mr. Chawleigh's eyes were dazzled by a vision of vicarious grandeur, and although he did notice that Jenny was not in her best looks, he merely recommended her not to wear herself to a bone with gadding about.
A nice thing it would be, my girl, if you was to knock yourself up before the party at Carlton House," he said.
Mr. Chawleigh could not think of this function without rubbing his hands together gleefully, nor, whenever he visited his daughter, could he resist the temptation to pick up the card of invitation and to gloat over it, very often reading it aloud.
"To think how close I came to telling my Lord Oversley he'd be no manner of use to me," he told Adam in a burst of confidence. "Why, a marquis couldn't have done better for my Jenny. Well, it was a great day for me when I saw her go off to court to be presented, but no more than what I bargained for, after all. But this— the Lord Chamberlain being commanded by His Royal Highness to invite you and Jenny to a dress party to have the honour of meeting Her Majesty the Queen. I don't scruple to own that I never looked for anything as bang up as that, my lord."
Adam, who was becoming inured to his father-in-law's frank utterances, laughed, but disclaimed responsibility.
"No bread and butter of mine, sir. We owe the invitation to my father, who was one of the prince's friends, you know. I hope Jenny will enjoy it." "Enjoy it? You may lay your life she will. Aye, and I'll enjoy hearing all about it, I can tell you, and thinking how proud Mrs. C. would have been if she'd been spared to see her wish come true."
"Perhaps she can see it," suggested Adam.
"Well, I like to think she can," confessed Mr. Chawleigh. "But there's no saying, and no sense in getting into the dismals either, you'll be telling me."
"I shan't. But you put me in mind of a crow I have to pull with you, sir. Jenny tells me that you don't mean to come to our rout party."
"No, that I don't, and a fine trimming I gave her for sending me a card. Not but what I take it very kind in you to invite me. A pretty figure I'd cut rubbing shoulders with the nobs. Nor I'm not going along with you to St. Paul's, neither, so let's hear no more of that." He gave a deep chuckle. "Hey, the way my Jenny told me she was getting tickets from my Lord Eversane. Bruff's father was what she called him, to the manner born."
Adam was slightly mystified by this, so he left it unanswered, reverting instead to the subject of the approaching rout party. But to all his persuasions Mr. Chawleigh remained adamant, saying with embarrassing candour that if my lord started to dish him up at his parties he would soon find that his acquaintance had dropped off. It was soon made apparent that although he would not attend the party, he had every intention of making his presence felt at it, so keen an interest did he take in the arrangements for it, and so determined was he that it should excel in magnificence every other party held during the season. "Order everything of the best," he adjured his daughter. "I'll stand a nonsense, never you fear. You'll be wanting half a dozen footmen. I'll send those fellows of mine along. And no need to trouble yourself about the champagne, because I'll attend to that, and I'll warrant you'll hear no complaints from your guests." "Thank you, we are much obliged to you, but I've already attended to that matter, sir," said Adam, trying to speak cordially and not quite succeeding.
"Then I'll be bound you've wasted your blunt, my lord," responded Mr. Chawleigh tartly. "Beef-witted, that's what I call it, meaning no offence. For you might have known I could buy it cheaper and better than what you could."
Balked on this issue, he veered off on another tack, offering to augment the Linton silver with his own formidable collection of plate, to make, he explained, more of a show. This suggestion drove Adam from the room, too angry even to excuse himself. He betook himself to his book-room, and here Jenny found him some time later. He looked at her with alien eyes and said curtly, "Jenny, I have no wish to wound your father, but I shall be obliged to you if you will make it plain to him that I want neither his footman nor his plate, nor, let me add, do I desire him to frank me." She replied calmly, "As though I didn't know it. Now, there's not a bit of need for you to get into a miff. Just keep a still tongue in your head, my dear, and leave me to deal with Papa, which I promise you I can do. There'll be nothing done you don't like, and I've no more intention of letting him frank us than you have. That's what I came to tell you, for I could see Papa put you into a regular flame." He relaxed, saying, "I hope he could not." "Well, he did, of course, but that's no matter. He's one that likes to be giving,
and he don't always see when people don't want him to butter their bread on both sides. I've told him how it is, so you may be easy."
"I'm not at all easy," he confessed. "I ought to beg his pardon for behaving so churlishly."
"No such thing. I don't say he enters into your feelings, but he doesn't like you any the worse for not wishing to hang on his sleeve. Don't give it another thought." If he was unable to follow this advice, at least he took care to conceal from Jenny that Mr. Chawleigh's subsequent activities caused him to feel an even greater unease. Mr. Chawleigh, prohibited from bringing his daughter's party up to the nines, turned his attention to the question of her personal appearance. His rout by Lady Nassington still rankled in his mind, and his energies were next alarmingly directed to the task of turning Jenny out in what he called prime style, and what Adam shudderingly thought would transform her into a walking advertisement for a jeweller's shop. He never knew by what means she had dissuaded her father from purchasing for her a ruby and diamond tiara which had taken his fancy, and since she agreed to all Mr. Chawleigh's suggestions for her embellishment, he was agreeably startled by the discovery, on the night of the party, that she was wearing no other jewels than the delicate necklace approved by Lady Nassington, the diamond aigrette which he had himself given her as a wedding present, 1 ring and only 2 of her many bracelets. There was another improvement for which he was indebted to his sister. Lydia, critically studying the fashion plates in a periodical devoted to current modes, had suddenly exclaimed, "Jenny, this would become you!" Looking over her shoulder at the sketch of a willowy female clad in a ball dress of white satin with a 3/4 pelisse of pale blue, Jenny said bluntly, "Well, it wouldn't. It would make me look more squat than nature did, you silly girl." "Oh, not the dress," Lydia said. "The hair. No curls, you see, and no crimping, which I think hideous, like Mamma's crepe. Now, if you were to arrange your hair like this, it would be becoming, and not just in the common style, which my Aunt Bridesloe says is most important, unless, of course, one has the good fortune to be a beauty." Jenny studied the drawing rather doubtfully. To one accustomed to the effect produced by curl papers and hot irons, the willowy lady's smooth braids presented a very odd appearance. "I'd look like a dowd," she decided. "Do but try it," coaxed Lydia. "You know you mean to have it washed and curled again for the party. Well, when Martha has washed it, let me dress it for you. I have often done so for Charlotte, and even Mamma owns that I do it better than Miss Poolstock. And if you don't care for it, Martha can curl it for you after all." Jenny allowed herself to be persuaded, not without misgiving. But when Lydia's clever fingers had done their work, and she studied her reflection in the mirror, she was not displeased. After a prolonged scrutiny, she said, "It seems queer not to have curls over my ears, but there's no denying my face doesn't look so broad, does it?" "Exactly so," said Lydia. "You must never have those bunches of curls again, but always dress your hair close at the sides and braid it into a coronet on the top of your head. And I wish you will stop sniffing, Martha. Don't you see how well her ladyship looks?" "It's not the proper mode, miss," said Miss Pinho obstinately. "Curls are smart, and nothing will make me say different. And what his lordship will say when he sees what you've done, I'm sure I don't know." "Oh, I do hope he won't think I've made a figure of myself," Jenny said apprehensively. "Well, if you don't like it, you must curl it for me again, Martha, and that's all there is to it." "I'll have the tongs hot inside of 10 minutes, my lady," promised Martha grimly. But they were not needed, since Adam, after a quick look of surprise, was pleased to approve of the transformation. "Turning out in new trim, Jenny?" he asked. "You'll be setting a fashion." "Lydia dressed it for me. Do you like it? Pray tell me truthfully." "Yes, I do. Quakerish, but elegant. You look charmingly," he said. She did not suppose him to be sincere, but the compliment pleased her nevertheless, and made the ordeal of receiving some 60 or 70 guests of ton seem less daunting. Any lingering doubts were presently banished by Lady Nassington, who ran a critical eye over her and said, "Very good. You begin to look like a woman of quality." While it did not rank amongst the season's most fashionable squeezes, the Lintons' first assembly passed off very creditably. Mr. Chawleigh would have voted it a shabby affair,
But Jenny, warned by Lady Nassington, offered her guests no extraordinary entertainment or any excuse for the ill-disposed to stigmatize her party as pretentious. She relied for success on the excellence of the refreshments, for, as she sagely observed to Lydia, guests who had been uncommonly well fed rarely complained of having endured an insipid evening. Another circumstance helped to make the party agreeable. There was no lack of conversation, for the Princess Charlotte had once more furnished material for gossip by escaping from Warwick House to her mother's residence in Connaught Place. Everyone was agreed that the flight was attributable to the Regent. There seemed to be no doubt that he blamed the Princess's lady for the rupture of her engagement, and so he had exercised a father's right to dismiss her household and to install a new staff of ladies. No one could censure him for that, but it was generally thought that to descend upon Warwick House at 6 o'clock in the evening, and there and then to effect this sweeping change, was conduct calculated to drive a high-spirited girl into revolt. It had apparently done so, and however deplorable the affair might be, it came as a blessing to a hostess fearful of seeing her guests smothering yawns, before flitting away to other and more amusing parties. Lady Linton had scored a hit, for she had sent a card of invitation to Miss Mercer Elphinston. And Miss Mercer Elphinston was not only the Princess's close friend, she had actually been at Warwick House when these exciting events took place, and had been one of the several persons dispatched by the Regent during the course of the evening to persuade his daughter to return to her home. The engagement of the great Catalini to sing at it could not have conferred more distinction on the party than Miss Mercer Elphinston's presence. Everyone wanted to know whether the Princess and her mother had refused admittance to Chancellor Eldon, whether the Duke of York and the Bishop of Salisbury had been made to kick their heels in the dining-room at Connaught House, while the Princess deliberated in the drawing-room with her mother's advisers, whether she had been taken back to her father by force, or whether she had yielded on the advice of Brougham and her uncle Sussex, and what was to be the outcome. Miss Mercer Elphinston was unable to satisfy curiosity on this point, but it was learnt within a few days that the Princess had been packed off to Cranbourne Lodge, a small house in Windsor Park, where she was residing under much the same conditions as might have been thought suitable for a state prisoner. "Well, I'm sorry it all happened before the Carlton House fete," said Jenny, "for it means I shan't see her, and I did hope I might." "Whatever for?" demanded Lydia. "Well, she's going to be Queen one day, isn't she? Stands to reason anyone would want to see her." As she had expected, she was denied this treat, but so splendid was the fate that instead of regretting the Princess's absence, she forgot all about it. The fete was held in honour of the Duke of Wellington, whose bust, executed in marble, was placed in a temple erected at the end of a covered walk leading from a huge polygon room especially built by Nash in the garden for the occasion. Jenny was a little disappointed at seeing no more of Carlton House than the great hall, with its coved ceiling and yellow porphyry pillars, but this disappointment too was forgotten when she had passed through this vestibule to the polygon room, which was hung with white muslin, with mirrors past counting, flinging back the lights of hundreds of candles. She gave a gasp, and told Adam that she had never seen anything so beautiful in her life. At 10:30 the royal party entered the room, the Regent leading the procession with the aged Queen on his arm, and after a lavish supper the Princess Mary opened the ball with the Duke of Devonshire for her partner. Since she was nearing her 40th year, and he was no more than 24, they might have been considered an ill-assorted couple, but only the irreverent indulged this reflection. The Princess Mary was the beauty of the family, and the custom of describing her as a remarkably handsome girl was of too long standing to be readily altered. It was past 4 o'clock when the Queen took her departure. Adam bore Jenny away after this, saying, as their carriage moved forward under the colonnade, "My poor dear, you must be dead from fatigue." "I fancy you are more fatigued than I am. Is your leg paining you?" "Lord, yes, it has been aching like the devil these 2 hours past." "That's nothing. Standing for too long is always a penance to me. I was afraid you might faint at any moment.
Insufferably hot, wasn't it?
Lord Rockhill says the Regent is terrified of draughts. I thought at first that perhaps I should faint, but I soon grew accustomed. Oh, Adam, I can't tell how many people spoke to me, and as for the number who bowed and smiled, well, there was never anything like it. I couldn't believe it was me, Jenny Chawleigh, saying how do you do to all those grand people.
I'm glad you enjoyed it, was all he could think of to say. Her enjoyment, as might have been expected, was as nothing to Mr. Chawleigh's. He listened with rapt interest to her account of the festivities, drew deep breaths when she enumerated all the guests of high rank with whom she had exchanged civilities, and sat rubbing his knees and ejaculating such phrases as, "Bang up to the knocker," and "To think I should live to see this day." A very little of Mr. Chawleigh in this mood was enough to drive Adam from the room. His more robust sister might derive affectionate amusement from this display of unabashed vulgarity. Bruff, who was present, might regard Mr. Chawleigh with a tolerant twinkle, but he could not. Yet less than a week later he suffered a revulsion of feeling when he walked into the drawing-room to find Mr. Chawleigh displaying to Jenny a superb Saint-de-Boeuf bowl he had that very day acquired. "Oh, how beautiful!" Adam exclaimed involuntarily. Mr. Chawleigh turned a beaming countenance towards him. "Ain't it just? Ain't it?" "It's Kangxi, Adam," Jenny informed him. "That Qing dynasty, you know, when the art of Chinese porcelain was at its height." "I don't, but I can well believe it. I never saw anything more exquisite." "You like it, my lord?" "I should rather think so, sir." Mr. Chawleigh gazed lovingly at it for an instant, and then held it out to Adam. "Take it, then. It's yours." "Good God, sir, no." "Nay, I mean it. You'll be doing me a favour." "Doing you a favour to take such a treasure from you? My dear Mr. Chawleigh, I could not." "Now, don't say that," begged Mr. Chawleigh. "You take it, and I'll know I've hit on something which you do like, and that'll give me more pleasure than what putting it into one of my cabinets would, for it's something I was thinking I never would do. You don't drive the curricle I had built for you, nor—" His cheeks burning, Adam interrupted. I found my father's curricle almost new. It seemed a pity, and I had a fancy to— "Aye, well, no need to colour up. Your taste don't in general jump with mine. Lord, did you think I hadn't twigged that? No, a jack pudding I may be, but no one's ever called Jonathan Chawleigh a bleater." "Certainly I have not," Adam said, trying to hide his discomfiture. "As for my not liking what you've given me, sir, ask Jenny if I wasn't delighted with the shaving-stand you placed in my room." "That's nothing. You take this bowl, my lord, and it will be something." "Thank you. I can't resist, though I know I ought," Adam said, receiving the bowl from him and holding it between his hands. "You are a great deal too good to me, but you need never think I don't value this treasure as I should. You have given my house an heirloom." "Well," said Mr. Chawleigh, much gratified, "I'm sure I didn't look for you to say that, but I don't deny it's as good a piece as you'll find anywhere, and not bought for a song, either." Jenny said in a practical tone that betrayed none of the relief she felt, "Now, where will you have it put, Adam? It ought to be under lock and key, but it won't look well all amongst the bow china. And I don't care to turn that out of the cabinet, for it belongs to your family, besides being very pretty." "Don't trouble your head over it, my dear. I know just where I mean to put it," Adam said, turning the bowl carefully between his thin fingers. "What a lustre, sir! How can you bear to part with it?" "No, Jenny, it would not look well amongst the bow china. It is going to stand alone in the library at Fontley, in the embrasure at present occupied by that very ugly bust of one of my forebears." He set the bowl down on the table, saying as he did so, "When you come to visit us, sir, you shall tell me if you approve of my taste." "Nay, I wouldn't want you to put it in your ancestor's place," said Mr. Chawleigh. "It wouldn't be seemly." "My ancestor can remove himself to the gallery. I don't want to look at him, and this I do want to look at. There are wall sconces on either side of the embrasure, sir, but you will see for yourself. Now don't you run on so fast, my lord, Mr. Chawleigh admonished him. It's not by any means a settled thing that I'll be visiting you in the country. You are mistaken, sir. I know you don't care for the country, but you must resign yourself. Well, said Mr. Chawleigh, intensely pleased, I don't deny I'd like to see this Fontley of yours, but I told you at the outset you wouldn't find me foisting myself on you, and no more you will. I hope you'll think better of that decision, sir. I shall be obliged to kidnap you if you don't. That's a fair warning. Mr. Chawleigh's formidable bulk was shaken by chuckles. Hey, it would puzzle you to do that, lad. My lord, I should say. You should not, as I have frequently told you. It wouldn't puzzle me in the least. I should hire a gang of masked bravos to do the thing. So let us have no more of your flummery, sir. Mr. Chawleigh thought this an excellent joke, but it was not until he had been assured that he would not arrive at Fontley to find the house full of his son-in-law's grand friends that he could be brought to consent to the scheme. "A nice thing when I have to beg and pray my father to pay me a visit," Jenny said severely. "And well do I know you wouldn't have hesitated, not for a moment, if Lydia had been going with us." This sally made Mr. Chawleigh laugh heartily. He denied the accusation, but admitted that it seemed to him a great pity Lydia was not to remain in her brother's charge. In this opinion he met with agreement, but neither Adam nor Jenny could feel that it would be proper to keep her away from the dowager, whose letters were becoming ever more querulous, and who described herself as counting the moments until her youngest loved one should be restored to her. So when the fete in the parks was over, Lydia went regretfully back to Bath, bearing with her a store of rich memories and renewed theatrical longings. One visit to Drury Lane had been enough to set her on fire. She had sat spellbound throughout a performance of Hamlet, her lips eagerly parted, and her wide gaze fixed on the new star that had appeared in the theatrical firmament. So entranced had she been that she had barely uttered a syllable from start to finish, and when she had emerged from this cataleptic state she had begged to be taken home before the farce, since she could not endure to listen to any other actors in the world after having been so ravished by Kean. Subsequent visits, two of which she had coaxed out of Mr. Chawleigh, to see Kean play in Othello and Riches, had confirmed her in her first opinion of his genius, and had provided her with her only disappointment, that she had come to London too late to see him as Shylock, in which role he had taken the town by storm in this, his opening London season. In the first heat of her enthusiasm she could imagine no greater felicity than to play opposite to him, and startled Jenny by evolving various schemes for the attainment of this object. These quite scandalized Mr. Chawleigh, who begged her not to talk so silly, and nearly promoted a quarrel by saying that he couldn't see what there was in such a miserable little snurp as Kean to send the town mad. Adam entered gravely into all his sister's plans, and was far more successful than Jenny or Mr. Chawleigh in convincing her that they would not answer. He wasted no breath on foolish arguments, but he did suggest that perhaps Kean might not think a lady half a head taller than himself quite the ideal stage partner. These casual words sank in. Lydia became thoughtful, and when it next occurred to her sympathetic elder brother that an actress who excelled in comedy would find too little scope for her genius in the company of one acclaimed for his portrayals of the great tragic roles, she was most forcibly struck by the truth of this observation. So, although it would have been too much to have said that she no longer cherished hankerings, Adam was reasonably confident, when he put her on the Bath mail with her maid, that she would not prostrate their fond parent by divulging them to her. Chapter 16. 2 days later the Lintons left London, driving to Fontley by easy stages and in the greatest comfort. Much to Jenny's relief, Adam showed no disposition to practise any of his economies, but carried her to Lincolnshire in all the luxury to which she was accustomed. For her the journey, in spite of some queasiness, was the most agreeable she had as yet experienced in Adam's company. Their previous expeditions had taken place when they were so barely acquainted that being shut up together for several hours at a stretch had imposed a strain on them, neither knowing whether the other would like to talk or remain silent, and each being anxious not to bore or to appear bored. This awkwardness no longer lay between them, and although they spoke of nothing that went far below the surface, they talked with the ease of intimacy, and were able to lapse into companionable silences without feeling any compulsion to seek a new topic for conversation. At Fontley, Jenny was glad to be idle for some days. She even admitted that she was a little tired, but she assured Adam that the quiet of the country was all that was needed to restore her to high health. He thought, but privately, that it would not be long before she was wishing herself back in London, for however much he might have to occupy him at Fontley, he could not imagine what she would find to do. But Jenny, wandering about the rambling house, peeping into dust-sheeted rooms, discovering treasures in forgotten corners, knew that there was plenty to do. It was work after her own heart, but so morbidly afraid of offending was she that she hardly dared even to alter the position of a chair. When they had entered the Priory, Adam had said, "I dare say you will wish to make changes. My mother, you know, doesn't take much interest in household matters. No such capital housewife as you are, Jenny. Dawes will show you all about, and you must do as you think proper, if you please." She did not say, "I am only a guest in your house," but it was what she thought, for he uttered the speech just stiltedly enough to betray that it had been rehearsed. It was prompted by his courtesy. She appreciated its generosity, but if he had told her not to meddle, she would have been less daunted. Charlotte, driving over from Membry Place, did not help to put her at her ease. She came full of kind intentions, but when she entered the Priory she could not help casting an anxious glance around the great hall, which was not lost on Jenny. Charlotte had not seen Linton House since Mr. Chawleigh's hand had fallen heavily upon it, but she knew all about the green stripes, the sphinxes, and the crocodile legs, and she had dreaded to discover that Fontley had been transformed already into something more nearly resembling Bullock's Museum than a gentleman's country seat. Relieved to detect no change in the hall, she accompanied Jenny upstairs to the little drawing-room, saying, as she tucked a hand in her arm, "Dear Jenny, you must let me thank you for being so kind to Lydia. She wrote to me, you know, one of her pelting letters, crammed with the tale of her doings. 4 pages. Lambert said, in his droll way, that he was thankful she was able to get a franc from Adam, for it would otherwise have ruined us to receive it." "Well, there's no need to thank me, for I never enjoyed anything half as much as having her with me," replied Jenny. "I miss her sadly, I can tell you." "Oh, I'm glad. To be sure, I think everyone must like her, for she is the dearest girl, besides being what Lambert calls full of fun and gig." They had by this time reached the little drawing-room, where Charlotte instantly perceived an alteration. She exclaimed, "Oh, you have taken away the marquetry sewing-table." It was mere comment, but it threw Jenny onto the defensive. "I have only moved it into the library," she said stiffly. "Adam told me I might do so." "Yes, of course, I didn't mean— It just seemed strange not to see it where it was always used to be. But I know many people dislike marquetry. My cousin Augusta can't bear it." "I like it very much," replied Jenny. "It is exactly what I need for my silks and threads, so it was wasted in this room. Adam likes to sit in the library in the evening, you know. We have taken up our readings again. He was used to read to me when we were at Rushley, and that's why I moved the table, so that I'd have my embroidery ready to my hand." "Oh, yes, how cosy. I remember thinking how exquisitely you stitched when Mamma and I visited you in Russell Square, and so much admired the work you were engaged on. It quite put me to shame, and Mamma, of course, was never a needlewoman." Jenny could not help wondering how the Dowager had occupied herself at Fontley. Her inspection of the house had given her the poorest opinion of her mother-in-law. Besides being no needlewoman, she was no housewife either. She had told Jenny that she had been obliged to let the house fall into disrepair, but in her place Jenny would have set stitches to the first split in a brocade curtain, and if her domestic staff had been so much reduced as to have made it impossible for them to keep the furniture polished, she would have set about the task herself, rather than have allowed wood to grow dull and handles tarnished. She thought that Fontley had suffered as much from a negligent mistress as from an improvident master. The dowager would have renovated it in excellent taste, but she lacked Jenny's eye for an undusted table or a corner left unswept, and in consequence her servants had grown careless, even Mrs. Dawes, the housekeeper, finding it easier to join her mistress in bemoaning the want of extra footmen and chambermaids than to keep the remaining servants up to their work. Jenny held Mrs. Dawes in contempt, and showed it. She did not mean to do so, but she knew nothing of dissimulation, and her blunt tongue betrayed her. When every evidence of neglect was attributed to the want of an adequate staff, she grew more and more curt, finally losing her temper when Mrs. Dawes said, "In the old days, my lady, we always had a steward and a groom of the chambers, and things were different." "Well, I should hope they were," said Jenny. "Though what a steward has to do with keeping linen in good order, I'm sure I don't know." She saw the housekeeper stiffen, and added, in an attempt at conciliation, "I can see that more servants are needed, and I'll speak to his lordship about it." But the mischief was done. Mrs. Dawes was icily civil thereafter, and showed her hostility when Jenny discovered a dinner service in one of the cupboards, and exclaimed as she inspected it, "Good gracious! Why is this never used, but only that Bristol set with every plate chipped? Have it all taken out and washed, if you please. It is most elegant." "That, my lady, is the Crown Derby china," responded Mrs. Dawes loftily. "To be sure it is, and with the Chantilly pattern too. Is it quite complete? We will use it instead of the other." "Certainly, my lady," said Mrs. Dawes, her eyes downcast and her hands primly folded. "If it is his lordship's wish to have the best china used every day, I will have it taken out immediately." Jenny bit back a tart rejoinder. "I dare say his lordship won't know one set from t'other, but we'll see." She put the question to him as they sat at dinner, saying, "I find you have the prettiest Crown Derby china stowed away in a cupboard, the French sprig pattern. Mrs. Dawes seems to think it must not be used, but should you object to it if we did use it, my lord?" "I?" he said, putting up his brows. "Of course I should not." "No, I thought you would not, or even notice it," Jenny said, with one of her sudden smiles. He perfectly understood why the question had been put to him. He said, knowing that his words would spread through the house, "I dare say I might not. In any event, my dear, I have nothing to say in such matters, and wish you will do as you think best. You are the mistress of Fontley. I shan't dispute with you over any changes you may like to make." Later he asked her if she would prefer another housekeeper in Mrs. Dawes's place. She said at once, "Oh, no, pray don't think. I know she has been here forever, and didn't mean—" "Try not to rub against the servants," he said. "I should be very reluctant to turn any of the older ones off. Dawes knew Fontley before I did, you know." "Oh, no, I never meant— Only they despise me so," she blurted out. "They won't do so when they know you better." He hesitated, and then said gently, "Don't speak to them quite so roughly, Jenny. Most of them are such very old friends of mine." "I don't know how to talk to servants," she confessed. "You do, but it wouldn't do for me to copy you. I'll try to go on better, but it does vex me so when— Well, never mind. Is the cook an old friend of yours?" This sudden question made him laugh. "I don't think I've ever laid eyes on the cook." "No, very likely not, for he's only been here a 12-month. Now, I told you I wouldn't meddle, but there's no teaching that man his trade, Adam, and to see you pecking at your food as you do is more than I can bear, though I'm sure I don't blame you. So, if you're agreeable, we'll send for Shoals, and then maybe you'll fancy your dinner again." "I own it would be pleasant, but how would a French-trained cook relish our old-fashioned kitchens here? I doubt if he'll come into the country, Jenny. "He will come fast enough when he knows it will mean another £20 added to his wages," said Jenny caustically. "As for the kitchens, if you don't wish them to be altered, Sholes must make the best of them. But if you would but put in a good closed stove, like the Bodley we have at Linton House, you'd find it an economy. The fuel in this great open range burns—" "Does it? I expect we should have had a different stove years ago. Send for what you like. Anything else?"
"No, thank you. I shall be hiring a few more servants, but that needn't concern you, for with Linton House shut up, I'm wonderfully beforehand with the world."
Mrs. Dawes received the news of these forthcoming changes with mixed feelings. Asked to say which of the closed stoves now on the market she considered the best, she preferred to advance no opinion, being, she said, unacquainted with any of them. But this was not true. At Membry Place, her dear Miss Charlotte had a closed stove. She had seen and coveted it, and even indulged the hope that his lordship's rich wife would install one at Fontley. She viewed with less favour the importation of a top-lofty town cook, but was considerably softened by Jenny saying, "If something's not done, we shall have his lordship dwindling to a thread-paper. Well, I don't doubt you know as well as I do that for all he never complains or seems to notice what's set before him, he's very nice in his tastes, not to say capricious, and if the meat's not dressed as he likes it, he doesn't eat more of it than would keep a kitten alive." The suggestion that his lordship might waste away from lack of sustenance made an instant appeal. Mrs. Dawes relented enough to say that he had always been one who had had to be tempted to his dinner. Jenny next asked her if she could recall which warehouse had supplied the brocade that covered certain of the chairs. "For, if only I could procure it, I'd like to have them recovered," she said, "not changing them, but making them the same as they were before. His lordship wouldn't wish anything to be different, and I wouldn't for the world. Well, I don't mean to turn the house out of doors, but what's worn to shreds must be made new again." Mrs. Dawes said that she didn't know but what she might be able to recall the name of the warehouse, and, to discourage any idea she had been won over, brought the interview to an end by saying that she was sorry the second housemaid had given Miss Pinho cause for complaint, and also that Miss Pinho had not seen fit to mention the matter to her, when I should have dealt with it immediately, my lady. The haughty Miss Poolstock had been disliked by every member of the household, but her odious air of consequence had marked her as a dresser of the first respectability. 10 minutes spent in Miss Pinho's company were enough to inform her fellows that she was not at all the sort of superior female a lady of real quality would employ as her personal maid. A rough tongue had brought her into instant collision with Mrs. Dawes, and a feud of promising longevity seemed to be inevitable, when a chance word revealed to Mrs. Dawes that Miss Pinho came from her own county. Frigid inquiry elicited the information that Miss Pinho had first seen the light at Church Stretton, not 7 miles from Mrs. Dawes's birthplace. From that moment the thaw set in. Miss Pinho, recognizing in the daughter of a well-to-do farmer her social superior, and Mrs. Dawes, once this point had been established, admitting Miss Pinho into the ranks of her intimates. Neither lady regarded the other with unqualified approval, but to the world they soon presented a solid Salopian front, and bored Dunster and Kinver at every meal in the room by recalling ancient parochial scandals and exhaustively pursuing obscure genealogies. Nor was it long before Miss Pinho had disclosed an interesting piece of information which caused Mrs. Dawes to regard her mistress with a more tolerant eye. Much would be forgiven to Jenny if she provided Fontley with an heir, but Mrs. Dawes suspended final judgment, by no means confident of the issue. In her view, a sickly pregnancy heralded the birth of a daughter, an arrival which would show how unworthy of her position was my lord's vulgar bride. In fact, Jenny was beginning to overcome her sickness, but although she went briskly about her affairs, she felt so far from well that she cried off from the Holcombe week. Adam did not press the matter, but went alone to mingle with the farmers of every degree who flocked to Holcombe at this season, and to learn as much as he could from their discussions. During his absence, the new stove was installed. The reliable upholsterers summoned from Lincoln were set to work on the chair covers, and the entire household was driven into strenuous activity, mending, making, cleaning, and polishing. Charlotte, visiting her sister-in-law, in case she should be lonely while Adam was away from home, exclaimed in astonishment, "Jenny! Good gracious, how different everything looks! I declare I hardly recognize dear old Fontley." "Oh, no," Jenny uttered imploringly. "Don't say that. Not different, Charlotte. I have been at such pains. You are looking at those curtains, but indeed they are exactly the same colour as the old ones that were so tattered. The same as they were used to be, before they became faded, I mean. I dare say you have forgotten, but when I unpicked the hems I saw what the colour had been, and was able to match the velvet." "Oh, to be sure," Charlotte said hastily. "My dear sister, I didn't mean the least disparagement. It is all beautiful. How clever you have been! All the furniture positively glowing, too, and the handles on that chest quite dazzling. I thought it had been a new one." In her anxiety to convince Jenny that she felt only admiration, she praised every improvement rather too enthusiastically, until Jenny said in a flattened voice, "You don't like it, do you?" Yes, I do. We have all of us so much regretted that poor Papa was unable to keep the house as it should be. I know it was sadly shabby. It is only that at first it seems a little strange. How nonsensical I am! You will laugh at me for missing the dimness and the faded curtains, but one grows so accustomed. We love it so much, you see, that even its shabbiness is dear to us." "I don't understand that," Jenny said. "Don't you want to see it kept up to the knocker? To my way of thinking, that's no way of loving it." She added quickly, "I beg pardon. I shouldn't have spoken so freely." "Oh, no, of course you are perfectly right. How pleased dear Adam will be when he sees all that you have done." Jenny thought that he would not be pleased, and remembering that Lydia had once expressed the hope that Fontley would not be changed, wondered if she would ever understand the Deverils. But Adam neither exclaimed in admiration nor recoiled in dismay when he came home. He reached Fontley some hours later than had been expected, after a tiresome journey. It was past 10 o'clock, and the candles had been lit, and the curtains drawn across the tall Gothic windows. He was tired and exasperated by a series of mishaps. It did not occur to him that the candle smoke stains had vanished from the moulded ceiling, or that the furniture shone with beeswax. He only thought that never had his home appeared more mellow or more lovely. His plump, commonplace little wife came down the stairs to meet him, treading across the hall with her firm step. She was neither beautiful nor graceful. She was even a little incongruous in so gracious a setting, but she was infinitely comfortable. She smiled at him, saying placidly, "That's nice. Here you are, just in time for supper. We'll have it in the blue parlour, to be cosy." He had told her that he would return in time for dinner, which was served at 6 after the country habit. It occurred to him that no matter how long he kept her waiting, she never said, "How late you are," or "What can have detained you?" He put his arm round her, kissing her cheek. "My dear, I'm so repentant. But you're quite right not to comb my hair. It has not been my fault. First a broken linchpin, and next one of the wheelers going dead lame. An abominable journey." "Oh, how vexatious. And me thinking no more than that you'd put off your start because there was something pleasant offered you to do at Holcombe. Well, that's a great deal too bad, but never mind. Supper will be ready as soon as you are." "That will be in 5 minutes." He gave her a hug and kissed her again, this time on her firm little mouth. "You're so kind to me, Jenny. I wish you may not indulge me so much that I become quite detestable." Her colour flamed into her cheeks. She said gruffly, "You'll never be that to me. Now, you let Kinver pull off your boots and give you a pair of slippers, but never mind rigging yourself out in style. That's the best of living in the country. There's no fear of being surprised by visitors at this hour of night." He took her at her word, reappearing presently in a frogged dressing-gown, and regarding her with a provocative twinkle. She chuckled, but said, "Well, now you can be comfortable at least. How did you fare at Holcombe? Was it an agreeable party?" "Very, but you were right to cry off, I think. A vast crush, and the talk all of agriculture. I hope I may have profited by the discussions, but I felt as ignorant as when I first went to school. Tell me about yourself. How have you been keeping?" "Oh, I am perfectly stout," she asserted. "Charlotte was so kind as to pay me a visit, and Dr. Tilford, too, which, I collect, he did at your command, my lord. He's a sensible man, and tells me not to coddle myself." "He could have spared his breath. What do you call this excellent chicken dish? Italian salad, is it? It informs me that Shoals has been restored to us, and thank God for it. Has your new stove arrived? Was it very troublesome to make the change?" "No worse than what was to be expected," she replied. "We had the chimney swept, and the walls and ceiling new whitewashed into the bargain, so you'd hardly know it for the same dingy old kitchen." She then wished that she had not said this, but Adam merely said, "I can't conceive how you can have contrived to get dinner cooked while all this was going forward." "Oh, quite easily," she said, not disclosing to his male ignorance that the household had subsisted on picnic meals for 3 hideous days. She asked him instead to describe the clippings to her. In general, he took care not to bore her with agricultural talk, but his head was so full of it that he was led on from the clippings to tell her about Mr. Coke's experimental farm. She listened, watching him, and thinking that he was talking more to himself than to her. When he spoke of stall feeding, of hurdling sheep over turnips, of trebling livestock for manure, of shorthorns and of North Devons, she knew that he had his own acres in mind, not Mr. Coke's. He sat with the fingers of one hand crooked round the stem of his wine-glass, his eyes fixed on the dregs in it, and he answered the few questions she put to him rather abstractly, until she asked if Mr. Coke used the Tullian drill, when he looked up quickly between surprise and amusement and replied, "He has done so for years. But what do you know about the Tullian drill?" "Only what I've read. It dibbles the soil and sows the seed. Oh, and covers it too, doesn't it? Is it used here?" "Not yet. Where did you read about it, Jenny?" "In one of your books. I've been looking into them and trying to learn a little from them." "My poor girl, were you reduced so low? I had thought you brought a box full of books down from London." "Oh, I did, but Mansfield Park is the only one I've read yet. I kept it by me and took it up whenever artificial manures and the 4-course system began to pall, and I must own, Adam, they do pall. But that drill seems to me to be an excellent machine, and I think you should adopt it." "I mean to, and to induce my tenants to follow my example, I hope. As for manure, we use sticklebacks." "Sticklebacks?" "Also pigeon dung." "Oh, you're roasting me," she exclaimed. "I'm not. Sticklebacks make the best of all manures. We get them from Boston Haven, at a halfpenny the bushel. Gorse is good for turnips, and in the wolds they spread straw and burn it." "Good gracious, and here have I been trying to learn about lime and marl and rape cake." "Poor Jenny. Does it comfort you to know that we use those too? Why should you tease yourself over such dull matters?" "I like to understand the things that interest you. The home farm isn't large enough to be made experimental, is it? Do you mean to take over one of the others, as Mr. Coke did? I know there are some let on short-term leases." "Too many," he said. "Yes, perhaps I shall do that one day. But there's so much else to be done first that I'm afraid it won't be for some time to come." "Is it very costly to bring an estate like this into good order?" she ventured to ask. "Very. I can only do so gradually." "I suppose you wouldn't—" She stopped, and then, when he raised his brows inquiringly, blurted out, "Why don't you sell Linton House?" The words had no sooner passed her lips than she wished them unspoken. He answered perfectly pleasantly. He even smiled. but she knew that he had retreated behind his disconcerting barriers. "Well, you know why I don't," he said. "Don't let us fall into a wrangle over that, Jenny." "No," she muttered, her eyes lowered and her cheeks flaming. "Only when I think how much it costs to keep that great house and how much you need the money here— I beg your pardon. I didn't mean to vex you." He stretched out his hand to her, and when she laid her own in it, clasped it warmly. "You haven't vexed me. I think there can be no more generous persons alive than you and your father. Try to understand me. I'm not ungrateful, but there must be a limit set to my indebtedness. I've accepted Linton House from your father. He holds all the mortgages on my lands, and demands nothing from me in return. To restore those lands to prosperity must be my business, and if I can't contrive to do it, the sooner Fontley passes into more worthy hands than mine, the better. Can you understand?" "Yes," she answered, nothing in her tone betraying the desolation in her heart. "Fontley is yours, and you will accept no help from Papa in anything that concerns it. Or from me." She tried to draw her hand away as she spoke, but his fingers closed round it strongly. "But for your father I must have sold Fontley," he said. "As for—" "You mean to pay him back, don't you?" she interrupted. He was startled, but replied almost immediately, "Yes, I do mean to do that. But your services to my house are another matter. If you choose to spend your blunt on new curtains for Fontley— yes, I have observed them, and I like them very much— instead of on all the things I'm persuaded you must have wished to purchase, I'm grateful. But I don't mean to repay you, any more than I mean to thank you for having the furniture polished, which also I have observed. The best thing I've yet done for Fontley is to have bestowed on it such a notable housewife. The house begins to look as it should again. You must have been busier than a colony of ants while I was in Norfolk." She blushed again, but this time with pleasure. "Oh, I am so glad you don't dislike the things I've done. I told you I wouldn't meddle, but I thought you might not object to it if I set some things to rights, not changing them, but making them the same again. Only Charlotte said that she scarcely recognized the house, and although she assured me she liked it, I could see she did not, and that put me in a regular quake." "Charlotte's a goose," he said, forgetting that he had dreaded to see even a torn rug replaced. He gave her hand a squeeze before releasing it and getting up from the table. "Let us go to the library. Have you given that smart new curtains as well?" No, I haven't touched it," she said quickly. "I thought, perhaps, that if you don't dislike it, we might have new curtains made, but none of the colours on the pattern cards I've yet had sent me are at all like what I think these old ones must have been." "I fancy they were a sort of mustard," he said, frowning in an effort of memory. "Pray don't inflict that on me again. I know I thought them very ugly when my mother first had them hung." This cool repudiation of his mother's taste, which she had striven so zealously to copy, almost made her gasp. She suspected him of having said it merely to reassure her, but when they reached the library he looked at the curtains and pulled a grimace. "Very dingy. Odd that I shouldn't have noticed it. I suppose one grows accustomed. What shall we hang in their stead?" Much heartened, she produced her pattern cards. None of the materials she had thought the most suitable met with more than qualified approval, but when he saw a scrap of red brocade, he instantly said, "That's the one." She had expected him to choose a more sober colour, but when he took the brocade over to the corner where the Kangxi bowl had been placed, she understood, and applauded his choice. Then she said, knowing that it would please him, "I give you due warning, though, my lord. You won't relish the bill. You've chosen the most expensive pattern that's been sent me." "Oh dear, have I? But it's the only one I like. What's the figure?" "About £50. I can't tell precisely until I know the measurements." "How shocking! But more shocking, don't you think, to dishonour my bowl with anything shoddy? We'll have it." He gave the pattern back to her and sank into his favourite chair, stretching out his legs with a sigh of content and saying, "How comfortable to be at home again, and not to be obliged to play whist or take part in a charade. Tell me what has been happening while I was away." Chapter 17. 3 days later, Julia came to Fontley. Lord Oversley's seat was situated north of Peterborough, and so within easy distance of Fontley. Julia rode over, accompanied by Rockhill and 2 of her friends. Miss Kilverley and her brother, an inarticulate and sporting young gentleman who reminded Jenny of Adam's cousin Osbert. Julia explained that the visit was unpremeditated. "We set out to visit Croyland Abbey," she said, "but when Mary— you do remember Mary, don't you— learned how near we were to Fontley, nothing would do for her but to ride on, to pay you a visit." Jenny, who remembered Miss Kilverley as one of Julia's satellites, somewhat grimly observed this retiring damsel's blush and look of startled inquiry, but said, as she shook hands, "Yes, I remember you very well. How do you do?" "Abominable to have taken you by surprise," Julia said gaily, "but I couldn't resist." "Why should you?" Jenny returned. "I'll have a message sent down to Linton directly. We are getting in the last of the harvest, you know, and he's helping on one of the farms." "Helping?" Julia echoed. "Yes," said Jenny, with her small, tight smile. "Dressed up in a smock, too, which I can't say becomes him, but that's his notion of enjoyment. I've this instant come back from taking him an uncheon. Plum cake and beer is what the reapers get at this hour, but beer he can't stomach. It makes him bilious. Now, do you all step this way and partake of an uncheon too." When Adam came in, he found the visitors in the Prior's parlour, still sitting over the remains of a light repast. He greeted Julia with the ease of long friendship, but he could not keep the warmth from his eyes when they rested on her. She gave him her hand, a smile that was wistful in her own eyes, but a quizzing speech on her lips. "Your smock, Farmer Giles? Where is it? I am disappointed." "Ah, the farmer always puts off his smock when he has company," he retorted. He shook hands with Rockhill. "How do you do?" And a lift of the eyebrow put Jenny in mind of her duty. She performed the necessary introduction, and had the satisfaction of seeing him engage the rather shy young couple in a conversation that he soon made general. She had herself no talent for welding ill-assorted persons into one party, and since the Kilverleys were frightened of Rockhill, suspecting him of satire every time he uttered one of his languid remarks, they had been largely silent until Adam's arrival. But in a very few minutes they were chatting happily about the day's expedition, Miss Kilverley joining Julia in rapturous appreciation of the beauties of Croyland, and Mr. Kilverley deriving entertainment from Rockhill's disclosure that the abbey had been founded by King Ethelbald. Upon Miss Kilverley's expressing the hope that she might be allowed to see a little more of Fontley, Adam replied, "Why, certainly. But you will be disappointed, I'm afraid. We don't compare with Croyland, you know." "Oh, that lovely art," she protested. "And is not this room very ancient?" "Well, it has always been called the Prior's parlour," he admitted. "Part of the outer wall is thought to be original, but the house is more Tudor than medieval." "Don't disparage it on that account," Julia said. "I have sometimes thought that all the ages meet in it, and have indulged the fancy that one might see monks in the gallery that used to be the dortoir, a lady in a farthingale vanishing through a doorway, or a cavalier with his lace and love-locks going before one down a corridor." "Orlando Deveril, for instance," said Adam, regarding her in tender amusement. "None of my worthier forebears ever pleased you half as well as that chucklehead." She winced. "How can you talk so? You should be proud of him." She turned to her friend. "You will see his portrait presently, the noblest countenance, and with such melancholy eyes, as though he knew himself to be fated. I told you, he is the one who raised a troop and rode with it to the king's assistance. and subsequently got it cut to pieces in its first engagement," interpolated Adam. "The kind of officer, Miss Kilverley, always to be found heroically exposed to the enemy's fire. We suffered under just such a one last year, very gallant, and no general for the light bobs." She was uncertain whether to laugh or to be shocked. Julia said, "You are funning, but I don't care for jokes on such a subject." "Well," said Jenny, bringing the discussion to a prosaic end, "I am glad to say I haven't seen him, which I'm thankful for, because I shouldn't like it if Fontley was haunted, and you may depend upon it there's not many of the servants would remain above a se'nnight if they took it into their heads they might come on a monk round a corner." She rose, saying, "If we've all finished, we'll go up to the gallery, shall we?" She nodded to Adam to escort the party, and would have followed, had not Rockhill, lingering beside her, said, "Do you wish to go too? I am persuaded you'd find it a dead bore, as I should, being perfectly well acquainted with Fontley's antiquities. Let us leave Linton to his irreverences and take a turn about the gardens." She was a little surprised, but perfectly willing. As they walked down the vaulted corridor to the great hall, she asked him if he was staying with the Oversleys at Beckenhurst. "No, but in the immediate vicinity," he replied. "I am visiting relations, remote, but one should never ignore even the dullest members of one's family, should one, particularly when they reside precisely where one most wishes to be." She cast a quick look up at him, and saw his thin lips curl into the smile which put such innocents as the Kilverleys upon their guard. "Just so," he said, answering the inquiry in her eyes. "You have a great deal of good sense, Lady Linton, and you are perfectly right in your assumption." "I don't know that," she responded bluntly. "You'll forgive me if I speak too plainly, my lord, but it looks to me as if you was dangling after Miss Oversley." "Yes, and at my age, too," he murmured. "I learn by highest authority that I am generally held to be indulging a fit of gallantry. Senile, I fear." "Well, that's nonsense, but it's not to be wondered at that no one should think it more than a flirtation, for there must be 20 years between you, my lord." "Rather more," he confessed wryly, ushering her out into the garden. "But I'm not, I do assure you, senile, ma'am." "No, but myself I should never have thought. However, it's no business of mine." "No? You disappoint me." "I don't know why I should," she replied defensively. No, don't fence with me. I am persuaded we understand one another very well. You would naturally be glad to see Miss Oversley married. I have every intention of obliging you in the matter." She paused at the entrance to the rose garden to look frowningly up at him. "Why do you tell me so?" she demanded. "Well, do you know I like you, Lady Linton?" he replied. "You compelled both my respect and my gratitude upon the occasion of our first meeting. An awkward, one might almost say a disastrous situation, rendered trivial by your admirable presence of mind then, and later by conduct as magnanimous as it was shrewd." "Oh, fiddle," she said roughly, flushing and walking on into the rose garden. He laughed and followed her. "If you like. But you must allow me to be grateful and to pay my debts, if you please. You were a little dismayed, were you not, when you saw who had come to visit you? I fancy you thought me positively beef-witted to have lent myself to the expedition. But I am not at all beef-witted. I am reasonably certain, ma'am, that neither you nor I have anything to fear in regarding our loved one's meetings with complacence." "You are the strangest creature," she exclaimed. "How can you wish to marry Julia if you know she loves Linton? You do know it, don't you?" "But of course. I have been her most sympathetic confidant. Perfectly sincerely, too. One remembers one's own first love with a tiny pang and such infinite thankfulness. I shan't grudge Julia her deliciously nostalgic memories, or be so abominably gross as to suggest to her that her touching little romance was no more real than a fairy story. She won't indulge them often, only when something has occurred to put her into the hips, and then, poor darling, she will quite forget having made the painful discovery that Linton really bears very little resemblance to the Prince Charming of her imagination, a creation I find slightly nauseating, but pray don't tell her that I said so." She smiled, but said impatiently, "Oh, Julia knows nothing about Linton. I don't understand her, never did. I'm sure I hope you may, but it has always seemed to me that she's one who would break her heart over a sparrow she found dead in the gutter as easily as she's done over Linton. I don't doubt she'll recover soon enough, for it's my belief she hoaxed herself into love with Adam, the way I've seen her hoax herself into a high fever often and often." She stopped, clipping her lips together, and, after an infinitesimal pause, changed the subject. He made no attempt to bring her back to it, but talked amusingly to her on a number of idle topics until their stroll through various gardens brought them back to the house again. Voices led them past it to the chapel ruins, where they found the rest of the party. Julia was seated on a fallen block of masonry, her frivolous parasol tilted to protect her complexion from the sun, her gaze fixed in melancholy wonder on Adam, who was standing a few paces away talking to Mr. Kilverley. Miss Kilverley was wandering about the ruins and occasionally calling out appreciative comments as she discovered a fragment of dogtooth or a lichened tomb. Mr. Kilverley seemed to have become surprisingly loquacious, and when Jenny and Rockhill drew within earshot, such overheard phrases as 10 coombs to the acre and improved rotation informed them that Mr. Kilverley's knowledge was not confined to horses and hounds. He was an enthusiastic agriculturalist. "Ah, the poor little one," exclaimed Rockhill under his breath. "Own Lady Linton, that it is a picture to wring compassion from a heart of stone." Julia turned her head as she heard the approaching footsteps and smiled. Her smile was always lovely, and just now it held real pleasure, and more than a suggestion of relief. Her soft eyes were raised to Rockhill's face as he went towards her, and when he held out his hand, she put one of hers into it, and rose, allowing him to lead her a little away. As they walked slowly round the ruins, Julia's hand in Rockhill's arm, she sighed and said, "It is so beautiful, isn't it? Such reflections as these crumbling stones give rise to. I saw it once by moonlight, so still, so mysterious, brooding in silence over the past. How is it possible to look upon these ruins and to think only that they make a capital ground for playing at hide-and-seek?" His eyes lit with amusement, but he replied suitably. After a disconsolate pause, she said, "That's what Charlie says about them, but I didn't think to hear Adam." She did not finish the sentence, but sighed again and said instead, "I suppose being married to Jenny. She is so prosaic, very kind and very good, of course. But, oh, I wish she would not change Adam. He was never used to talk so." "Perhaps," suggested his lordship tactfully, "he was merely setting young Kilverley at his ease." "Yes, perhaps. But to call Orlando Deveril a chucklehead—" "That," agreed his lordship, "was certainly very bad. But one must remember that Linton is a military man, and may regard conduct which to us appears in the highest degree noble with rather different eyes." They walked slowly on while she digested this. "Rockhill," she said suddenly, "what is a coombe?" "I believe," he replied cautiously, "that it is some sort of a measure. But pray don't ask me what sort, for I haven't the most distant guess." "I think it has something to do with wheat," she said. "I shouldn't wonder at it at all if you were right. It sounds as if it would have something to do with wheat." She looked up into his face at that, laughter brimming in her eyes. "Oh, Rockhill, you are so absurd, and such a comfort to me. I believe you do know. You have farms too, have you not?"
"Several, I fancy, but I'm ashamed to confess that I've never concerned myself with their management."
"You have an agent, like Papa, though Papa does concern himself a little, not as Adam does. Helping the reapers. Must he do so? It is very dreadful. I had thought when he married Jenny he would have a great fortune."
He smiled at the trouble in her face. "But it is not at all dreadful, little Blossom. Didn't you hear Lady Linton say that it was his notion of enjoyment? I don't doubt it. It's in his blood. Choice, not necessity, takes him out into the fields, I promise you. Coke of Norfolk does the same, and, for anything I know, a dozen others. I'm prepared to wager that before he is much older, Linton will have joined the ranks of the noble farmers, the Russells, the Keppels, Rockingham, Egremont. Oh, don't look so dismayed. It is most creditable, besides becoming so fashionable, that those of us who think it a dead bore will soon find ourselves quite outmoded."
"I don't think it a bore precisely," Julia said. "I love our farm at Beckenhurst, and have often thought I should like to be a farmer's wife with lambs and calves and piglets. Papa gave me a lamb once for a pet, and it was the dearest creature. But not dull things like crops, except perhaps hay."
"You shall have a little Trianon," he promised.
"Oh, no, pray don't talk so. You said you would not. Besides, I know it's nonsensical. One can't have a farm without horrid things like manure and crops and swing-ploughs and turnips. Oh, Rockhill, I can't so easily forget. Turn my thoughts, my affections in another direction."
"But I have only begged to be allowed to love you, Blossom."
"How good you are! No, it would be very ill done of me. I've nothing left to give you, you see."
"On the contrary, you have beauty to give me. My house needs a mistress, and my daughter's a kind mother." "I am afraid," said his lordship, in a tone of deep dejection, "that they are not happy in their grandmother's charge. An excellent woman, but a trifle over-strict, perhaps."
"Oh, poor little dears, they have quite haunted me since you told me. But hush, here is Jenny coming towards us."
The Marquis, perfectly well satisfied with the progress he had made, obediently hushed, and presently moved away to talk to his host. With every fibre in his being taut with hostility, Adam still could not dislike him. Rockhill had made many enemies, but when he exerted himself to please, no one could be more charming. To Julia he might affect ignorance of farming, but to Adam he chose to disclose a surprising amount of knowledge in one whose enormous revenues derived largely from urban districts. They paced up and down together for a little time, discussing such matters of agricultural interest as the corn laws, trunk drainage and stall feeding, and whatever boredom Rockhill felt he concealed admirably. It was soon time for the visitors to take their leave. There had been no opportunity for Julia to enjoy any private talk with Adam. Only at the last did she find herself alone with him for a few minutes. She said then, "Do you wish I hadn't come? You were not glad to see me, were you?" "I can't help but be glad to see you, but it's true that I wish you hadn't come. Why did you, Julia? Here, where I once thought to—" He checked himself. "You must know that I can't but find it painful."
"I, too," she said mournfully.
"Then why?"
"I wanted to see you, to talk to you. I'm so troubled. I've been lost, you know, ever since that dreadful day in March." Were you ever in a maze? You can't find the way out, though you try every path, and you become frightened, wanting to scream to someone to rescue you, but not doing so because it would be silly and—" A bleak smile touched her lips. "Because you are getting to be a big girl now, Miss Julia, and only babies cry."
"I can't help you," he said in a shaken voice. My love, don't say these things. Don't come here. It would be better that we shouldn't meet. But since we must, let it only be in London, when we find ourselves at the same party. To be together as we are now, no, it won't do. Believe me, Julia, it would be easier for us both if we meet as seldom as may be possible. This is torture to us both."
"I think it need not be. Cannot something be left to us? If your affections had been engaged, or Jenny's, it would be another matter, but yours is a marriage of convenience. You did it to save Frontley, she to gain social advancement. There's been no pretence of love between you. Jenny could not be hurt by anything that passed between you and me, Adam. She knows that you love me. She has always known it. Does she demand that everything should be at an end between us, even friendship? It isn't like her. She has what she desired. Does she demand that you should devote yourself to her, as if you had married her for love?"
It was a moment or two before he answered. Then he said slowly, "No, Jenny demands nothing of me."
"Ah, I knew she could not. She's never unreasonable. She's matter-of-fact, too, full of common sense, without much sensibility, perhaps. She would tell you so herself, but—"
He interrupted her. "Yes, she would say that. I don't know how true it may be, but I do know that she can be hurt. You say she has always known that I love you. I suppose that she must. But she has never spoken of it to me, or betrayed by the least sign that she does know."
"Why should she care? You've given her so much. She can't grudge me your friendship. Are you thinking of what people would say? But if I were to be married, one's position is then so different."
He gave a shaken laugh. "Oh, Julia, my little foolish one. No, I wasn't thinking of your position, but of Jenny's. I couldn't mortify her so. She offered me a carte blanche once, but I knew when I entered into our contract that I was marrying a girl bred in a stricter mould than is general in our order."
"Oh, yes, yes. Respectability is Jenny's god. But must it be yours?"
He did not answer for a moment, and then he said gently, "I owe Jenny a great deal, you know. She studies all the time to please me, never herself. Our marriage isn't always easy for either of us, but she tries to make it so, and behaves more generously than I do. Given her so much? You know better than to say that, my dear. I had nothing to give her but a title, and I wonder sometimes if she sets any more store by that than you would."
"Of course she does. I don't blame her. I know what it must have meant to her, situated as she was, to be so elevated. You may think it a worthless thing, but how could she? Easy to despise what you've always had. Once she said that to me. I hadn't understood. I was in such distress. But I did then. She said she wasn't the first and wouldn't be the last to marry for the sake of position."
"Did she? But position wouldn't compensate her for the humiliation of being pitied or sneered at by the ton, because it was seen that I still loved you, Julia."
"Oh, no, but people don't. Think of the Ashcotts. Everyone knows that Ashcott is more than Mrs. Porth's friend, but no one—"
"It is also pretty freely rumoured that Lady Ashcott has found consolation," he interrupted. "But what would Jenny do if I neglected her? She wasn't born into our set. She hasn't a host of friends and relations, as you have, as Lady Ashcott has, and she's too shy to make her own way. We made a one-sided bargain. It's she who gives, and I who take. But I can at least give her loyalty." She caught her breath on a sob.
I didn't mean or wish I wouldn't injure her. But we have been such dear friends, Adam. Must we never meet and talk together, as we were used to do? Jenny wouldn't grudge us such a tiny crumb of comfort."
"It wouldn't be comfort, Julia. Oh, my love, can't you understand?"
"I miss you so," she said sadly. "Wouldn't it be a little comfort?"
He could only shake his head. She turned away, saying,
"I didn't know we must be wholly estranged. I must be very stupid, I think."
Chapter 18. It was fortunate for Adam that the improvements he had been able to start on the estate kept him too busy to leave him with much time to waste on reflection, which he knew to be idle. He could not resent Julia's visit, because his heart still yearned for her. But the sight of her in the house where he had hoped to have installed her as his wife stirred up all his suppressed emotion. When the visitors had departed, he braced himself, glancing at Jenny. But she only said, "To be sure, it's agreeable to see one's friends, but it's wonderful how they always choose to come when one's busy. I'd meant to have spent the afternoon in the still-room, but it's too late for that now, and too late for you to go back to your harvesting either." Neither of them mentioned the visit again. The next days brought their duties, their small successes, and their annoying failures. There was always something to be done, even if it was only teaching Jenny to drive the chair-back gig she had found in one of the coach-houses. And when no active employment offered, there were future plans to be considered, and ways and means to be calculated, so that by the time Mr. Chawleigh came to Fontley midway through September, Adam was too much engrossed in estate business to have much leisure for thinking about the ruin of his hopes, or his lost love's unhappiness. Mr. Chawleigh arrived on a golden afternoon 2 hours before he was expected. Neither Jenny nor Adam was at home, a circumstance which disturbed him far less than it disturbed Dunster, who was thrown off his balance by the size and style of my lady's parent. Before he had time to recover from the first shock, he found himself clutching a pineapple, which Mr. Chawleigh handed over with a recommendation to him to set it on a plate in the dining-room, out of the cook's way. "For we don't want it mixed up into fritters or ices, mind." He then turned to admonish his valet, a spindle-shanked individual, who was climbing down from the chaise with a rush bag in his grasp. "Bustle about now," he ordered. He seized the bag, and thrust that, too, into Dunster's nerveless hand. "Now, this you can take to the cook, and the sooner the better. It's a turtle. And you may tell him that he's to roast the meat from the blade bone. And mind this, it's to be stewed for a couple of minutes first, and then put on a lark spit, and then brushed over with eggs and breadcrumbs before he ties it to the roasting spit." None of Fontley's guests had ever before handed Dunster a turtle in a rush bag, and he stood dumbfounded until one of the footmen tactfully removed it from his hold, when he recovered himself sufficiently to say, "Yes, sir." "And he can make a sooty out of the liver," added Mr. Chawleigh. "So her ladyship's out, is she? Well, that's no matter. I'll take a turn about the place till she gets back." Pulling himself together, Dunster said, "If you would be pleased to step into the Green Saloon, sir, I will have a message taken to her ladyship directly. No doubt you will be glad of refreshment after your journey, sir." "Well, I won't say no to a glass of Madeira, if his lordship has some in his cellar," replied Mr. Chawleigh genially. "But there's no sense in sending messages to her ladyship. She'll come home soon enough. Do take that jobbernoll of mine up to the guest-chamber, so that he can unpack my gear while I look around." He cast a glance round the great hall, and added, "I take it this is the antique part of the house, and very fine too, I dare say, though I've no fancy for stone floors myself, and if that huge fireplace don't give out more smoke than heat, you may call me a Jack Adams." He then waved aside a reiterated offer of escort to the Green Saloon, saying that he would stretch his legs a bit. So there was nothing for Dunster to do but to withdraw.
When he returned to the hall, bringing the Madeira, he found Mr. Chawleigh inspecting the staircase. Mr. Chawleigh said it was a handsome piece of carving, but for his part he would lose no time in laying down a good thick carpet. "It's a wonder you've none of you broke your necks," he remarked, taking the glass that was being offered to him. "What's more, it's to be hoped I don't break mine." "Thank'ee. No need to leave the decanter. I'm as ready to play off my dust as the next man, but I'm not one as has a spark in his throat. Not but what this is a very tolerable Madeira, and you may fill up my glass again before you take yourself off." Having disposed of his wine and dismissed Dunster, he set out on a tour of investigation. His feelings were mixed. His first view of the Priory had come as a disappointment, for although he had been told that it was a house of great antiquity, his informants had not succeeded in ridding his mind of its belief that it must be a Palladian mansion of uniform and stately design. Nor was he favourably impressed by its position. There was no prospect to be obtained from its windows, and he did not like the surrounding country. When he had alighted from his chaise, he had perceived that the house was larger than he had first supposed, but he wondered why anyone should admire such a jumble of buildings. There was no elegant façade, and not even a terrace to lend dignity to the irregular frontage. One worn, shallow step led to the porch, and the great oaken door made him feel as if he were entering a church. The great hall did impress him, however. It was the sort of room anyone could see belonged to a lord. There were 2 suits of armour flanking the fireplace, various ancient weapons were arranged on the walls, and the Deveril arms were carved in the centre of the stone chimney-piece. Having taken stock of these embellishments, he wandered off down the vaulted corridor, which led, past a succession of parlours, to a secondary hall, another staircase, and the library. He thought poorly of the parlours. None of them was large, and most of them were wainscoted, which made them dark. The library pleased him better. It was larger and loftier, and if a new carpet were laid down, and the worn leather covering the chairs renewed, it would be a tolerably handsome apartment. He was gratified to see the Kangxi bowl occupying a place of honour. It would have been safer in a cabinet, but it certainly looked very well in the corner embrasure. He would warn Jenny not to let the servants dust it. By the time Jenny returned to the Priory, Mr. Chawleigh had explored the better part of the house, and had come to the conclusion that it was a regular rabbit warren, with far too many uneven floors, ill-fitting windows, odd steps, and rooms too small to be of use. He preferred the modern wing, but even this disappointed him, for there was no suite of state apartments, and most of the furniture was so old-fashioned as to be downright shabby. When Jenny arrived, he was standing on the carriage drive, scanning the gardens. This was unfortunate, for if she had not seen him, she would have driven into the stable-yard, and he would have been spared the degrading spectacle of his daughter, seated in a paltry gig, with a staid cob between the shafts, and no groom beside her to lend her protection or consequence. As it was, she drove up to the house, calling out, "Papa! Good gracious! Have you been here long, and me not here to welcome you? Well, I am sorry, but I never thought you could arrive this early." She leaned down to kiss him. "I'll just drive the gig into the yard and be with you directly." "I should have thought," said Mr. Chawleigh in a voice of displeasure, "that you'd have had a groom to do that for you, even if you don't take one up beside you like you should. Never did I think to live to see the day when you go careering over the country in a dowdy old gig, without so much as your maid beside you, and that's a fact. What's more, you ain't dressed as I like to see you. Anyone would take you for a farmer's wife." "Well, that's just what I am," she retorted. "Now don't put yourself in a fume, Papa. No one dresses fine in the country, and as for me driving alone, if Adam sees no harm in it, I'm sure you need not. I've only been to see how the new cottages go on, never off our own land, I promise you." "You come down and tell one of the footmen to take the gig off to the stables," commanded her parent. Perceiving that he was seriously vexed, she thought it prudent to obey. She then tucked her hand in his arm and said, "Don't be cross, Papa. How nice it is to have you here at last. Do you like Fontley? Have you been about the house at all?"
"It's not what I expected," he replied. "I'm bound to say I thought it would be more handsome, from the way my Lord Oversley puffed it off to me. Well, it gave me a very different notion of it than what turns out to be the truth."
Her heart sank, and by the time he had suggested to her various plans for knocking several small rooms into one, carpeting the grand staircase, reflooring most of the rooms, and installing a great many modern conveniences, she was so much dismayed that she blurted out, "Papa, if you say such things to Adam, I'll never forgive you."
"That's a pretty way to talk," he ejaculated.
"Yes, but you don't understand. Adam is so passionately devoted to Fontley, as if it was a sacred thing. All the Deverils are."
"You don't say so. Well, there's no accounting for tastes, and I'm sure I've no wish to tread on his lordship's toes, though I'd have thought he'd want to see it brought more up to date, if he's so proud of it."
"It isn't meant to be up to date, Papa. It's historical."
"History's all very well in its place," said Mr. Chawleigh large-mindedly, "but I don't see what anyone wants with it in his home. You can't pretend it's comfortable. And when it comes to having a ruined chapel in your garden with a couple of mouldy tombs as well, why, it's enough to give anyone a fit of the dismals. If I was his lordship, I'd be rid of it and set up a few good succession houses instead. There'd be some sense in that."
This did not promise well for the success of the visit. It was not, in fact, at all successful, but neither Mr. Chawleigh's strictures on the house nor his suggestions for its improvement was to blame for this. To Jenny's relief, Adam took these in good part. Mr. Chawleigh was powerless to put any of his schemes into execution, so Adam was able to listen to them with amusement. They included the throwing out of several bows and bays, the employment of a landscape gardener to lay out the gardens to better advantage, and the introduction of a herd of deer to the park. Mr. Chawleigh argued that deer would make Fontley more the thing, but Adam said, "If you wish to bestow a herd on me, sir, let it be a herd of shorthorns." But Mr. Chawleigh would have nothing to do with cattle. He told Adam that he had a bee in his head, which made Jenny exclaim, "Now that's something I want. I've been talking to Wicken, he's our head gardener, Papa, and we are agreed that a few hives are exactly what we need here, and I, for one, don't want a grand landscape gardener coming to upset us all, just as I've started to bring the knot garden back into order and have ordered more rose trees for planting later. No, I thank you."
"Aye," said Mr. Chawleigh, "pottering about a garden is new to you, my girl, but I'll warrant you'll soon tire of it. As for cows, my lord, you've no call to meddle with such, and you'll get none from me. You leave farming to those as was bred to it, and that's my advice to you."
His disapproval of Adam's agricultural activities was profound, but this was not what made his visit disastrous. It did not take him more than a day to realize that Jenny was not looking well, and he was so much inclined to set this to the account of Fontley's situation that she told him the truth. The result was unhappy. His first delight was swiftly followed by wrath, for when he asked when the infant would be born and learned that it would be in March, he did a rapid sum in his head and demanded incredulously, "You've been in a promising way these 3 months, and never a word to me." Neither she nor Martha Pinho succeeded in mollifying him. It was Adam who soothed his rage and his hurt. He said, "Yes, you have every right to be vexed, sir. I should have insisted on your being told. And also my mother." "Oh," growled Mr. Chawleigh, "so she don't know either?" "No one knows except Martha and our doctor here. I don't think I should have known if I hadn't seen that she was unwell, and pretty well forced her to tell me." "You don't say," gasped Mr. Chawleigh. "What the devil's got into her? It ain't coming by way of the back door. Well, if ever I knew my Jenny to behave so missish." Adam smiled at that, but replied, "I think her reluctance to tell either you or me was partly due to her dislike of what she calls fuss, and partly to spare you the anxiety she guessed you would feel.
She is very much attached to you, you know, sir."
This diplomacy was not without its effect. Mr. Chawleigh pondered for a few moments, champing his powerful jaws.
"A fine way to show she's attached to me," he said at last, determined not to be won over too easily. "Her own father, and the last to hear of it."
He went on fulminating for a minute or two, but suddenly said,
"Thought I'd be anxious, did she? Well, she didn't miss her tip. You may lay your life I'm anxious, my lord."
"I hope you need not be, sir. Our doctor here assures me I need feel no apprehension."
"And who's he, pray?" said Mr. Chawleigh scathingly. "I'll have no country sawbones attending my Jenny. Croft's the man for her, and Croft she shall have, say what you will."
"It is you who now have the advantage of me," said Adam, a little coldly. "Who, if you please, is Croft?"
"He's an accoucheur, top of the trees. If I could have brought him to Mrs. Chawleigh, him being then what he is now, she might be with me this day. Aye, and I might have had a son to my name too."
"But that's precisely what Jenny has set her face against, to have such a person called in, driving her crazy. If I knew of any cause for alarm, the case would be different, and I shouldn't hesitate."
"It ain't what you know, but what I know," interrupted Mr. Chawleigh. "And if you think you can come the lord over me when it's my Jenny that's in question—"
He stopped, controlling himself with a strong effort. There was just a moment's pause before Adam, recognizing that this outburst sprang from concern, said quietly, "No, I don't think that. I must have expressed myself very badly, if you could suppose—"
"Nay, I didn't mean it," said Mr. Chawleigh roughly. "You couldn't have treated me more civil if I'd been a duke, and well I know it. The thing is, it's got me regularly nattered, me knowing what I do know. Now look'ee here, lad. She's the very make of her ma, my Jenny. 3 times did Mrs. C miscarry, and the Lord only knows how Jenny came to be born hale and hearty. A son was what Mrs. C wanted. Well, so I did too, though I've lived to regret it. She went her full time at the end, and a son it was. But he was still born, and Mrs. C was taken from me, like I told you. She wouldn't have a fuss made, and that's what came of it. I won't have it happen to my Jenny, no matter what you say, nor she says either."
"Very well," Adam said. "What do you wish me to do? To take her back to London? I will, of course, but she has been in better health since we came to Fontley, and her wish is to remain here."
"Aye," said Mr. Chawleigh with a bark of laughter, "because she knows that's your wish, my lord. She don't bamboozle me. My Jenny wished to be stuck down in the country for months on end. That's a loud one. Moped to death, that's what she'd be."
"Would she?" Adam said slowly. "I own I thought so too, but she isn't moped, you know."
"She hasn't been here much above a month," retorted Mr. Chawleigh grimly. "What's more, she don't know what it will be like in the winter. I'm no countryman, but don't you tell me you ain't surrounded by water here, because I wouldn't believe you."
"You may at least believe me when I tell you that Fontley has never yet been affected by floods," said Adam, nettled.
"Aye, so I may. But you won't tell me you've never had the water come up over the road and found yourself on an island?"
"If there were any likelihood of that, I would bring Jenny to town long before it happened, I promise you. We should have plenty of warning."
"And I suppose you'll have plenty of warning that there's going to be a heavy fall of snow, such as will block all the roads for a se'nnight," said Mr. Chawleigh with heavy sarcasm. "What if we get a winter like we had last year, with even the Thames so hard frozen that there was a fair held on it, and the whole country snowbound? A nice thing it would be if Jenny were to be took ill of a sudden. Why, you'd never get the rabbit-catcher here, let alone—"
He broke off in confusion and corrected himself.
The month, nurse, I should say. Yes, you may laugh, my lord, but it wouldn't be a laughing matter."
"No, of course it wouldn't. But these apprehensions never troubled my mother, sir. Of her 5 children, 4 of us were born at Fontley. One of my sisters in November, myself in January."
That's got nothing to say to anything, without meaning any disrespect to her ladyship. She's one of the lean uns, and it's my belief they brush through the business a deal more easily than the roundabouts like my Jenny."
Adam was silent for a moment. Then he said, "Very well, sir. It shall be as you think best, but I'm afraid she won't like it." This was soon found to be an understatement. When the news was broken to Jenny that she was to return to London there to await the birth of her child under the aegis of a fashionable accoucheur, she flew into a towering rage, which considerably startled Adam and reminded him forcibly of her father. That worthy was also surprised. He said that he had never known her to put herself into such a passion, and recommended her not to cut up so stiff. She rounded on him. "I knew how it would be," she said. "Oh, I knew how it would be the instant I told you I was breeding. I wish I hadn't done so. I wish you'd never come to Fontley. Well, I won't go to London. I won't see Dr. Croft. I won't."
"Don't you think you can talk to me like that, my girl?" interrupted Mr. Chawleigh ominously. "You'll do as you're bid."
"Oh, no, I will not," she flashed. "Not as you bid me, Papa. You've no business to interfere. Spoil it all."
"Jenny." Adam had not raised his voice, but it checked her. Her narrowed eyes went swiftly to his face, glaring but arrested. He went to her and took her hands, holding them closely, and saying with a faint smile, "A little beyond the line, Jenny. Ring your peal over me, not over your father." She burst into tears. "Jenny!" ejaculated Mr. Chawleigh, aghast. "Now give over, love, do. There's no call." He stopped, encountering his son-in-law's eyes. Their message was unmistakable. So, too, was the tiny jerk of the head towards the door. It was many years since Mr. Chawleigh had bowed to authority, and he was quite at a loss when he found himself outside the room to account for his submission.
"Adam," Jenny uttered, tightly gripping his hands, "don't heed Papa. I'm very well, I promise you I am. I don't wish to leave Fontley. I mean to be so busy, and you know we are having shooting parties and the hunting. You told me you were looking forward to that, Adam."
"My dear, if that's what troubles you, there's not the smallest need. I dare say you'll grant me leave of absence now and then. I wish we might have stayed here through the winter, but your father won't hear of it. And, Jenny, think, how can I go against him in a matter which concerns your well-being?" She pulled her hands away, saying in a trembling voice,
"You don't wish to go against him. You don't wish me to be here. You never did. You would rather see Fontley fall into ruin than allow me any part of it. You won't even like to see your son here, because he'll be my son too."
"Jenny!" She gave a strangled sob and fairly ran out of the room, slamming the door behind her. For a few minutes he was furiously angry. They had been going on so comfortably together that he had almost forgotten the time when he had not wanted her at Fontley. Her outburst seemed to him unjust, the final words unpardonable. His heart hardened against her. Then his good sense told him that those words at least had been flung at him merely because she was in an ungovernable rage, and could think of nothing worse to say. He went out presently into the garden. He supposed that he ought to go in search of Jenny, but his anger still smouldered, and because her words had held so much truth, he did not know what he could say to reassure her. She was too acute to be deceived by lip service, and in his present mood of resentment he knew he would find it hard to offer her even as much as that. He crossed the lawn with his slightly halting step and passed into the rose garden. Here Jenny found him some minutes later. He was rather absently nipping off the withered blooms, and when he saw her, hesitating under the arch of the yew hedge, he looked gravely at her, saying nothing. She had seldom appeared less attractive, for her face was swollen with her tears. She said huskily, "I beg your pardon. I didn't mean it. Forgive me, pray." His heart melted. He moved quickly towards her, not thinking that she was plain and commonplace, but only that she was in trouble.
he said in a light, caressing tone. As though I didn't know that. What a shrew I have married, scolding like a cut-purse merely because your father and I have more regard for your health than you have. It was very bad, she muttered. I don't know what made me. I think it must be my situation. Oh, indeed, he said. All the fault of this son, whom I shall dislike to see here. Well, if he means to make his mamma as cross as a cat, I certainly shall dislike to see him here, or anywhere else. She hung her head, saying imploringly, Oh, no, no, how could I say such a wicked thing? I know it wasn't true. He patted her shoulder. So I should hope. Moreover, Lady Linton, if you think that I dislike seeing you here, you must be even more goosish than I had supposed, which is not possible. She laughed rather shakily, but said, after a moment's hesitation, You don't wish to go back to London, do you? No, I don't. I'd thought we were snugly settled here for the winter, and came shockingly near to recommending your papa to go to the devil. But there's no denying that you're not in high health, Jenny, or that Fontley is rather too remote for either your father's peace of mind or mine. It may be that you'll need a more skilled practitioner than old Tilford. It's a great bore, but we'll run no stupid risks, my dear. No, she said submissively. I'll do what you think right. How soon must we go? Not quite yet, need we? No, not if you go on fairly prosperously. Next month, before the winter begins to set in, and if this top-of-the-trees doctor of your father's gives you leave, I'll bring you back again. That's a promise. She began to look more cheerful, though she said wistfully, as they strolled back to the house, her hand tucked into Adam's arm, I wanted him to be born here, where you were born. But for anything we know, she might prefer to be born in London, objected Adam provocatively. You were, after all. She? Exclaimed Jenny. No. I have a great fancy for a daughter, said Adam. Well, I haven't, said Jenny, in accents far more like her own. Not till we've had a son, that is. If I thought... Good gracious, Papa is right. I will consult his horrid doctor. He gave a shout of laughter, and later, when Mr. Chawleigh anxiously asked him if he had persuaded Jenny to behave like a sensible woman, replied promptly, Yes, indeed, like a woman of most superior understanding. I had only to hint that she might present me with a daughter to make her perceive instantly the wisdom of putting herself in the hands of an experienced accoucheur. Now, Adam, protested Jenny. Yes, but it's not a bit of good thinking that he can do anything about that, Mr. Chawleigh pointed out. Good God! And you said he was top of the trees. I didn't say he was a magician. Yes, I know you're laughing at me, my lord, but it won't do for you to go putting a silly notion like that into Jenny's head. Oh, so you're now in whoops, are you, my girl? Well, said Mr. Chawleigh, regarding his hosts indulgently, I always was one for a good laugh myself, so I don't grudge it you. When he discovered that the Lintons had no intention of removing to London until the end of October, he was by no means pleased, but happily for the peace of the establishment, he was diverted by an accident to the pulley wheel used in the ice-house. Anything savouring of mechanism immediately claimed his interest, and the rest of his short stay was spent very agreeably by him in overseeing the necessary repair and devising a rather better arrangement of the sloping door in the passage above the vault. Chapter 19. The Lintons returned to London at the end of October in weeping weather. She was putting a good face on it, but it was Jenny who most regretted leaving Fontley. Adam had left his affairs there in as promising a train as his circumstances permitted, and had meant, in any event, to have gone to London for a time in November, when Parliament reassembled. He was looking forward also to seeing his friends again, for although the 52nd Regiment had been in England since the end of July, he had as yet met only 3 of his particular cronies, who had visited Fontley on short furlough. These visits had been much more successful than Mr. Chawleigh's.
Far from disliking the situation of Fontley, or cavilling at the Priory's many inconveniences, the guests declared it to be the jolliest place imaginable. They enjoyed some excellent partridge shooting, they were extremely well fed, and their hostess did not expect them to do the pretty. She ministered to their creature comforts, and was apparently pleased if they spent a whole evening in the exchange of peninsular memories instead of making polite conversation to her. They thought her a capital woman. Captain Langton going so far as to say, with a disarming grin, "It's a great shame Dev sold out, Lady Linton. You'd have made a famous wife for a soldier, and nothing ever puts you out. No matter how late he returned to his quarters, I'll swear you'd have had a first-rate dinner waiting for him." Mr. Chawleigh was not present to welcome the Lintons when they arrived in Grosvenor Street, but he had called there earlier in the day with a carriage-load of flowers and fruit. Adam could accept such minor tokens of his generosity with equanimity, but it was with tightening lips that he read the note Mr. Chawleigh had left for him. Mr. Chawleigh had taken it upon himself to request Dr. Croft to call at Linton House on the following day. Adam handed this missive to Jenny without a word. She was so indignant that his own vexation abated, and instead of telling her that he would thank her father to leave him to manage the affairs of his household, he found himself excusing that worthy's officiousness and saying instead that she must not be too provoked, since it sprang only from concern for her welfare. She was not at all appeased, but said, "Adam, you'll be pleased to tell Dr. Croft that I've changed my mind, don't wish to see him, and I will tell Papa that I'll choose my own doctor, or let you do so." "That would teach him a lesson," he agreed. "It would relieve our spleens, too, I dare say. The only rub is that we might, when we were cooler, feel a trifle foolish. After all, it was to consult Croft that we came to town, wasn't it?" "Yes, but my love," he said, smiling, "if ever I enter upon an engagement with your father, I'll take care to choose my ground. I don't like this position at all, and I don't like Pyrrhic victories either. I should win nothing but your father's resentment and an inferior doctor to attend you. I think we'll admit Croft." "Oh, very well," she said crossly, "but I'm persuaded I shall dislike him excessively." In the event, neither of them was drawn to Dr. Croft. He was so pompous as to appear opinionated, and he managed to convey the impression that any lady acquiring his services might think herself fortunate. However, his practice was known to be large, and if his manners were too assertive to be generally pleasing, he spoke with an authority which engendered confidence in his patients. He was not surprised to learn that Jenny was in poor health, and he did not hesitate to tell her the cause. She was too full-blooded and too high in flesh. He would prescribe a reducing diet for her, and bleed her once or twice. He explained just how this would benefit her constitution, recounted a few quelling anecdotes relating to ladies of Jenny's habit, to whom he had been summoned too late to remedy the harm done by overeating, and took his leave, promising to visit Jenny again a week later. She accepted his pronouncement more readily than Adam, saying in a resigned voice that she knew she was too fat. He was doubtful, knowing that she had a hearty appetite, and when he found her lunching on tea and bread and butter, he protested, "Jenny, this can't be right. You are always as hungry as a hawk by noon." She shook her head. "I'm not now. I felt queasy from the start, not fancying my food, and sometimes downright nauseated by the very sight of it. But I'm bound to own I'm better in that respect since I adopted this diet. Now, my dear, just you let the doctor know best, and forget about it." He said no more, conscious of his own ignorance, and she, fearful that she might resemble her mother too closely, adhered to her depressing regimen, and tried not to let Adam see that she was in low spirits. For these, London was more to blame than Dr. Croft. The weather was dull, with a good many rainy days and some foggy ones. Jenny began to hate the grey streets, and could not look out of her window without wishing herself back at Fontley, or put on her hat, her furred pelisse, and her kid gloves, without longing to be able to step out of the house into her own gardens, with none of these elaborate preparations for taking the air. She tried to confide these yearnings to Mr. Chawleigh when he rallied her on being what he called mumpish, but as he could not understand how anyone could hanker after the country, he thought she was being fanciful, and ascribed it to her condition. Nor could he understand that the chief cause of her drooping spirits was boredom. Had she complained that she was bored at Fontley, it would have been another matter, for as far as he could see there was nothing for her to do there. In London there were endless amusements, such as shops and theatres and concerts. He said kindly, "You don't want to give way to crotchets, love. Not but what it's natural you should get all manner of odd notions into your head just now. Well do I remember your poor ma before you were born. Nothing would do for her but to eat dressed crabs, which wasn't a dish she was at all partial to, not in the ordinary way. Well, if I hadn't put my foot down, it's my belief you'd have been born with claws, and that's a fact." He laughed at this recollection, but finding that his joke drew only a slight smile from Jenny, said persuasively, "Now, you know it's all fudge, love. You wasn't bored when you had only me to keep house for, so why should you be bored now when you've got a husband and a baby coming and a fine house of your own and everything you could wish for?" The thought flashed into her mind that before her marriage she had accepted boredom as the inescapable lot of women, but she said nothing because she loved him too well to hurt him. But Jenny owed more to her mother's ancestry than Mr. Chawleigh knew, or than she herself had known until Adam had taken her to Rushley. She had thought then how much she would enjoy living in a country house of her own, and she had enjoyed it. She took a keen interest in all Adam's schemes for the improvement of his estate, and she had formed a number of schemes of her own for restoring the priory to its former state. She was practical, and she was a born housewife. Fontley offered her endless scope for her talents. She had looked forward to a winter crammed with employment. The dowager had left all household matters in the hands of her servants, but Jenny had found a manuscript book in the library which Adam said had been his grandmother's, and its pages revealed that long-dead Lady Linton had not disdained to interest herself in such homely matters as how to make a marmalade of oranges, and a better way to pickle beef. She had known how to make a gargle for a sore throat, and she had stated, in an underlined bracket, that her own mixture of quicksilver, Venice turpentine, and hog's lard was the best she had discovered for destroying bugs. The winter months would have been all too short for Jenny at Fontley. In London each day was interminable. As her depression grew, her placidity diminished. She began to be vexed by trifles, and to fall into a fret of apprehension if Adam came home later than she had expected. She sent him off to Leicestershire for a day's hunting, but when he had gone she spent the time until his return either picturing him lying, like his father, with a broken neck, or indulging an orgy of self-pity, when she first imagined herself to be neglected, and then decided that no one could blame Adam for escaping from so cross a wife as she had become. From such thoughts as these it was a short step to speculation on the chances of her own death. One gloomy day of fog she occupied herself in drawing up her will. It seemed a sensible thing to do, even if it did lead her to imagine Adam married to a handsome but heartless female, who would give him muffins for breakfast and hideously ill-treat her stepson. But when Adam surprised her at this dismal task, he was quite unimpressed by her forethought. He put the will on the fire and told her she was a goose, and when she said that she would like Lydia to take care of her child, he replied that as it was more than likely that Lydia would hold the infant upside down, he thought she had better take care of it herself. That made her laugh, because when he was with her, her gloomy imaginings vanished. She was ashamed of yielding to them, afraid that Adam would grow disgusted with an ailing wife. And yet, while she tried to conceal her wretchedness from him, she felt ill-used when he did not appear to notice it. She drove him from her side, but when he had gone away to spend a convivial evening with some of his friends, she thought how strange it was that men never saw when one was out of sorts, or said the right thing at the right moment, or understood how miserable it made one to feel always invalidish. But Adam, who had endured months of real suffering, did understand, and he was deeply troubled for her. He asked her once if she had no relation who she would like to have with her to bear her company,
but it seemed that she did not know any of her relations. She retained a dim memory of Aunt Elizabeth Chawleigh, who had died when she was a little girl, but she had no acquaintance with any of her mother's family. They had not liked Mamma's marriage to Papa, and there had been a coolness. "And I don't want anyone to bear me company," she said. "Why you should have taken such a notion into your head, I'm sure I don't know." He said no more, but when he met Lord Oversley in Brooks, and learned that he had brought his family to London for a few weeks, he called in Mount Street at the first opportunity and sought counsel of Lady Oversley. "Oh, poor Jenny," she exclaimed. "I know exactly how she feels, for I was never well in the same situation. I have been meaning to pay her a visit, but there has been so much to do. But you may depend upon it that I shall go to her immediately. My dear Adam, I am persuaded you need not be anxious. If Dr. Croft has her in charge, you may be sure all will be well." "So he tells me," replied Adam. "But Jenny is very unlike herself. Not as stout, I suspect, as when I brought her to London. Croft takes me out of my depth with his medical talk, but... Ma'am, can it be right to keep her on such a low diet and to bleed her into the bargain?" He won no support. Lady Oversley begged him not to meddle in matters of which he must be ignorant. The reducing treatment for pregnant ladies was one of the latest discoveries of science. She was only sorry that it had not been in fashion in her day, for she had no doubt she would have derived great benefit from it. "You know, dear Adam," she said, "it is a mistake for husbands to concern themselves too closely in these affairs. Oversley never did, except over my first, that was dear Charlie, when he made me so nervous that I should have become perfectly distracted had not my dear mother intervened." She went on to tell him of the very sensible things her dear mother had said, but he listened only with half an ear. Her comfortable talk about her mother, her sisters, and her innumerable aunts and cousins served to point the difference between her situation and Jenny's. She had a host of affectionate relations at her back. Jenny had no one but her father and himself. He was thinking how impossible it was to shirk that heavy responsibility when Julia came into the room. She came quickly forward, holding out her hand and exclaiming, with a note of joyful surprise in her voice, "Why, Adam!" He rose at once and took her hand, but although he smiled and responded to her greeting, there was a preoccupied frown in his eyes, and he turned back almost immediately to Lady Oversley, saying, "I hope you may be right. I don't know, but I'm perfectly ignorant, as you have said." He held out his hand. "I must not stay. Perhaps when you have seen Jenny. In any event, your visit will do her good, I know. And you'll tell me then what your opinion is?" She assented to this, warmly clasping his hand and patting it. "To be sure I will, but I'm persuaded there can be no reason for you to be on the fidgets." "What is it?" Julia demanded, her eyes searching Adam's face. "You are in trouble?" "Indeed I'm not," he answered, smiling at her. "Just a little anxious about Jenny, so I came to ask your mamma's advice." He glanced at the clock. "I must be off. No, don't trouble to pull the bell, ma'am. I'll let myself out. Goodbye, Julia. I'm glad to have had a glimpse of you. And don't ask you how you do, for I can see that you're in great beauty, not in the least dimmed by these abominable fogs." A brief handshake, and he was gone, leaving Julia to turn bewildered eyes towards Lady Oversley. How strangely he spoke. Anxious about Jenny? Why, Mamma? Is she ill? "Oh, no, dearest. It's merely that she's in a promising way and feels a trifle sickly. I dare say it's nothing. I often felt dreadfully low myself." "In a promising way?" Julia repeated blankly. "You can't mean—" "Oh, Mamma, no!" Lady Oversley eyed her uneasily. "Now, my pet, don't, I implore you, fly into a taking. It was only to be expected, you know, and a very good thing for them both." A convulsive shudder shook Julia. She walked over to the window and stood staring blindly out. She said in a queer voice, "Only to be expected? How stupid of me." Lady Oversley could think of nothing to say to this, and after a moment or two Julia said with an effort, "Is Jenny feeling out of sorts? And Adam is anxious. His mind was full of Jenny." "Well, naturally, my love. Naturally, Mamma. Naturally. When so short a time ago—" Her voice broke. She went swiftly out of the room, leaving her mother in a state of the liveliest apprehension. Much to Lady Oversley's relief, however, she seemed perfectly calm when she came down to dinner. She even offered to go with her mother to visit Jenny on the following day, but this her ladyship declined, on the excuse of wishing to talk privately to Jenny about her condition. Jenny was glad to see her, but not communicative. She said she was very well, and seemed indeed to be so much her usual self, that Lady Oversley was able to tell Adam that she could find no cause for anxiety. "To be sure, she looks a little pulled, but you need not refine too much upon that," she said. "I dare say she gets moped, and no wonder in this horrid weather. It is a pity she hasn't a sister to bear her company. Depend upon it, that's all that's amiss. She is too much alone, and so falls into reflection, which is fatal, even when one is perfectly stout, because it lowers one's spirits so odiously." With this he had to be satisfied. But when Jenny gave him an angry scold for having discussed her situation with Lady Oversley, he thought that however cheerful a front she might have presented to that lady, she was very far from being her usual self. It was so unlike her to fly into odd rages that he was more perturbed than he allowed her to see. He charmed her out of her tantrum, but while he was promising to refrain in future from troubling himself about her, he was turning over in his mind various plans for her well-being. 3 days later he told her that he was going out of town on business and would be absent for 2 days. She asked him, rather wistfully, if he was going to Fontley, but he only shook his head, saying, "No, not to Fontley. I don't expect to be more than 1 night from home, but I might be a little late. So will you have one of your admirable suppers ready for me on Thursday, kind Jenny?" She could not help smiling, but it was reluctantly, and her voice was decidedly pettish when she said, "You need not hurry home on my account. Pray don't come on Thursday if it shouldn't be convenient to you." "I won't," he promised, adding in a soft, provocative voice, "Crosspatch." "I'm not cross, and if you don't choose to tell me where you're going, I'm sure I don't care." "Now that," he said gravely, "I am excessively relieved to know, because I don't choose to tell you, unless my errand prospers, when I'll make a clean breast of it." Her face puckered. She turned it away, saying in a thickened voice, "I'm sorry. Don't heed me. You must think yourself married to a positive vixen." "No, just a hedgehog," he assured her consolingly. She was appeased. She could even laugh. But when 10 o'clock had struck on Thursday evening, she abandoned hope, realized that he had callously availed himself of her permission to remain away from home, and sank into gloom. The reflection that she had only her own ill-humour to thank for this miserable state of affairs did nothing to alleviate her woe. But before she had succeeded in convincing herself that he was seeking consolation in the arms of some dazzling bird of paradise, she heard a carriage draw up in the street. She listened eagerly, torn between hope and a ridiculous wish not to be deprived of her grievance. But it was Adam. She heard his voice and hurried out of the drawing-room to look down the well of the staircase. She saw him and exclaimed, "It is you!" He looked up, laughing at her. "Yes, and I've no need at all to tell you what my errand was. You shall instead tell me if I have brought you an agreeable surprise, ma'am." The next instant he was thrust rudely aside, and Lydia came running up the stairs, calling out, "Jenny, isn't this capital? Oh, how happy I am to be here again! Wasn't it a splendid notion for Adam to take into his head? Are you glad to see me? Please say you are." "Lydia!" gasped Jenny, bursting into tears. "Oh, Lydia!" She very soon recovered from this most unusual demonstration, emerging from Lydia's embrace with a transformed countenance, and uttering disjointedly, "Oh, I was never more glad for anything! How kind of Lady Linton! Oh, Adam,
The idea of your doing such a thing, and never a word to me. I must have your room made ready immediately, love. If I had only known. Come into the warm directly. You must be frozen. There could be no doubt of her delight. Lydia's arrival acted upon her like a tonic, and within a very few minutes she had lost her weary look, and was chuckling over Lydia's account of her life in Bath, and her description of one Sir Torquil Tregony, whom she insisted on referring to as her conquest. Jenny, round-eyed with astonishment, gathered from the graphic word-picture offered her that this unknown baronet was so stricken in years as to be tottering to the grave. But Adam, more conversant with his sister's notions, assumed quite correctly that the dotard was in the region of 40 years of age, and slightly afflicted by rheumatism. "Fabulously wealthy," announced Lydia, helping herself to her third lobster patty. "Oh, Jenny, you can't think how truly blissful it is to be here again, and to have such sumptuous things to eat. Aren't you going to eat one of these delicious patties? You aren't eating anything." "I should think not, indeed, when I dined only a couple of hours ago." "On a morsel of chicken and a baked apple?" interpolated Adam. "Good gracious! Are you obliged to starve if you have a baby?" inquired Lydia. "I never knew that before, and I must say—" "Of course I don't starve," said Jenny. "Never mind about me. Tell us about this Sir Torquil of yours." "Oh, him. Well, Mamma thinks him very eligible. In fact, she favours his suit. Partly because he is very well connected, but mostly because of his wealth. Of course, I see that if I married him, I should be able to eat lobster patties every day of my life. But lobster patties, after all, are not everything." "Very true," agreed Adam. "There is also cold pheasant, though even Sir Torquil's fortune won't enable you to eat that every day of your life. Here you are, snatch pastry. Don't hesitate to tell me if I haven't carved enough for you. Let me tell you, by the way, that Mamma says you are inclined to encourage Sir Torquil's, suit." "Well, yes," admitted Lydia, "but that was only because sitting at home every evening listening to Mrs. Papworth flattering Mamma became so intolerable. Sir Torquil wanted to escort us to the upper rooms, you see, and I knew Mamma would go if he invited us." "Oh, Lydia, you naughty girl!" Jenny exclaimed, much entertained. "Of all the wicked flirts!" "And did you enjoy the Bath balls?" "Not above half. All the Bath quizzes sit around the walls staring at one. Bruff says they are a set of fusty tabbies, and that Bath is the slowest place on earth." "Bruff?" said Adam, surprised. "Has he been in Bath? He said nothing to me about it." "Yes, he was visiting relations in the neighbourhood. At least, not precisely visiting them, because he stayed at the Christopher, but that was what brought him to Bath." "Relations living in the neighbourhood? I wonder who they may be. I had thought I was acquainted with most of his relations, but I never heard of any that lived in Somerset." "I don't know, he didn't tell us, and I don't think he liked them much, because he didn't seem to go out to see them often." By this time Jenny had succeeded in catching Adam's eye, directing such a dagger look at him that he blinked. "Well, that was agreeable," she said, transferring her attention to Lydia. "And for how long can Lady Linton spare you to me? I must write to tell her how very much obliged to her I am. She says I may stay until Charlotte and Lambert go to Bath for Christmas. They mean to spend a night in town, you know, and so they can take me up." "Oh, and whatever do you think? Charlotte is increasing too." "No." "Yes, she is. Mamma had the letter only this week." "How pleased she must be." "Yes, except that she has a presentiment that Charlotte's baby will take her after Lambert. But I must tell you, Jenny, that she didn't say anything like that about your baby. She seems to think it will look just like Stephen, though why it should I can't imagine. However, it has put Mamma into such a flow of spirits that I took care not to cast a doubt in the way, and I," said Lydia proudly, "shall be a double aunt." Jenny soon learned from Adam that very little persuasion had been needed to induce the Dowager to send her youngest loved one to her. The news that Jenny was soon to provide Fontley with an heir had acted powerfully upon her. As little as Jenny herself did she doubt that the child would be a boy, and so delighted was she that she sent a great many solicitous messages to dear little Jenny, and even forbore to censure her for feeling sickly.
Adam delivered as many of these as he could remember when he went into Jenny's room to bid her good night. And as soon as Martha had gone away, he demanded to know why he had been glared at in the middle of supper. "You surely don't think that Bruff is dangling after Lydia?" he said incredulously. "Good gracious, Adam, of course I do," she exclaimed. "It's as plain as the nose on your face." "But she's only a baby." "Fiddle!" "Good God, Jenny, I'll swear she has no such thoughts in her head." "No, not yet," she conceded. "But you won't tell me she hasn't a decided preference for him. As for him, I suppose you think it was for the pleasure of my company that he came here so often when Lydia was with us and escorted us all about. What's more, you've only to let him to know that she's here, and mark me if he don't come up to town to visit some more of his relations, I dare say." He laughed, but looked a little dubious. "I shan't let him know. If you're right, I don't think we should encourage it, not yet, before she's out. I'm positive Mamma wouldn't like it." "No, very true, but I fancy he knows that, and don't mean to pop the question yet. Something he said to me once makes me pretty sure that he knows you and my lady would say it was too soon. You wouldn't dislike it, would you, Adam, if it did come to pass?" "Good God, no, I should be delighted." "And your Mamma?" she asked. "Yes, I should think so. The Adversanes are as poor as church mice, of course, and at the moment Mamma's mind seems to be running on the fabulously wealthy Conquest, but—" "You don't mean to tell me she really does wish Lydia to marry him? I thought it was just Lydia's nonsense." "Well, I hope you'll put your foot down, my lord. The idea! And with a name like that, too." "Don't worry, I shan't have to," he said, laughing. He bent over her to kiss her cheek. "I must go, or Martha will give me a dressing for keeping you up till what she calls all hours. Good night, my dear. Sleep well." "I know I shall. How comfortable it is to have Lydia with us again. Thank you for bringing her. You're so very kind to me." "Am I?" "Well, you are very kind to me," he answered. He left her happier than she had been for a long time. It was delightful to have Lydia again, but the chief source of her contentment sprang from Adam's visit to her room. He was always punctilious in bidding her good night, but he had never before come because he wanted to enjoy a private chat with her. That was a new intimacy, which seemed to bring her closer to him than she had ever been. He was not her lover, but perhaps, she thought, dropping over the edge of sleep, she could become his friend. Friendship might hold no place in a girl's dreams, but dreams were insubstantial, escapes from reality into the glorious impossible. To consider the likely future was not to dream, it was to look forward. The essence of a dream was to ignore probability, and one knew it, even at the height of fancy, when one imagined oneself the beloved of a slim young officer, whose eyes, weary with suffering, held so much kindness, and whose smile was so charming. No thought of friendship had entered plain, plebeian Jenny Chawleigh's quite hopeless dream. But friendship was not to be despised, after all. It was a warm thing, perhaps more durable than love, though falling such a long way short of love. One ought never to dream, thought Jenny, drowsily. It was better to look forward and to picture oneself the trusted confidant of one shining knight, rather than the object of his romantic adoration. But he wasn't really a shining knight, she thought, snuggling her cheek into the pillow and sleepily smiling. Only her darling Adam, who had to be tempted to his dinner, couldn't bear to have anything in his room disarranged, and disliked breakfast-table conversation.
Chapter 20. The hope of becoming the repository of Adam's thoughts receded on the following morning. There were some thoughts he would never share with Jenny, and one was brought to light by Lydia scanning the Gazette for items of interest while Jenny made tea, and Adam read what his ladies considered to be a very dull article in the Morning Post about the Congress of Vienna. Lydia gave a gasp suddenly and exclaimed, "Well! Oh, no, I don't believe it. But they wouldn't publish it if it weren't true, would they? Well, upon my word." Adam paid no heed, but Jenny said, "What don't you believe, love?" Julia Oversley is betrothed. And whoever do you think she is going to marry?"
Adam's eyes had lifted quickly. It was he who answered, saying in a level tone, "Rockhill, I imagine."
"Good gracious, did you know then? But Julia! Why, he's older than Sir Torquil, I dare say, and Julia of all people."
She stopped, realizing that she had been surprised into committing a social solecism, and flushed up to the roots of her hair. "Older, but an even bigger conquest," Adam said lightly.
"Yes, I suppose so,"
she said, conscience-stricken and subdued. He retired again behind the Morning Post. Jenny broke the awkward silence, asking Lydia what she would like to do that day. Nothing more was said about the engagement until Adam rose from the table, when he said in the pleasant, cool voice which set Jenny beyond his barriers, "You'll be writing to Julia, I expect. Say everything from us both that is proper, won't you?" She assented, and he went out of the room, pausing in the doorway to adjure her with a faint smile, not to let Lydia wear her to death.
"As though I should,"
said Lydia, as the door closed. She looked at Jenny, wanting to discuss the astonishing news, but not quite liking to broach the subject. "You may say what you choose to me," Jenny told her, "but don't talk about it to Adam. He's bound to feel it, even though he may have guessed how it would be."
"I wasn't perfectly sure that you knew,"
Lydia said rather shyly. "Oh, yes. I always knew," Jenny replied, with one of her tight smiles. "I was very friendly with Julia in those days. I used to watch the way he looked at her. He'd no eyes for anyone else. She told me once I'd stolen him from her. Much chance I ever had of doing that, even had I wished to."
"Didn't you? No, I don't mean that precisely. Didn't you wish to marry him? I thought—" "Yes, you thought I wished to marry a man that didn't want me, was head over ears in love with another woman, just for the pleasure of getting a handle to my name," Jenny broke in fiercely. "Well, I didn't. I married him because there was nothing else I could do for him." She caught herself up on a hysterical sob, and gave a gasp, almost immediately saying, "Oh, I don't know what's come over me, talking like that. Don't heed me. I've grown so twitty and nervous. But I don't mean it. I've been in low spirits, you know, and things upset me that ought not to. Like Adam's face just now." Her voice shook, but she managed to control it. "It's all nonsense. We go on very comfortably together, I promise you, and Adam won't always feel it as he does now, particularly if it's not forever being stirred up, which it won't be. Not if I know Rockhill. I shouldn't wonder if it turned out very well, that marriage, and I'm sure I hope it may. Rockhill's no fool, and he's got very engaging ways, for all you think him in his dotage, love." Lydia said slowly, "She can't have been truly in love with Adam, can she? I mean, if—" "Goodness knows," said Jenny, getting up from the table. "There's no saying, at least I can't say. You'll not repeat anything I've said, will you? It was nothing but foolishness." "To Adam?" "No," said Lydia, frowning a little. "It wouldn't be of any use, would it? Like Mamma telling me how deeply attached to me Sir Torquil is, as if that would make me feel a tendre for him." Jenny smiled rather painfully. "No, it wouldn't be a bit of use. We'll take a walk to Hookham's presently, shall we? I want to change my books. But I must write to Julia first. I wonder what the Oversleys feel about this." She was soon to know, for Lady Oversley came to see how she did 2 days later, and was easily persuaded to unbosom herself. Her feelings were mixed. She was but human, and it was impossible for her not to exult at her daughter's triumph. But she was a woman of overflowing sensibility, and it was equally impossible for her not to look on the alliance with dismay. "If only I could be sure that she will be happy, because of course it's a splendid match, and when I think of all the caps that have been set at Rockhill, I can't help but feel proud. But I wanted Julia to marry for love, just as I did myself, and never have I regretted it, No matter how provoking Oversley may be, which he frequently is, because all men are, particularly when one is married to them. Only one makes allowances. But how, I ask you, Jenny, could one make allowances for a husband one didn't love? When I think of my precious Julia, her sensibility so exquisite, her nerves so delicate, so easily agitated. Oh, Jenny, my heart misgives me. I thought you might not like it very much, ma'am, Jenny said. But it's my belief Rockhill won't wound her sensibility in the way a younger man, without the half of his experience, would be bound to sooner or later. Yes, I've thought that too, and, as I told Oversley, there are some girls who are happier with old husbands, who treat them with fatherly indulgence, if you know what I mean. Jenny nodded. Rockhill will do that. If you ask me, ma'am, there's little he don't know about handling females. Nothing at all, said Lady Oversley with sudden astringency. When I think of all the mistresses he's had in keeping ever since his wife died, and Oversley may believe what he chooses, but what I say is, once a rake, always a rake. Then, too, I think him a very odd creature. Would you believe it? He knows Julia doesn't love him, for when he asked Oversley's permission to address her, Oversley thought it only right to tell him that there had been a previous attachment, which she hasn't quite recovered from, and he said in the coolest way that he knew all about it. You may imagine how Oversley stared. Julia told him herself, and he seems not to care a button. No, he doesn't, said Jenny decidedly. Well, I don't think he believes she broke her heart over Adam, and he don't care because he understands her, and he doesn't set a bit of store by it when she flies into one of her ways. Depend upon it, he'll know how to make her happy. That's what he told Oversley. I don't know, and I cannot like his being a widower. Such a dispiriting thing, setting aside the children, which of course one can't do. Good gracious! Has he got children? Exclaimed Jenny. 2 little girls. Though why I say little when the elder is 12 years of age. When I think of my poor Julia, scarcely more than a child herself, trying to be a mother to 2 great daughters-in-law, who will very likely detest her. Not they. They'll adore her, said Jenny, just like all the younger ones did at Miss Satterley's. I'll lay my life they'll be quarrelling over which one of them is to have the pleasure of running an errand for her by the time she's been married a month. This reflection made Lady Oversley feel rather more cheerful, and she was able, before she left Jenny, to turn her thoughts towards the dress party she was holding in honour of the engagement. It was going to be a splendid function, following a dinner party to which she was inviting as many of Rockhill's relations as she could squeeze round her table. As these were extremely numerous, she looked forward to seeing her house crammed to bursting point. A gratifying state of affairs, which yet could not quite compensate her for what she called the peculiar nature of the gathering. For in general, you know, it is the bridegroom's parents who are the guests of the greatest consequence. But of course Rockhill has none, and when one considers that it is he who is the head of the Edgecott family, it is absurd to suppose that one can fall back on his Uncle Aubrey. And I must say, Jenny, that although I do his sister Warlingham the justice to own that she has written Julia a very pretty letter, she is years older than I am, which is another thing I cannot like. The intelligence that all Rockhill's relations were being invited to celebrate his engagement afforded Jenny a satisfaction she did not disclose, and precluded her from feeling any surprise when she received a visit from Brough. She and Lydia were alone, a circumstance which his lordship bore with noble equanimity. Jenny saw how his lazy eyes lit up when they fell on Lydia, and hoped that in extending a welcome to her husband's friend she might not be held to have encouraged his courtship. Lydia was unaffectedly glad to see him, exclaiming, as she held out her hand to him, "Brough! Well, what a surprise! You didn't think to find me here, did you? Adam fetched me to bear Jenny company. Isn't it famous?" Yes, Brough thought it the most famous thing that had ever happened. And although he said nothing that went beyond the line of the strictest propriety, It seemed very unlikely that he would post back to Leicestershire quite as soon as had been his original intention. He had come to town, as Jenny had expected, to attend the Oversleys' party. He was himself related to Rockhill through his mother, but he said that the Edgecotes were nearly all of the opinion that Rockhill had run mad. "Which is what brought me up to town," he explained. "My mother thought most of them would excuse themselves from attending the party. Took it into her head that Rock would need support. All humdudgeon. Wouldn't dare offend Rock, any of them. Though they tell me poor old Aubrey Edgecote is as sulky as a bear. Made sure he was going to step into Rock's shoes one day." Bruff regarded the alliance with a tolerant eye, but said, in a manner very unflattering to the lovely Miss Oversley, that one man's meat was another man's poison. "Shouldn't like to be married to her myself," he said. "Now, you can't deny she'll make a beautiful marchioness," expostulated Jenny. "Oh, Lord, no. I dare say she'll cut an excellent dash. But she ain't my notion of a comfortable wife. Never any saying where you'll find her. Might leave her up in the attics and come home to find her in the cellar. None of my business, however. Where's Adam, Lady Linton? I didn't see him in the club." "No, he has gone down to Fontley for a few days," she replied. He nodded, making no comment. But when she rather reprehensibly left him alone with Lydia presently, he cocked one mobile eyebrow at that damsel, saying, "Linton taking this business ill?" She heaved a despondent sigh. "Yes, I think he is. He said he had been meaning to go to Fontley this age past, but didn't like to leave Jenny alone, but I think he went because he couldn't bear to hear everyone discussing the betrothal wherever he went." "Very sensible thing to do," said Bruff. "Wouldn't do to say so, of course, but it's my belief he's well out of that affair. Pity he didn't take her ladyship with him and keep her there. She don't look to be in very plump current." "She isn't, and I wish he would take her home, for it's where she wants to be," said Lydia. "Only Papa Chawleigh is in one of his grand fusses, and thinks she can't be well anywhere but in London, which, for my part, I think a great piece of nonsense. I told Adam so, but of course he doesn't heed what I say, because he doesn't think I know anything about it. Which," she added fairly, "is perfectly true, but I do know that Jenny is pining to go back to Fontley." Adam might not listen to his sister's advice, but fortunately for Jenny, Lady Nassington took her hand in the affair. On her way to spend several weeks with her eldest married daughter in Sussex, she paused in London for a few days and called at Linton House one bleak morning to find Jenny recovering from a fainting fit in the morning-room, with Lydia and Martha Pinho in anxious attendance, and the atmosphere redolent of burnt feathers and aromatic salts. "Upon my word," uttered her ladyship, pausing on the threshold and surveying the scene with strong displeasure. "Pray, what is the meaning of this?" "Good gracious, ma'am, how you startled me!" exclaimed Lydia. "I didn't know you were in London. Jenny felt very faint suddenly, but she's better now." Jenny, pulling herself up, said huskily, "It's nothing. So stupid. I never did such a thing before. I'm breeding, ma'am." "So I perceive," said her ladyship. "But as for fainting because of it, nonsense. I collect you've been quacking yourself. I thought you had more common sense." Lydia was inclined to be indignant, but she soon realized that in her formidable aunt she had found a powerful ally. Lady Nassington first administered a dose of hartshorn and water to Jenny, and then demanded to be told why she was racketing about town instead of living peacefully in the country. When she had been put in possession of the facts, she condemned in round terms every person who had been concerned in them, and alarmed Jenny by saying she would speak to Mr. Chawleigh herself. Even Lydia felt that this might be going too far, but after thinking it over in majestic silence for a few moments, Lady Nassington decided that before she did anything else, it would be proper to consult Adam. So when Adam came in some time later, it was to be met by the intelligence that his aunt wished him to call at Nassington House on the following morning, and by an entreaty from Jenny not to allow her to give Mr. Chawleigh the promised peace of her mind.
Far from being dismayed by the graphic account of Lady Nassington's visit, supplied by Lydia, his brow lightened, and he said, "I never thought I should live to be glad Aunt Nassington had come to town. To be sure, I'll go to see her." "Well, it's only right to warn you, my dearest brother, that she will very likely give you a piece of her mind." Even that failed to strike terror into his heart. He only laughed, and said that at least she could not eat him, however much she might scold him. But although she told him that he had been behaving like a gaby, she did not scold, possibly because he said, as soon as he had dutifully kissed her hand, "You can't think how thankful I am to see you, ma'am. I need advice, as I dare say you've guessed, and I've a notion I shall get better from you than from anyone else. You've seen for yourself how very far from well Jenny is. I don't know whether she told you about the treatment she is undergoing." "She did," responded her ladyship grimly. "I have no patience with such nonsense. Tea and toast, indeed. A fine state of affairs when a healthy young woman is brought so low that she falls into fainting fits. Between you all, she's begun to fancy herself an invalid. I am not acquainted with Croft, but I have no opinion of him, none at all. I do not approve of newfangled ideas. My advice to you, my dear Linton, is to remove Jenny to Fontley immediately. Let her busy herself with bringing the Priory back into order, which I judge her to be well capable of doing. That, I assure you, will be very much better for her than to sit moping in Grosvenor Street, with nothing to do but to wonder if she'll die in childbed like her mother. A pretty notion to have put into her head. When I see her ridiculous father, I shall have something to say to him upon that score, I promise you." "Yes, ma'am," he said, smiling a little. "I don't doubt it. But there will be no occasion for you to see him. If I decide to follow your advice, I'll tell him myself. I own I'm strongly tempted to do so. I believe Jenny would be better at Fontley, but—" He paused and then said worriedly, "I think I ought to get another doctor to her before taking such a step. Croft wishes to keep her under his eye, hints at all manner of complications. I haven't the knowledge to judge the case myself. I can't even say that she was well before we came back to town. She has been unwell from the outset, though I thought she seemed to be going on a degree more prosperously at Fontley. I agree that it was 1,000 pities Mr. Chawleigh should have alarmed her with his forebodings, but how can I brush them aside on nothing but your advice, aunt, and my own wholly unskilled judgment? If she were to be taken suddenly ill, if she were to endure a difficult labour—" A just woman, Lady Nassington considered this dispassionately. "Very true," she said. "I have frequently observed that you have a great deal of good sense, my dear Linton. You cannot do better than to call upon Sir William Knighton for his opinion. I give you leave to say that you come to him on my recommendation. I have a high opinion of his skill. I venture to think you will be pleased with him," she added dryly. "And if you should encounter any objection from Chawleigh, you may inform him that Sir William is one of the Prince Regent's physicians. That, unless I mistake, which is not at all likely, will reconcile him to the change." So 3 days later, Jenny prepared to receive yet another doctor. Adam brought him up to her room, but he did not stay, as she had made him promise he would. He merely introduced Sir William to her, smiled reassuringly, and withdrew, leaving her with only Martha to protect her from this new ogre. But Sir William, whom the Prince Regent declared to be the best-mannered doctor he had ever known, was not at all ogreish. Within a very few minutes, Jenny's prickles were laid, and Miss Pinho, at first standing dragon-like beside her chair, had retired into the background, and was endorsing the doctor's utterances with wise nods. Usually inarticulate, Jenny found herself able to talk quite freely, telling this understanding listener far more about herself than she would have thought possible. When he took his leave, he said with his pleasant smile, "Well, do you know, Lady Linton,
I think your good father has refined a little too much on your mother's misfortunes. I am going to tell his lordship that in my opinion he should take you into the country and see to it that you have plenty of fresh milk and cream and good country butter. How much I envy you! A beautiful place, Fontley Priory. I recall that I was once taken to visit it on a public day. Goodbye. I shall hope to hear, indeed I feel sure I shall hear, of your happy delivery, ma'am. She held out her hand to him, and when he took it, bowing, held it tightly, saying, "Thank you. I am so much obliged to you, I can't tell you." Her feelings choked her. She could only squeeze his hand fervently and look speakingly up into his face. Sir William then went downstairs to talk to Adam over a glass of sherry. He did not utter one word in disparagement of Dr. Croft. Indeed, he referred to him as his distinguished colleague. He said that he had the greatest admiration for his skill, and could testify to some of his remarkable achievements in cases thought to be quite hopeless. But it sometimes happened, as no doubt his lordship had noticed in other fields, that men of genius were inclined to run amok on what he ventured to call pet theories. In short, treatment which was admirable in some cases might well be deleterious in others. Perhaps Dr. Croft, relying too much on the information given him by her ladyship's parent, had not sufficiently considered the constitution of his patient's mind. Possibly her ladyship's very deep reserve had made it difficult for her to confide in him. For his part, Sir William believed that it was of paramount importance that ladies in delicate situations should be contented. He could discover no reason for supposing that complications would render her ladyship's confinement perilous, but if my lord felt that the family practitioner might need advice and assistance, he would be happy to furnish him with the name of an excellent accoucheur resident in Peterborough. After that, the two gentlemen enjoyed a pleasant chat about Spain, which interesting country Sir William had visited in 1809, when, as his medical adviser, he had accompanied Lord Wellesley there. And by the time they shook hands on the doorstep, Adam entertained quite as good an opinion of Sir William as did his Aunt Nassington. He went upstairs to find Jenny radiant and Lydia triumphant. Jenny stammered, "He says I am to go home, not to lower myself any more. He says there's nothing amiss with me but being blue-devilled. Oh, I am so much obliged to you for bringing him to see me." Only one circumstance marred her joy. She was afraid Papa would be very angry, might even forbid her to leave London. Did Adam think that if Papa saw Sir William Knighton himself, he might consent to let her go? "Pooh!" said Lydia saucily. "Only let me talk to Papa Chawleigh." "Lydia, you shouldn't call him that. I know your mamma wouldn't like it," said Jenny. "Well, that's of no consequence, because she doesn't know anything about it, and I shouldn't think she ever would know. I'm deeply attached to Papa Chawleigh, and he likes it. Shall I go to visit him in the city tomorrow, to tell him what has been decided?" "No, miss, you shall not," replied Adam. He smiled at Jenny. "How soon can you be ready to leave town? Do you want this hoyden to go with us, or shall we send her back to Bath?" "No, indeed. Of course I want her." "But Papa—" "My dear, stop teasing yourself about your Papa. I shall see him tomorrow and tell him just what Knighton said to me." "I don't wish you to quarrel with him," she blurted out. "I won't," he promised. Knowing her father, she could not be satisfied. She tried to tell him that it would be wiser if she were to break the news to Mr. Chawleigh herself, but he only laughed and recommended her to turn her attention to all the shopping he was persuaded she must want to do before leaving town. He kept his word to her, and she never knew how great a strain had been imposed upon his temper, any more than the goggling clerks in the counting-house knew how vainly their employer's too audible fury had expended itself against the barrier of my lord's good breeding. When he entered the establishment from which Mr. Chawleigh directed his many commercial activities, his appearance created a considerable stir. He had never before visited Mr. Chawleigh at his place of business,
But there was no one within its portals who did not know that Miss Chawleigh had married into the cream of society, and very few who were not agog to obtain a glimpse of her lord. It was not until he had handed in his visiting card, with a request that it should be taken to Mr. Chawleigh, that he attracted any particular attention from the busy clerks in the counting-house. For although he was always dressed with propriety and a certain military neatness, he flaunted none of the hallmarks of the dandy or the Corinthian. But the clerk who received his card contrived to allow one of his fellows a glimpse of it as he bore it off, and long before Mr. Chawleigh had surged out of his private office to greet his son-in-law, the whisper that it was Miss Chawleigh's husband had run round the large room. "Come in, my lord, come in," Mr. Chawleigh adjured him. "This is a surprise and no mistake. What brings you into the city, I wonder? Nothing amiss, is there?" he added, in a suddenly sharpened voice. "No, nothing at all, sir. It's merely that I want to talk to you. Are you very busy, or can you spare me a few minutes?" "Aye, as many as you like. Step into my office, my lord, and see to it I'm not disturbed, Stickney." He ushered Adam into his room, shooting a suspicious sidelong glance at him as he did so. He wondered if my lord had run into Dun territory, but it didn't seem likely, for he had no expensive tastes, and, as far as could be discovered, he wasn't a gamester either. "Now, what can I do for you, my lord?" he asked jovially, having seen Adam comfortably seated, and lowered his own massive form into the chair behind his desk. "Why, nothing, sir. I've come to talk to you about Jenny." "Ah, have you? Well, you said there was naught amiss, so I take it she ain't ill." "No, that is to say, no worse than when you saw her last week. On the other hand, she's not at all well, and she grows no better. I've never concealed from you that I don't think Croft's treatment the right one for her." "Much you know about it," growled Mr. Chawleigh. "Now look'ee, my lord." "And so, yesterday, I brought in Sir William Knighton to see her." "Oh, you did you? Never thought of consulting me, I collect?" "No," agreed Adam tranquilly. "I knew what your opinion was, sir." Mr. Chawleigh's colour began to rise. "I'll thank you to tell me what right you've got to go calling in strange doctors to my Jenny without so much as a by your leave." Adam regarded him rather quizzically. "My dear sir, will you not rather tell me what conceivable right anyone but me has to do so?" "I'll tell you fast enough. I have," declared Mr. Chawleigh, glaring at him. "You're mistaken, sir." "Oh, I am, eh? We'll see that. I'll have you remember that I'm her father, my lord." "Of course you are, and as her father you have every right to inform me of it if you think she is not being treated as she should be. But you could hardly call in another doctor to her without first obtaining my permission, could you?" He smiled. "Come, sir, don't let us quarrel over absurdities. Are you trying to persuade me that if I had told you I meant to call in Knighton you would have objected? You won't do it." Mr. Chawleigh looked a little taken aback. "I don't say that, but what I do say is that I don't care for being ridden over roughshod." "Nor do I, Mr. Chawleigh," said Adam gently. Their eyes met, the one pair rather aloof, the other fierce under their craggy brows. Mr. Chawleigh shifted in his chair, clenching one huge hand on its arm. "Oh, you don't? Well, so you brought in this Knighton, whoever he may be." "He is one of the Regent's doctors, and was strongly recommended to me by my Aunt Nassington." "Oh, so she's in it, is she? I might have guessed as much," exploded Mr. Chawleigh. "Well, I'd like to give her ladyship a piece of my mind, and that's a fact." "And she wishes to give you a piece of hers," said Adam. He smiled delightfully upon his fulminating father-in-law. "What a battle of giants it would be! I shouldn't know which of you to lay my blunt on. My aunt was very much shocked, you know, to find Jenny just coming round from a fainting fit." "Fainting? Jenny?" Mr. Chawleigh said quickly. "Hey, that won't do. What has Croft to say to it?" "I didn't inform him of it." Didn't inform him? Are you going to tell me that you brought in this other fellow without Croft was there too? And he came? If that don't beat the Dutch, why, it's unheard of. Doctors don't do such, not the bang-up ones. Jenny was Croft's patient, and you should have told Knighton so.
I am afraid, said Adam apologetically, that by the time I saw Knighton, Jenny had ceased to be Croft's patient. He seemed so much inclined to take umbrage at my wishing for another opinion, and to be so entirely convinced of his own infallibility, that it was really quite useless for Jenny to continue with him, particularly when she didn't like him.
You didn't like him, my lord,
Mr. Chawleigh shot at him. No, not at all.
Aye, so I knew. If Jenny took against him, I'll be bound it was your doing. I'll see what it is. You went and picked out a quarrel with him.
Picked out a quarrel? With a doctor? Interrupted Adam, putting up his brows. Good God! Mr. Chawleigh brought his fist down with a crash on the desk.
You may think to come the Lord over me, but you'll catch cold at it. I took care to choose the best for my Jenny, and by God, I'll not have him turned off just because you don't like him. It's him as pays the fiddler that calls the tune, my lord.
Adam closely gripped his lips together, his eyes narrowed and very hard. It was a moment or two before he could command himself, but he managed to do it, and to say quite pleasantly, "Very true. Did you imagine that you were paying this piper, sir? Let me disabuse your mind of that misapprehension. I have settled Croft's account, as I shall settle Knighton's, and the account of any other practitioner who may attend Jenny." In a towering passion, Mr. Chawleigh flung down his gauntlet.
"Say you so? Well, it was me that engaged Croft, and it's me that'll dismiss him, if I see fit, and until I do see fit, he'll continue to attend Jenny, and so I shall tell him."
"I don't think I should, if I were you, sir," replied Adam, looking rather amused. "You'd be making a great cake of yourself, you know. I may not like Croft, but I am quite sure he would not be guilty of the impropriety of attending my wife without my consent. Don't let us dispute on that head. After all, you can't seriously wish Jenny to continue with a doctor who is doing her no good, and whom she dislikes into the bargain. My aunt said that between us all she had become nervous and depressed. That is also Knighton's opinion. He recommends me to take her back to Fontley, and that, sir, is what I am going to do." Mr. Chawleigh's colour had deepened to an alarming hue. So unaccustomed was he to meeting with the opposition that he listened to this speech almost with incredulity. The last words, however, loosened his tongue, and the storm of his anger broke over Adam's head with a violence which reached the ears of the clerks in the counting-house, and caused several of the more nervous individuals there to blench and tremble. No one could distinguish what the old Tartar was saying, but no one could doubt that he was giving my lord a rare trimming, and considerable sympathy was felt for the poor young gentleman. Adam listened to the tirade with outward calm. When in the grip of passion, it was not Mr. Chawleigh's habit to mince his words, nor did he hesitate to utter any insults which occurred to him. But only by the crease between his brows did Adam betray the effort it cost him to keep his own anger under control. There were a number of things it would have given him much pleasure to have said to Mr. Chawleigh, but he said none of them. It was wholly beneath him to brangle and brawl with the purple-faced vulgarian hurling abuse at him, and he had promised Jenny that he would not quarrel with her father. So he waited in rigid silence for the storm to blow itself out. Mr. Chawleigh did not expect to meet with retort. On the other hand, to be listened to in unmoved silence was a new and a disconcerting experience. By rights, this wispy son-in-law of his should be shaking in his shoes, possibly trying to stammer out excuses, certainly not sitting there as cool as a cucumber, and looking for all the world as if he were watching a raree show, which didn't amuse him above half. As his rage abated, something very like bewilderment entered into Mr. Chawleigh. Ceasing to rail at Adam, he sat staring at him, breathing heavily, still scowling, but with so much surprise in his eyes that Adam very nearly burst out laughing. With the tickling of his ready sense of humour, much of Adam's own anger died away. He felt suddenly sorry for this absurd creature, who had clearly supposed that he could browbeat him into submission. He picked up his hat and gloves and rose, saying, with a lurking smile, "Will you dine with us tomorrow, sir? We leave town on the day after, but it would distress Jenny very much not to take leave of you." The veins swelled afresh in Mr. Chawleigh's face. "Dine with you?" he uttered in choked accents. "Why, you... Mr. Chawleigh," interrupted Adam, "I owe you a great deal. I have a great respect for you. Indeed, I have a great regard for you. But I have not the remotest intention of allowing you to rule my household. If that was what you wanted to do, you should have chosen another man to be Jenny's husband. Goodbye. May I tell Jenny to expect you tomorrow?" Mr. Chawleigh strove with himself, finally enunciating ominously, She may expect me all right and tight, but as for dining with you, I'll be damned if I do." "As you wish, but she'll be disappointed." He went to the door, but looked back with his hand on the knob to say, "Don't rip up at her, will you? She's more easily upset just now than you may know, but I don't think you'll wish to when you see how much her spirits have plucked up since Knighton told her she might go back to Fontley." He did not wait for a response, but went away, leaving Mr. Chawleigh more at a loss than he had been since the days of his boyhood. The clerks eyed Adam covertly as he passed through the counting-house, and were almost as much astonished as their employer. He bore none of the signs of one who had passed through the furnace of the Tartar's fury. His step was firm, his brow serene, and the smile which he bestowed on the youth who leapt to hold open the door for him was perfectly untroubled. "Well," breathed Mr. Stickney, "I wouldn't have credited it. Not in 100 years, I wouldn't." Chapter 21. The Lintons left London 2 days later, if not with Mr. Chawleigh's blessing, at least without any very serious manifestations of his disapproval. His fondness for Jenny restrained him from giving her anything but the mildest of scolds, and he found it impossible, in the face of her glowing looks, to cling to his belief that it was Adam and not she who wished to return to Fontley. What maggot had entered her head he didn't know, but it was plain that she was as eager to be off as ever she had been to escape from Miss Satterley's seminary. He was inclined to take this in bad part, but Lydia was present to coax him out of his ill humour, and although he was at first a trifle stiff with her, it was not long before he was chuckling at her sallies, and telling her with obvious mendacity that she needn't think to come over him with her bamboozling ways. When Adam presently entered the room, the cloud returned to Mr. Chawleigh's brow. He still seethed with resentment, and responded to Adam's greeting with only the curtest of nods, at the same time informing his daughter that he must be off. She begged him to stay, but he said that he had an engagement in the city. He embraced her with great heartiness, and Lydia too, but when he saw that Adam meant to conduct him to his carriage, he told him roughly not to trouble himself. However, Adam paid no heed to this rebuff, but followed him downstairs, nodding dismissal to the footman, who was waiting to help him to put on his greatcoat, and performing this office himself. "Much obliged to you, I'm sure," Mr. Chawleigh growled. He hesitated, shooting one of his fiery glances at Adam. "If any ill comes of this, it'll be on your head." "Whatever had been decided must have been on my head, sir," Adam replied quietly. He held out his hand. "Forgive me. I know how you must feel, but at least believe that I'm not taking Jenny away to gratify any whim of my own. You may believe, too, that if it doesn't answer, if there should be the smallest reason for anxiety, I'll bring her back. But I hope there won't be, and you'll bear in mind that Knighton has furnished me with the name of an experienced accoucheur living no farther away from Fontley than Peterborough." "Oh, yes, you've got your way, my lord, and so now you think you'll turn me up sweet," said Mr. Chawleigh rancorously. "I'm not going to do anything that might throw my girl into a taking, but I warn you, when I give my orders, I'm used to having 'em obeyed." Adam could not help laughing at this. "Why, yes, so am I, very promptly, too.
But I'm not a clerk in your office any more than you are a soldier in my company, you know." Baffled, Mr. Chawleigh strode forth to his carriage. He drove home in a state of angry frustration, and later conducted himself so morosely at a convivial supper-party at the piazza that it was generally supposed that one of his many trading enterprises must have failed. It was not until he was about to climb into his bed that he startled his valet by suddenly exclaiming, "Well, there's not many as are out-faced Jonathan Chawleigh, that I will say. Dammy if I don't like him the better for it." He then recommended the dejected Badger to take himself off, and got into bed, resolved to pay another visit to Grosvenor Street in the morning to see the party off, so that Adam should see that he bore him no malice. He arrived to find 2 travelling chaises and my lord's curricle drawn up outside Linton House, and the second footman in the very act of placing 2 hot bricks in the foremost of the chaises. He brought with him a basket of pears, a bottle of his fine old cognac, in case Jenny should feel faint, and a travelling chessboard, to beguile the tedium of the journey for the ladies, neither of whom cared for the game, and he was very glad he had come, swallowing his pride, because Jenny's face lit up when she saw him, and the hug she gave him did his heart good. He had thought that there might be a little awkwardness between himself and his son-in-law, but there was none at all. No sooner did Adam set eyes on the fine old cognac than he exclaimed, "You don't mean to shut that precious pair up in the chaise with a whole bottle of brandy, do you, sir? Good God, they'll be as drunk as wheelbarrows before ever we reach Royston." This was a joke that kept Mr. Chawleigh chuckling for quite some time. He made a joke himself presently, when Adam said, "By the time you come to visit us, sir, I hope you'll find Jenny much stouter than she is now." "Nay, she can't help but be stouter," retorted Mr. Chawleigh. At the last, when the 2 chaises bearing the ladies and their maids had moved off, he turned to Adam and took his outstretched hand in an extremely painful grip. "Well, you take good care of her, my lord." "You may be very sure I will, sir." "Aye, and you'll let me know how she goes on." "That too, and you will come down to spend Christmas with us, remember?" "Oh, you'll be having your grand friends to stay with you, though I take it very kind in you to invite me." "I shan't be having any of my far-from-grand friends to stay, more's the pity. There's a pretty strong rumour that my regiment is going to be ordered to America." "Well, I'll think about it," said Mr. Chawleigh. He transferred his grip to Adam's shoulder, slightly shaking him. "It's time you was off. No hard feelings betwixt us, my lord?" "None on my side, sir." "Well, there ain't any on mine. What's more," said Mr. Chawleigh resolutely, "if I should have said anything uncivil when we had our turn-up, which maybe I might have done, I ask your pardon." Memories of the various offensive things which Mr. Chawleigh had said on that occasion flitted through Adam's mind, but he realized that this rough apology represented a heroic sacrifice of dignity, and he responded immediately. "Good God, sir, what's the world coming to if you can't give a bear-garden jaw to your son-in-law?" Well, you're a good lad. Lord or no lord," said Mr. Chawleigh. "Off with you now." He gave Adam a push towards his curricle, waited until he had driven out of sight, and then climbed back into his own carriage, which conveyed him to the head office of the New River Company, where, at a meeting of the principal directors, he more than atoned for any weakness he might have shown in his dealings with his son-in-law. For Jenny, her mind relieved of its last care, this homecoming was one of almost unalloyed happiness. She reached Frontley in the gloom of a winter dusk. Rain was falling, and there was a disagreeably dank chill in the air, but these ills in no way abated her delight. It was the 3rd time Adam had handed her across his threshold, but on neither of the previous occasions had she felt, as she felt now, "This is my home." Tears sprang to her eyes and rolled down her cheeks. She saw Dunster and Mrs. Dawes through a mist, and could only stammer, "I'm so happy to be here again." Then, ashamed of her emotion, she managed to smile and to say, "And I've brought Miss Lydia with me, which I know you'll be glad of."
Little though she knew it, she could have done nothing to establish herself more securely in the regard of her household. Charlotte had told Mrs. Dawes how very kind her ladyship had been to Miss Lydia, but it was not until Mrs. Dawes had seen with her own eyes on what terms her ladyship stood with Miss Lydia that she realized that dear Miss Charlotte had not been trying, in her sweet way, to reconcile her to my lord's regrettable marriage. Like true sisters they were, and who would have credited it, that they had seen Miss Lydia cry her eyes out when his lordship's engagement had been made known. At the first opportunity, Lydia visited Charlotte, but although the sisters held one another in mutual affection, they were not much akin, and the visit was not wholly successful. Lydia said afterwards that she hoped she valued Charlotte's virtues as she should, but that she had forgotten how dull was her conversation, and Charlotte, while firm in her admiration of her young sister's liveliness, was disturbed to find that instead of having learned a little more conduct, Lydia seemed to have even less elegance of mind than when she had but just emerged from the schoolroom. Unlike Jenny, Charlotte was in radiant health, and seldom had she been in better looks. She was happy in her marriage, she enjoyed being mistress of her own house, and she was looking serenely forward to the birth of the first of what she hoped would be many children. She suffered none of the ills which had attacked Jenny during the first months of her pregnancy, and contemplated without misgiving a long and tedious journey to Bath and back again. Jenny could only marvel at her, for although she was much improved in health by the time the Rides departed on their visit to the Dowager, the mere thought of being obliged to undertake such a journey made her shudder. Parting from Lydia was a wrench, but it did not cast her into dejection. The lowness and depression which had grown upon her in London had vanished within a week of her arrival at Fontley, and with the abandonment of her reducing diet her strength began to return, and with it her energy. She missed Lydia, but she had 1,000 things to do, and took so keen an interest in everything that concerned the estate that her mind was too fully occupied to allow her to feel the want of that gay companionship. She was beginning to know the tenantry, too. Knowing how shy she was, Adam had not urged her to perform all the duties which his mother and his grandmother had accepted as a matter of course. But Lydia, discovering her ignorance of her obligations, did not hesitate to instruct her, and so anxious was she to conform to the standard set by her predecessors that she overcame her shrinking, visited the sick, relieved the indigent, and tried her best to be affable. She had none of the dowager's graciousness. She could never bring her tongue to utter the easy expressions of sympathy which would have won for her an instant popularity, but it was not long before it began to be realized that her brusque tongue concealed a far greater interest in the affairs of her lord's people than the dowager had ever felt. The sturdy common sense which made it easy for her to distinguish between the shiftless and the unfortunate might not win universal popularity for her, but it did win respect. She gave freely, but with discrimination. Her advice was always practical, and if her blunt strictures were frequently unpalatable, they left no one in any doubt that her ladyship was as shrewd as she could hold together. When Mr. Chawleigh arrived, laden with gifts, ranging from a tie-pin blazing with diamonds set round a large emerald, which he bestowed upon his stunned son-in-law, to a pound of tea, he found Jenny immersed in preparations for the Christmas dinner it was the custom of the house to give the farm workers and their families, and he was obliged to own, though grudgingly, that she did seem to be in tolerably good health. He was interested in this particular form of benevolence. He himself, in his own words, always did the handsome thing by his numerous dependents at Christmas, but the country habit of inviting all and sundry to a large party was unknown to him, his gifts taking a monetary form. He had never set eyes on the wives and children of the men he employed, but when he had accompanied Jenny on a visit to a sick woman in the village, he had good-naturedly entertained and astonished the invalid's numerous progeny with conundrums and conjuring tricks, and conceived the notion of adding his mite to the festivities by providing all the children with presents suitable for their various ages and sexes. Armed with the necessary information, he went off to Peterborough, where he ransacked the toy shops to such purpose that Adam told him that his memory would remain green in the district for many years to come. His visit passed off very well. He was quite unreconciled to country life. He thought the wintry landscape was enough to give one the hips, and could not understand how anyone should prefer to look out upon a vista of grey fields than upon cosy, lamp-lit streets. The night stillness kept him awake, and the sound of cocks crowing at first light inspired him with nothing more than a desire to wring the birds' necks. But when he drove out with Jenny, he derived immense gratification from seeing the forelocks which were pulled, and the curtsies that were bobbed whenever they met anyone on the way. That was something that did not happen in London, and it seemed to him to provide one good reason at least for her to wish to live in the country. He liked it, too, when she leaned out to ask some woman how little Tom, who had the whooping cough, did, or whether any tidings had come from Betsy, serving an apprenticeship to a milliner in Lincoln. He could scarcely believe it was his Jenny behaving like a great lady, and he told her with deep pride that she did it to the manner born. She answered seriously, "No, Papa, that's just what I don't do, and what I never will do, try as I may, because I'm not born, and it doesn't come easily to me."
"Well, no one will believe it, love, so don't talk silly," he advised her consolingly. "Beautifully you do it."
She shook her head. "I don't. Not as Adam does, and Lydia, too. I don't seem to be able to be so easy and friendly the way they are."
"To my way of thinking," said Mr. Chawleigh, "it don't do to be too friendly with servants and workmen and such. It leads to them taking liberties."
"That's what I can't help being afraid of," she said in a burst of confidence. "But there's no one who'd take liberties with Adam, nor with Lydia, because they know just how to talk to people of all sorts without ever thinking about it, as I do, and without its ever entering either of their heads that anyone would be impertinent."
"Now, if anyone's been giving you back answers, Jenny—"
"Oh, no, no one would. But sometimes I wonder if they would if I wasn't Adam's wife, when I forget to guard my tongue and say something sharp." He did not quite understand this, but he detected a wistful note in her voice and asked anxiously,
"You're not unhappy, love, are you?"
"No, no," she assured him. "Why, however, could you ask me such a question?"
"Well, I don't know," he said slowly. "There don't seem to be any reason why you shouldn't be happy, for I've never seen his lordship behave to you other than I'd wish, and you may depend upon it, I've kept my eyes open, that there was no saying but what he mightn't have treated you as civil as he does. But sometimes I fall to wondering if you're quite comfortable, my dear."
"You needn't ever do that, and don't you start wondering if Adam's not every bit as civil to me when you're not by, for he is, and always, always so kind. Adam's a great gentleman, Papa."
"Aye, that's what I thought the first day I clapped eyes on him. But what call you've got to nap your bib about it, my girl? I'm sure I don't know."
"Well, I'm sure I don't know either," returned Jenny, blowing her nose, but speaking with reassuring cheerfulness. So when Mr. Chawleigh left Fontley, it was with a mind relieved of misgiving. He couldn't for the life of him see why Jenny liked it better there than in London, and it wasn't what he had planned for her, but there was no denying that she did like it, so no use for him to worry his head over what couldn't be mended. And my Lord Oversley, who had ridden over from Beckenhurst one day, had told him, in his jovial way, that he thought they might congratulate themselves on having made up such an excellent match.
"Turning out very well, don't you think?" said his lordship.
Oversley had posted down to Beckenhurst alone, and for a very brief stay. Julia's wedding was to take place early in the new year, and Lady Oversley was far too busy with the preparations for it to leave London. So the family remained in Mount Street, a circumstance for which Jenny felt thankful, since the customary exchange of visits between Fontley and Beckenhurst at this season would have been hard to avoid, and painful to maintain. Adam had not seen Julia since the announcement of her engagement, and he had done his best not to think of her.
Jenny was not even sure that he knew the actual date of the wedding, for the subject was never mentioned between them. He did know it, and could not drag his thoughts from it. He could picture Julia, the embodiment of his dreams, walking up the aisle on her father's arm, and he knew that he had reached the end of all dreaming. Whatever the future might hold, there would be no enchantment, no glimpses of the Isle of Gramarye he had once thought to reach. It was folly to look back. Ridiculous to suppose that Julia was more lost to him today than upon his own wedding day. Fatal to think of her married to Rockhill, whom he could only see as an elderly satyr. Better to count one's blessings, and to remember how much worse off one might have been. Looking over his waterlogged acres, he thought, I still have Fontley. Then, as he thought how much it would cost to bring his neglected land to prosperity, depression surged up in him again. He shook it off. It would take time to achieve his ambition. It would be years, perhaps, before he had amassed enough capital to make the cut that would drain the swamped fields he had ridden out to inspect. But with thrift and good management it would one day be done, and the mortgages redeemed. To that end all his schemes were immediately directed. It was no use thinking of the other crying needs. It made him feel rather hopeless to reckon up the farm buildings that needed repair, and the stud and mud dwellings which must be replaced by decent brick cottages. Still, he had at least made a start, and very fortunate he was to have been able to build even 2 new cottages, when less than a year before he had faced the prospect of being forced to sell Fontley. That had seemed to him the worst thing that could befall him. He had thought that no sacrifice would be too great that would save his home. He had been offered the means to do it, and he had accepted the offer of his own will, and to indulge now in nostalgic yearning was foolish and contemptible. One could never have everything one wanted in this world, and he, after all, had been granted a great deal. Fontley, and a wife who desired only to make him happy. His heart would never leap at the sight of Jenny. There was no magic in their dealings, but she was kind and comfortable, and he had grown to be fond of her. So fond, he realized, that if, by the wave of a wand, he could cause her to disappear, he would not wave it. Enchantment had vanished from the world. His life was not romantic, but practical, and Jenny had become a part of it. He rode slowly back to the Priory, wondering why one derived so little comfort from counting blessings. His mood was as bleak as the January day. He wanted to be alone, but he must go back to Jenny, and try not to let her guess what were his true feelings. He hoped that he would be able to maintain a cheerful front, but he thought that it was going to be as difficult a duty as any he had ever undertaken. But it was only in epic tragedies that gloom was unrelieved. In real life, tragedy and comedy were so intermingled that when one was most wretched, ridiculous things happened to make one laugh in spite of oneself. He came round an angle of the Priory from the stable-yard to find Jenny surveying, with every sign of disgust, a peacock and hen, who appeared to view both her and their surroundings with suspicion and dislike. The sight was at once so surprising and so comical that it drove his other thoughts out of his head. He exclaimed, "Where the deuce did they come from?" "Need you ask?" she said bitterly. "Papa sent them." Amusement sprang to his eyes. "Oh, no, you don't mean it. Now, why should he—" "Ah, to smarten us up a trifle. Well, and so they will." "Adam, you can't wish for a couple of peacocks," she said. "There's no sense in them. Now, if Papa had sent me a couple of pigeons, I'd have said thank you and meant it." He knew that her view of the animal creation was strictly practical, but this puzzled him. "But why? Do you want some pigeons?" "No, I can't say that I do, but at least they would have been of use. You told me that you use pigeon dung for manure, so—" "Now, Adam!" He had uttered a shout of laughter. "Oh, Jenny, you absurd creature! What will you say next?" She smiled, but abstractedly, considering the peacocks. "I know," she said suddenly. "I'll give them to Charlotte. They are just the thing for the terrace at Membray Place. And if Papa asks you what became of them, Adam, you'll say that a fox got them." Chapter 22. Jenny's baby was expected at the end of March, but before she was brought to bed, Adam had narrowly escaped being involved in the Corn Law riots, and an appalling piece of news had burst like a thunderclap over Europe. On the first day of the month, the ex-Emperor Napoleon, having escaped from Elba and slipped through the British blockade, landed in the south of France with a small force and issued proclamations calling on the faithful to trample the white cockade underfoot and to return to their former allegiance. After the first shock, it was felt by all but the most pessimistic that this attempt to regain command of France would prove abortive. Massena, from Marseille, had sent 2 regiments to cut Bonaparte off on his march to Paris, and it did not seem, according to reports received in London, that the ex-Emperor's return was being greeted with any marked display of enthusiasm. But the news grew steadily more disquieting. Instead of following the main road through unfriendly Provence, Bonaparte chose the mountain road to Grenoble, and Massena's troops failed to intercept him. At Grasse his reception was chilly, but as he proceeded northward through the Dauphiné, men began to flock to his standard. It was reassuring to learn that in Paris complete calm reigned, and if there were those who doubted the willingness of the Minister of War to take active measures against his old master, their suspicions were soon allayed by the news that Marshal Soult had proposed to the Council to throw a large force into the southern provinces under the command of Monsieur, the King's brother, with 3 marshals to support him. With this force in his front and Massena's regiments in his rear, Bonaparte must be trapped. He met a battalion of infantry of the line on the road beyond Gap, and, with his unfailing instinct for the dramatic gesture, dismounted and walked forward alone. An officer shouted an order to fire, but it was not obeyed. "Men of the 5th," said Napoleon, standing squarely before the uneasy troops, "I am your Emperor. Know me. If there is one of you who would kill his Emperor, here I am." It was hardly surprising that men who had fought under the Eagles should not have availed themselves of this invitation. Instead they broke their ranks, yelling, "Vive l'Empereur!" and tearing off their white cockades. After that the end was certain. The Parisians, enjoying a period of prosperity due to the influx of wealthy English travellers to their city, were for the most part loyal to the Bourbons. At Vienna the Congress declared Bonaparte to be hors-la-loi. The king maintained his lethargy, and Marshal Ney, quite as dramatic a person as the ex-emperor, heroically announced his intention of bringing Bonaparte to Paris in an iron cage. But Bonaparte continued to advance, gathering troops all the way, and entering Lyon without opposition. A letter inviting Ney to meet him and promising that flamboyant gentleman a welcome as warm as after the Moskva was enough to persuade Ney, Prince of the Moskva, to renounce his allegiance and to take himself and his willing troops over to the ex-emperor's side. They met at Auxerre on the 17th of March. On the evening of the 19th, the king, with his family and his ministers, left Paris in ignominious haste, with Lord Fitzroy Somerset, the English chargé d'affaires, during the absence of the Duke of Wellington in Vienna, and a horde of visitors to the capital. And on the 20th Napoleon was carried shoulder-high into the palace of the Tuileries to begin a new reign. "What did I tell you?" demanded Mr. Chawleigh of his son-in-law, who was in London on a brief visit. "Didn't I say we'd have him rampaging all over the continent again before the cat could lick its ear?" "You did, sir, but I'll lay you handsome odds we don't." "I've no wish to rob you, my lord," said Mr. Chawleigh grimly. Mr. Chawleigh was taking the gloomiest view of the entire political situation. He said he didn't know what the country was coming to, and, exacerbated by Adam's cheerful mien, recommended him to look at what had happened to us in America. The news of the defeat and the death of Sir Edward Pakenham at New Orleans in January had just reached London, and the reminder did bring a cloud to Adam's brow. not because he doubted the ability of the army to make a recover, but because no one who had served in the peninsula could fail to sorrow at Pakenham's death. But he only replied, "Come out of the dismal, sir. You should meet the fellows in my regiment. I swear they've never been in better heart." The officers and men of the 52nd were indeed in good heart, and rendering thanks to Providence for having spared them the crushing disappointment of being absent from the coming battle à outrance with the Frogs. Twice had the regiment set sail for America, and twice had their transports been driven back to port by contrary winds. They were now preparing with the greatest enthusiasm to embark again, their destination this time being the Low Countries. Encountering Lord Oversley in Brooks Club, Adam learned that my Lord and Lady Rockhill, enjoying a protracted honeymoon in Paris, had not been amongst those who had fled in such unseemly haste. The Marquis, a cynic, had placed no dependence whatsoever on the loyalty of King Louis's soldiers, and when the news of Bonaparte's landing reached Paris, he brought his bride home immediately, and without loss of dignity. He said languidly that he was quite unfitted to take part in the helter-skelter flight he foresaw, and had never, at any stage of his career, derived amusement from watching the too easily predictable behaviour of mobs. Adam was glad to know that Julia was safe in England, but as he had never doubted Rockhill's ability to take care of her, the intelligence relieved his mind of no particular anxiety. Julia, taking Parisian society by storm, winning for herself the title of La Belle Marquise, had begun to seem remote. Jenny's approaching confinement, the low prices on the agricultural market, the vexed question of the proposed new corn laws, were matters of more pressing moment, and, added to these, was the inevitable longing to be back with his regiment, which no duty officer as keen as Adam could escape. So urgent was this desire that if Jenny had not been so near her time, he thought he must, by hedge or by style, have rejoined, casting every prudent consideration to the winds. His good sense told him that to have done so would have been nothing more than a heroic gesture, but this neither quenched his desire nor alleviated the angry fret in his mind. He tried to conceal it from Jenny, and thought that he had succeeded, until she said, in her gruffest voice, and keeping her eyes lowered, "You don't mean to volunteer, do you?" "Good God, no," he replied. She glanced fleetingly up at him. "I know you'd like to, but I hope you won't." "I give you my word I won't. As though old Hooky couldn't do the thing without Captain Deveril's assistance." Towards the end of the month, Mr. Chawleigh arrived at Fontley to attend the birth of his grandchild. He found Jenny in good health, calmly awaiting the event, all her preparations made and her house in order. But this in no way assuaged his too evident anxiety. Adam thought that it would have been better for Jenny had he remained in London, but he had not had the heart to close his doors to him, and could only hope that he would not make Jenny nervous. But 2 days before Jenny began to be ill, the household was cast into astonishment by the wholly unexpected arrival of the Dowager, who had come, she said, because she felt it to be her duty to support dear little Jenny through her ordeal, and who lost no time at all in bringing both Mr. Chawleigh and Adam to a sense of their folly, uselessness, and total irrelevance. Adam greeted her with mixed feelings. He was grateful to her for overcoming her disinclination to exert herself on behalf of a daughter-in-law of whom she disapproved, but he feared that her descent upon Fontley would throw Jenny into disorder. He was mistaken. If the Dowager had a passion, it was for babies. She had doted on all her children during their infancies, and her bosom was now filled with grandmotherly fervour. Jenny's failings were not forgotten, but they were set aside. The Dowager, assuming command of the household, was determined to ensure that nothing should be allowed to endanger the birth of her first grandchild, and nothing could have exceeded the gracious kindness with which she enveloped Jenny, or the indulgent contempt with which she dismissed male apprehensions. Adam begged Jenny to tell him whether she would prefer to be rid of her mother-in-law, but she replied with unmistakable sincerity that the Dowager was being of the greatest support and comfort to her. Like many women of invalidish habits, the Dowager had borne her children with perfect ease. She could perceive no reason for supposing that Jenny would suffer complications outside her own experience, and her conviction that the issue would be happy gave Jenny a confidence she had hitherto lacked. Adam, finding himself reduced to schoolboy status, was much inclined to rebel. But Mr. Chawleigh, observing him with a sympathetic eye, said gloomily, "It's no manner of use nabbing the rust, my lord. You wait till Jenny starts in labour. The way females behave when one of 'em's in the straw, you'd think we was no better than a set of lobcocks they'd be very well pleased to be rid of. And don't you get to thinking you'd anything to do with this baby lad, because all you'll get will be a set-down if you start trying to put yourself forward." The arrival of the month nurse made the female domination at Fontley absolute, and drew Adam into close alliance with his father-in-law. "The only female in the whole house who doesn't treat me as if I was only just out of short coats is Jenny herself," he told Mr. Chawleigh wrathfully. "Ah, no," nodded that worthy. "I remember when Mrs. C was brought to bed, there wasn't one of the maids, not even the kitchen girl, that wasn't a day more than 14, that didn't make me as mad as Bedlam, carrying on as if they were grandmothers and me a booberkin." When Jenny's labour began, the month nurse warned Adam that she was not going to be quick in her time. A few hours later she said, with a bright cheerfulness which drove the colour from Mr. Chawleigh's cheeks, that she would be glad if his lordship would send a message to fetch Dr. Purley from Peterborough. Adam had, in fact, sent for both this recommended accoucheur and for Dr. Tilford as soon as Jenny's pains began, and within a very few minutes Dr. Tilford drove up in his gig. In due course he was joined by Dr. Purley, who, having been engaged to attend throughout the labour, brought both his night-bag and his servant with him. His air of confidence exercised a beneficial effect upon Mr. Chawleigh, but it seemed an alarmingly long time before he redeemed his promise to report to my lady's husband and father what his opinion was of her case. However, when he and Dr. Tilford joined the anxious gentleman in the library, he appeared quite untroubled, and assured my lord that although he feared it would be some time before her ladyship was safely delivered, neither he nor his colleague, with a courteous bow to Dr. Tilford, could discover any cause for undue apprehension. Mr. Chawleigh could not like the qualifying epithet, and immediately put Dr. Purley in possession of the details of his own wife's several disastrous experiences. Without precisely saying so, Dr. Purley managed to convey the impression that the late Mrs. Chawleigh had been unfortunate in not having been a patient of his, and he left Mr. Chawleigh, if not wholly reassured, at least more inclined to take a hopeful view of the situation. But midway through the second day, after a sleepless night, Mr. Chawleigh, whose nerves had been growing rapidly more disordered, lost his precarious hold over his temper and tried his best to provoke Adam into a quarrel. Adam entered the room after an absence of an hour to be greeted with a ferocious glare and a demand to know where he had been. "Only in the estate-room, sir," he replied. "My bailiff has been here with some business needing my attention." Mr. Chawleigh's jaw worked. His son-in-law's quiet voice, far from acting as a damper, violently irritated him. "Oh, you have you?" he retorted with bitter sarcasm. "And as cool as a cucumber, I make no doubt. Business needing your attention? Why, you don't know the meaning of the word, you and your piddling farms. Much you care for my Jenny." Adam stood rigidly silent. "Aye, you may look down your nose," Mr. Chawleigh flung at him. "As proud as a cock on your own dunghill, ain't you, my lord? But if it weren't for me, you'd have no dunghill, and what's more, if my Jenny snuffs it, I'll see to it you don't have it, as sure as my name's Jonathan Chawleigh, because it'll be your blame, giving Croft a go-by like you did, bringing her down here, not caring the snap of your fingers what might come of it. Well, that's where you'll find you've made your mistake. And she not thinking of anything but how to please you and be worthy of you. Worthy of you! She's too good for you, and so I'll tell you to your head." Anger, colder than Mr. Chawleigh's, but quite as deadly, had welled up in Adam. As he looked at that coarse red face, he felt for a moment almost sick with loathing. Then he saw that large tears were rolling down Mr. Chawleigh's cheeks, and was suddenly sorry for him. He did not know that the things he had said were unpardonable, or that self-control in moments of stress was incumbent on him. He had fought his way up in the world with no other weapons than his hard head and his ruthless will. He was brutal but generous, overbearing yet curiously humble, and he gave way to his emotions with the ease of a child. It was a moment or two before Adam could master himself enough to answer temperately. He limped over to the table on which Dunster had set down decanters and glasses, and said, as he poured out some Madeira, "Yes, sir. She is much too good for me." Mr. Chawleigh blew his nose defiantly into a large and lavishly embroidered handkerchief. He took the glass that was being held out to him with a muttered, "Thank ye," and gulped down the wine. "I do care, you know," Adam said. "If anything were to go amiss now, you won't blame me as much as I shall blame myself." Mr. Chawleigh grabbed his hand. "Nay, you did what you thought right. I'd no call to fly out at you. It's being regularly worn down with worrying over my girl, and nothing I can do to help. I'm not one to sit kicking my heels the way you and me have been doing, not without getting into high fidgets. Don't you heed me, my lord, for I promise you I don't mean the rough things I say when I'm in a passion. Well, I don't rightly know what I do say, and that's a fact." He shifted ponderously in his chair to restore his handkerchief to his pocket, and said, with an apologetic glance up at Adam, "She's all I've got, you see." These simple words went straight to Adam's heart. He said nothing, but laid his hand on Mr. Chawleigh's shoulder for a moment. One of Mr. Chawleigh's own ham-like hands came up to pat it clumsily. "You're a kind lad," he said gruffly. "I'll take another glass of wine, for I need something to pluck me up." He did not again allow his anxiety to get the better of him, though he paced up and down the floor a good deal, until, as the evening wore slowly on, he perceived that Adam was looking very haggard, and realized that there was one thing at least which he could do. He remembered that Adam had shaken his head at every dish offered him at the dinner-table, and went plunging off in search of Dunster, returning presently with a plate of sandwiches, which he bullied Adam into eating. He then applied himself to the task of convincing him that there was no need to get in a stew, because it stood to reason Dr. Tilford wouldn't have shabbed off home if Jenny wasn't going on promisingly. Just before midnight, the Dowager entered the library, with a swathed bundle in her arms, which she held out to Adam, saying in thrilling accents, that showed clearly whence Lydia derived her histrionic talent, "Linton, I have brought your son to you." He had sprung up at the opening of the door, but he did not attempt to take the infant, which was just as well, since the Dowager had no real intention of entrusting so precious a burden to his inexpert handling. "Jenny," he said sharply. "Quite comfortable," replied the Dowager. "Sadly exhausted, poor little thing, but Dr. Purley assures me that we have no need to feel alarm. I must tell you that you are very much obliged to him, my dear Adam, most skilled, so gentlemanlike, too." "May I see her?" Adam interrupted. "Yes, for a very few minutes." He went towards the door, but was checked. "Dearest," said his mother in pained reproof, "have you no thought to spare for your son?" He turned back. "Yes, of course. Let me see him, Mamma." "The most beautiful little boy," she said fondly. He thought he had never seen anything less beautiful than the red and crumpled countenance of his son, and for a moment suspected her of irony. Fortunately, since he could think of nothing whatsoever to say, Mr. Chawleigh, who had been obliged to blow his nose for the second time that day, now surged forward, wreathed in smiles, and diverted the Dowager's attentions from her son's deplorable want of enthusiasm by tickling the infant's cheek with the tip of an enormous finger, and uttering sounds which put Adam in mind of one calling hens to be fed.
"Hey, the young rascal," said Mr. Chawleigh, apparently delighted by the infant's lack of response. "So you won't take notice of your grandad? Top lofty, ain't ya?" He looked at Adam and chuckled. "Pluck up, lad," he advised him. "I know what you're thinking, but never you fear. Lord, when I first clapped eyes on my Jenny, I pretty near suffered a palsy stroke." Adam laughed, but said, "I must own I don't think him beautiful. How tiny he is. Is he healthy, Mamma?" "Tiny?" repeated the Dowager incredulously. "He's a splendid little fellow. Aren't you, my precious?" Mr. Chawleigh winked at Adam and jerked his thumb towards the door. "You go on up to Jenny," he said. "My dear love to her, and don't go putting it into her head she's got a sickly baby, mind." Only too glad to escape from the besotted grandparents, Adam slipped out of the room to find that he had to run the gauntlet of his household, all lying in wait to felicitate him. He entered Jenny's room very quietly and paused for a moment, looking across at her. He saw how white she was, and how wearily she smiled at him. Pity stirred in him, and with it tenderness. He crossed the room and bent over her, kissing her and saying softly, "My poor dear." "Better now, Jenny?" "Oh, yes," she said in a thread of a voice. "Just so very tired. But it is a son, Adam." "A very fine son," he agreed. "Clever Jenny." She laughed weakly, but her eyes searched his face. "Are you pleased?" she asked anxiously. "Very pleased." She gave a little relieved sigh. "Your mamma says he's like your brother. Would you like to have him christened Stephen?" "No, not at all. We'll have him christened Giles after my grandfather and Jonathan after his," he replied. Her eyes lit up. "Do you mean that? Thank you. Papa will be so pleased and proud. You'll give him my love, won't you, and tell him that I am very well?" "I will. He sent his love to you, his dear love. I left him making the most peculiar noises to his grandson, who treated them with utter contempt, very understandably, I thought." That made her laugh so much that Nurse, who had tactfully joined Martha at the far end of the room, brought Adam's visit to an end, informing him in a voice that in no way matched the respectful curtsy she dropped, that my lady must go to sleep now, and would be glad to see him in the morning. Chapter 23. When Mr. Chawleigh learned from Jenny that his name was to be bestowed upon his grandson, and at Adam's suggestion, he was more than pleased, he was overcome. It was several moments before he was able to utter a word. He sat staring at Jenny, his hands on his knees, and when he did at last speak, all he could find to say was, "Giles Jonathan Deveril. Giles Jonathan Deveril." Nor was this by any means the last time he uttered the names. Every now and then a look of profound satisfaction was seen to spread over his face. His lips would move, he would rub his hands together and give a little chuckle, and all who observed these signs knew that he was savouring his grandson's names yet again. He was embarrassingly grateful to Adam, telling him that he hadn't looked to have such a compliment paid him, and assuring him that he meant to do the handsome thing by the boy. Adam had learned to hear such remarks without wincing, but he soon grew extremely bored by the next manifestation of Mr. Chawleigh's pride in his grandson. The discovery that the infant had no title was a disappointment that seemed likely to bring a lasting cloud to his horizon. Nor was his dissatisfaction eased when Adam, rather amused, told him that when he had occasion to write to Giles, he would be able to direct his letter to the Honourable Giles Deveril. Mr. Chawleigh had a poor opinion of honourables. He had seen the word written, but he regarded it with suspicion, because he had never heard anyone called by it. "No, you wouldn't. It isn't used in speech," said Adam. "Well, I don't see the sense of having a title which ain't used," said Mr. Chawleigh. "Shabby, I call it. Who's to know he's got it?"
I don't know, and speaking as one who held the title until very recently, I promise you Giles won't care." "I'd have liked him to have been a lord," said Mr. Chawleigh wistfully. "Well, I've no wish to seem disobliging," said Adam, tired of the discussion, "but I don't consider it to be any part of my paternal duty to put a period to my life merely to provide Giles with a title." He spoke a little impatiently, and was immediately ashamed, because Mr. Chawleigh said he hoped no offence was taken, as none was intended. To make amends, he devoted himself to Mr. Chawleigh's entertainment all one afternoon, with the result that he became so inwardly chafed that he found himself looking forward with positive yearning to the date of his well-meaning but disastrously irritating guest's departure. This was not long delayed. Mr. Chawleigh remained at Frontley only until he was convinced that there was no danger that Jenny would succumb to puerperal fever, which was another of his bugbears. Satisfied on this point, he was as anxious to be gone as Adam was to see him go. "The Lord alone knew," he said, "what silly mistakes his various subordinates had made during his absence from the city." His worst stroke was left to the last moment, when his chaise was at the door, and he was taking leave of Adam in the porch. His mood was benign. His daughter was safe. He had a lusty grandson. His son-in-law had made him as welcome as if he had been a duke, even naming the baby after him, and behaving, when he'd come the ugly for no reason at all, as patiently and kindly as if he had been his real son. Mr. Chawleigh's heart was full of gratitude and generosity, and, unfortunately, it overflowed. Shaking Adam warmly by the hand and looking at him with rough affection, he thanked him for the third time for his hospitality. "If anyone had told me I'd be happy to stay in the country for more than a se'nnight, I'd have laughed in their faces," he said. "But you make me so welcome, my lord, that if you don't take care, you'll have me posting down to visit you more often than you bargained for. I've got to feel myself so much at home here that the next thing you know I'll be talking about oats and rye and the like as glib as you do. Which brings me to something I've got to say to you." "About oats and rye?" said Adam, smiling. No, sir, you stick to your trade and I'll stick to mine." Mr. Chawleigh chuckled at this. "Ah, that's my motto." "No, that ain't it. The thing is, Jenny's been telling me about some farm or other you're mad after, for experiment, she says. Well, I'm sure I don't know what you want with such things, and I don't deny it seems cork-brained to me, but there, if you're set on it, I suppose you'll have to have it. So you tell me how much of the ready you need to set it going, and I'll stand the nonsense." "How very kind of you, sir," Adam said, forcing himself to speak pleasantly. "But I assure you I'm not mad after any farm. I have quite enough to do without saddling myself with an experimental farm." Mr. Chawleigh was disappointed, but also relieved. He wished to bestow a handsome present on Adam, but it did seem wicked to squander one's blunt on anything so silly as an experimental farm. So he did not press the matter, but set off for London, cudgelling his brain in an attempt to hit on something which his incomprehensible son-in-law really would like to receive. Adam was left a prey to the bitter hatred of insensitive vulgarians who could never be made to understand how much their oppressive generosity lacerated the feelings of those cast in finer moulds than themselves. Yet 5 minutes later he found himself defending Mr. Chawleigh from the dowager's acid criticisms, even telling her that he held him in affection and esteem, which at that moment was far from being the truth. The dowager was suffering slightly from reaction. She had risen nobly to an occasion, but the occasion had passed. While it was of paramount importance that her daughter-in-law should be kept in a tranquil state of mind, she had found it easy to suppress every critical impulse. But Jenny, though slow to recover her strength, was now out of danger, and the dowager felt at liberty to unburden herself of a great many criticisms and grievances. Adam, having endured an extremely wearing week keeping his mother and his father-in-law apart, and, when this was impossible, stepping hastily into every breach created by two such ill-assorted persons, was in no mood to listen to these, and he gave his mother a very improper set-down,
A serious rupture threatened, but was averted by the Dowager's recollecting that her younger daughter was shortly to make her debut, and that in her own miserably straitened circumstances it was quite impossible for her to provide all the expensive raiment necessary for this event. It had been decided that since Jenny, confined at the end of March, would be very imprudent to embark on the exigencies of a London season, Lady Nassington should launch Lydia into the ton. The Dowager had in fact brought Lydia to London and had consigned her to her aunt's care. She had, at great personal sacrifice, supplied her with a number of elegant ball dresses, walking dresses, and demi-toilettes, but it was quite out of her power to provide her with a court dress. The child could certainly not afford to pay for this herself out of the slender allowance her brother made her, and dear Adam would scarcely wish the charge to fall upon his aunt. He did not wish it, and even less did he wish the cost of Lydia's presentation to be borne by Jenny. He gave the Dowager a draft on Drummond's, which put her so much in charity with him that instead of shaking the dust of Fontley from her feet, she remained there for another week. She was thus present when Lady Oversley drove over from Beckenhurst on a visit of congratulation, bringing with her Lady Rockhill and the Ladies Sarah and Elizabeth Edgecott, two very well brought up and rather mouse-like little girls, who, just as Jenny had prophesied, sat and gazed with shy admiration at their lovely young stepmother. Lady Oversley had neither meant nor wished to bring Julia to Fontley, but she had found it impossible to leave her behind. The Rockhills were paying a brief visit to Beckenhurst on their way up to London, where Julia was going to buy much prettier dresses for her stepdaughters than their austere grandmamma had considered suitable, show them all the sights, and in general entertain them royally before sending them back to their governess and their books at Rockhill Castle. "But before we leave you, Mamma," Julia said, "I must go to Fontley to see how Jenny does, of course." Lady Oversley ventured to suggest that a letter of felicitation would perhaps be better than a visit. "When it is known that I'm here, so close to Fontley," Julia said. "Oh, no. How unkind it would be in me not to visit Jenny. I won't have it said that I didn't render her every observance." When the visit was paid, Jenny was still confined to her room, but the Dowager was able to assure Lady Oversley that she was quite well enough to receive her, and dear Julia too. She conducted them upstairs, leaving the little girls seated primly side by side on a sofa in the green saloon, with a book of engravings to look at. Jenny, who was permitted now to spend some hours on a daybed, greeted her visitors with pleasure, but it was not long before Lady Oversley judged it to be time to withdraw. Julia, she thought, was talking too much and too animatedly to Jenny, who was obviously languid and invalidish. One might almost have said that Julia was rattling on in a way that would probably leave Jenny with a headache. She had kissed her and felicitated her, and admired the baby, which was perfectly proper, but it would have been better to have kept all her gay reminiscences of Paris for a future date. It could not interest Jenny to know what this person had said to Madame la Marquise, or what that person had said about her. Lady Oversley felt uneasily that had it been anyone but Julia, she would have suspected her of flaunting her triumphs and her wedded felicity in front of poor little Jenny. So she got up to take her leave. Julia followed her example, saying, "But I must have one last peep at your baby, Jenny. Dear little man. He's like you, I think." She looked up from the cradle, laughing. "I'm a mamma too, you know. I've 2 daughters, such darlings. They ought to hate me, but they spoil me to death." When the ladies entered the green saloon again, they found Adam there, trying to draw out the Ladies Sarah and Elizabeth. Julia gave him her hand, exclaiming, "Oh, you have made the acquaintance of my daughters already. That's too bad. I'm quite as proud a mamma as Jenny, I promise you, and had meant to have presented them to you in form." He had dreaded this meeting, but when he looked at Julia and listened to her, she seemed to be almost a stranger. Even her appearance had altered. She had always been charmingly dressed, but in a style suited to her maiden status. He had never seen her attired in the silks, the velvets, and the jewels of matronhood. He thought she looked very rich and fashionable, with all the curled plumes clustering round the high crown of her hat, the sapphire drops in her ears, the sable stole flung carelessly over the back of her chair. But she did not look like his Julia. It did not occur to him that she was somewhat overdressed for the occasion, but it had occurred forcibly to Lady Oversley, who had remonstrated, only to be told that she had nothing else to wear, and that Rockhill liked her to look elegant. She was telling his mother how nervous she had been when Rockhill had taken her to meet his children, making a droll story of it. The little girls giggled and uttered protestingly, "Oh, Mamma!" She had been afraid that Rockhill's servants would regard her as a usurper, and that his sisters would disapprove of her. Such an ordeal as it had been! But they were all such dear creatures that they had positively killed her with kindness. She was becoming odiously spoilt, and would soon, if they persisted in cosseting her, be the most idle, exacting, and selfish toad imaginable. "Oh, Mamma!" Listening to this, Adam remembered suddenly the words she had spoken to him once. "I must be loved. I can't live if I'm not loved." The thought flashed into his mind that she was basking in adulation, and he wondered for a shocked moment if the caresses and the treats she bestowed upon Rockhill's daughters sprang from this craving rather than from a wish to make them happy. He was aghast, not at her, but at himself. He recalled 1,000 instances of her sweetness, her generosity, her quick sympathy, her tender heart, and thought, who has a better right to be loved? "Dear Julia," sighed the Dowager, when the visitors had departed. "No one could marvel at the Edgecotes for liking her so well. Dorothea Oversley has been telling me what a conquest she has made over Rockhill's sisters, but, as I said to Dorothea, I should have been astonished if they had not liked her, for she is always so prettily behaved and so attentive, so exactly what one would wish one's daughter-in-law to be." "Sister-in-law, surely, ma'am," Adam said in a dry tone. "Yes, dear, alas," she replied mournfully. "I hope the visit may not have tired Jenny. I must go up to her." He escaped from her on this excuse, and did indeed go upstairs, to be greeted, as he entered Jenny's room, by some lusty yells from his son, who appeared to have fallen into a paroxysm of fury. Adam was put unpleasantly in mind of Mr. Chawleigh, but thrust the thought away. "It's a constant source of astonishment to me that anything so small should possess such powerful lungs," he remarked. Jenny signed to the nurse to take the baby away. "Yes, and such a strong will," she answered. "He's determined not to be laid down in his cradle. That's all that ails him. But he was very good while Lady Oversley and Julia were with me. It was kind in them to come, wasn't it? Did you see them?" "Yes, and also the 2 girls, oppressively well-behaved damsels. Was the post brought up to you? I saw you had a letter from Lydia." "Yes, bless her. She says she's still as sulky as a bear because Lady Nassington won't allow her to come to see her godson. I wish she might have come, but it is much too far, and I can't say that he's much to look at yet." She hesitated, and then said haltingly, "I had a letter from Papa as well." "Did you? I hope he's well." She nodded, but she did not speak for a moment or two. She had been unhappily conscious for several days that Adam had withdrawn a little from her, behind his intangible barrier. She had ventured to ask him if she had displeased him, but he had put up his brows, saying, "Displeased me? Why, what have I said to make you think so?" She could not answer him, because he had said nothing to make her think so, and she could not tell him that her love made her acutely sensitive to every change of mood in him. But she knew now what had caused that subtle withdrawal. Rather flushed, bracing herself, she said, "Papa tells me that he offered to make it possible for you to start the experimental farm you wish for, only that you refused it." "Of course I did," he replied easily,
and very glad he was that I did. I'm much obliged to him, but I can't imagine why he should offer to do what must go quite against the pluck with him."
"You thought I had asked him to," she said, resolutely lifting her eyes to his. "That's why—" She checked herself and then went on. "I didn't. But I did mention it to him, not thinking that you wouldn't wish it, which you'll say I should have known."
"My dear Jenny, I assure you—"
"No. Let me explain to you how it came about," she begged. "I never meant— You see, Papa doesn't understand. He thinks it's crack-brained nonsense, and not the thing for a gentleman to engage in. I only wished to make him understand, and I told him about Mr. Coke's farm, and how he had prospered, and how important agriculture is. It was his saying that he supposed you would be the next to start such a farm that made me disclose to him that you had that intention, when you could afford to do so. I didn't ask him, but I don't run sly any more than he does, and I'll tell you frankly, I did hope that perhaps he might come round to the notion. I didn't know you'd dislike it. You told him once that if he wished to make you a present, he might give you a herd of shorthorns."
"Did I? I wasn't in earnest. But there's no need for you to fly into high fidgets, Goose. I might wish that you hadn't talked to him of that remote ambition of mine, but I never desired you not to. So how should I be vexed with you because you did?"
"You are vexed," she muttered, her eyes downcast.
"Not so much vexed as blue-devilled," he retorted. "Have I seemed to be out of reason cross? Well, I am, though I hoped I hadn't let you perceive it. I dislike it excessively when there's no Jenny to pander outrageously to all my fads and fancies, that's the truth."
She did not quite believe him, but she was a little cheered, and was able to smile and to say, "I'm glad."
"Wretch, what I endure at my mother's hands! Yes, I know I shouldn't say that, but if you dare to tell me so, I shall walk out of the room in a miff. By the by, have you read the news? It was in the Morning Post, which I told Dunster to send up to you. Old Douro has arrived in Brussels."
"Wellington, yes, indeed. I knew you would be cast into transports by that."
He laughed. "I shall at all events sleep sounder o' nights. The thought of slender Billy in command of the army was enough to give anyone nightmares. We shall do now."
"Oh dear, I do hope we may. Papa doesn't think so. He says—"
"I know exactly what he says, my love, and all I have to say is that your papa doesn't know Douro."
He spoke confidently, but it was not surprising that Mr. Chawleigh and many others should be pessimistic. The outlook was not promising. Reports reached London that the Emperor was not the man he had been. He grew easily tired, he fell into sudden rages or into moods of dejection. He had lost his confidence. But the unpalatable fact remained that France had accepted his reinstatement, if not with universal joy, certainly with complacence. The media might be royalist in sentiment, but hopes that were kindled by the raising of a mixed force at Nîmes by the Duc d'Angoulême were soon quenched by the arrival from Paris of Marshal Grouchy with orders to crush the insurrection. By the middle of April it was known in London that Angoulême had capitulated and had set sail for Spain. His wife, the daughter of the martyred King Louis XVI and a lady of spirit, had been at Bordeaux when the Emperor had entered Paris, and had done her utmost to rally the diminishing loyalty of the troops there. But her efforts had met with no success, and she had been obliged to allow herself to be borne off to safety in an English sloop. Meanwhile, a new constitution had been drawn up in Paris, which was to be sworn to in the Champ de Mars at a grand ceremony to be held on the 1st of May. The Emperor hoped to crown his Austrian wife and his infant son on this occasion, but his letters to Marie-Louise went unanswered. He postponed the Champ de Mai for a month, still hoping to have his wife restored to him, and to detach his imperial father-in-law from the coalition formed at Vienna. Failing, he switched his diplomatic attempts to England. These, too, were unsuccessful, But his machinations made those who believed that his power could and must be broken suffer considerable uneasiness, since among the opposition were many vociferous members, loud in their condemnation of a renewal of hostilities. "These damned Whigs," Adam said savagely. "Do they imagine that Boney wouldn't overrun Europe the instant he saw his way clear?" "Lambert says," observed Jenny dispassionately. He looked up from the newspaper, his anger yielding to amusement. "Jenny, if you don't take care, we shall find ourselves in the suds. It was almost bellows to mend with me yesterday, when Charlotte uttered those fatal words." Between them, Lambert and Charlotte had unwittingly shown Adam that his wife had a certain dry sense of humour. Lambert, whose understanding was no more than moderate, had always been inclined to dogmatize on any and every subject, and this tendency had not been lessened by his marriage. Charlotte had no opinions of her own. She had only an unshakable belief in Lambert's superiority, and had quickly acquired the habit of prefixing her contribution to whatever subject was under discussion with the words, "Lambert says," uttered with a finality which made them doubly exasperating. Adam was never more surprised than when Jenny, after several hours spent in Charlotte's company, interrupted him one evening, exclaiming, "Oh, but Adam, Lambert says—" She retorted now, "Yes, and you'd think I'd be ashamed to poke fun at poor Lambert, who is always so civil and kind to me, wouldn't you? Well, so I am. But if I didn't do that, I should very likely be downright rude to him and to Charlotte. For when it comes to Lambert setting you right on military tactics, well, there, it's better to laugh than to get into a tweak." He had retired into the newspaper again and did not answer. But after a few moments he said, "I shall have to go up to London. How confoundedly inopportune. They'll be draining the Great Dyke, and I wanted to see whether— However, there's no remedy." "A debate?" Jenny asked. He nodded. "War or peace? From what Bruff writes, it might be a close-run thing. His father thinks Grenville's wavering, bamboozled by Grey, who is for peace at any cost." "You don't think the Jacobins would be able to set up a republic?" "Lambert says? No, I don't. I think it's moonshine to suppose that Boney would ever consent to it, and they wouldn't dare to try to force it on him. The civil population might turn against him, but the army won't. And make no mistake, the Johnny Crappos understand their trade much too well to be pooh-poohed. I know. I've fought against them." "Well, then, of course you must cast your vote," she said. "I wish I could come to town with you." "Why don't you?" "Now, Adam, when you know the baby's not weaned—" "You could bring him with you." She considered this, but finally shook her head. "No, because I shouldn't want to open up the house only for a few days, and I don't fancy taking him to an hotel, for you may depend upon it people would complain." "He is noisy," agreed Adam. "Only when he's hungry or has the wind," she said. "But I won't come." "Jenny, have you been hoaxing me?" he demanded. "Did you persuade me to believe that you didn't wish to go to town all this season because you thought I preferred to remain here?" She shook her head. "No, upon my honour. The only time I hoaxed you was when I pretended to enjoy all those dreadful squeezes we went to last year, and I only did so because I thought it was my duty. I was never more thankful than when I discovered you were just as bored as I was. Not but what it will be pleasant to go up now and then, I dare say. Not this time. It was merely that I thought suddenly that I'd like to see Lydia, and Papa. But Lydia's coming to us at the end of the season for a nice long visit, and I don't doubt Papa will spend a day or two with us as well. No, I won't come. Only think what a fuss and botheration it would mean." "I do think it would be very fatiguing for you," he admitted. "I don't mean to be gone more than a few days, you know." "You'll stay as long as you feel inclined. I shan't look for you under a se'nnight, for you'll want to see Lydia, let alone all your friends." When she saw him off to board the mail coach at Market Deeping, It was with the private conviction that it would be at least 10 days before he returned. But he took her by surprise only 5 days later, walking into the nursery where she sat suckling her baby. Thinking that it was the nurse who had entered the room, she did not immediately look up. She was fondly watching the child, and it struck Adam that he had never seen her appear to better advantage. Then she glanced up and gave a gasp. "Adam!" He went forward, saying mischievously, "Own that I have astonished you, and retrieved my reputation." Her eyes narrowed in one of her sudden smiles. "Well, it's certainly the first time I've ever known you return when you'd said you would." "Before I said I would," he reminded her reproachfully, bending over her to kiss her, and then tickling the infant's cheek with one finger. "Well, sir, it would be civil in you just to acknowledge me, you know." The Honourable Giles, fearful of interruption, shot him an angry look, and applied himself with renewed vigour to the most important business in life. "You're as greedy as your Aunt Lydia," Adam informed him, sinking into a chair. "Well, what a thing to say," protested Jenny. "Lydia is not greedy." "You wouldn't say so if you'd seen her in Russell Square when I took her to dine with your father." "Oh, did you do that? How delighted Papa must have been. But tell me, how did you prosper?" "Capitally. We carried it in both houses. Granville made a speech in support of the ministers, no great thing, but Grey's amendment was pretty handsomely defeated. All sorts of on-dits are flying about the town. One doesn't know how many of them to believe, but one thing is certain. The Austrians, the Prussians, and the Russians are putting themselves under arms. My own belief is that we shall be at grips with the frogs pretty soon, and I don't doubt the issue. Boney's only hope must be to Rompe us with his army of the north before the others in the coalition can be brought into the game. If he could do it, but he won't." He laughed and added, "Your father croaks that Wellington has never yet been opposed by Boney himself. Very true, and so is the converse." He was interrupted by his son, who, full to repletion, gave a belch. He said, "We shall never be able to introduce him into polite circles, shall we?" "All well here, Jenny?" She nodded and said, as she helpfully patted the Honourable Giles, "Tell me about Lydia. Is she enjoying the season? Does she take?" "According to my aunt, she has made quite a hit. She certainly seems to have acquired a large number of admirers. Don't ask me to describe the dress she wore at her presentation. I didn't see it, and can only assure you that it was sumptuous." She chuckled. "Oh, I can almost hear her saying that. Does she go to a great many parties?" She informed me with pride that she had attended no fewer than 3 during the course of one evening. My aunt must have a constitution of iron. By the by, what a very pretty bracelet you gave her, Jenny." Her colour rushed up. She glanced warily at him, stammering, "It was only a trifle." "You needn't have been afraid to tell me," he said, faintly smiling. "Yes, I know why you were afraid. You remembered that I wouldn't permit her to wear your pearls. Well, I still would not. They are quite unsuitable, you know. But there is a vast difference between lending your pearls to Lydia because she is my sister, and bestowing a charming bracelet upon her because she has become your sister. And let me add, my love, that in spite of my odd humours, I haven't the smallest desire to come the ugly because your father was so kind as to send her an ivory brise fan, which I do not think he purchased dog-cheap. Was that at your instigation?" "Well, yes," she admitted guiltily. "You know what Papa is, Adam. He's so fond of Lydia that he'd have sent her something you wouldn't have liked at all if I hadn't restrained him a little." Her eyes twinkled. "I warn you, however, that I shan't be able to do so when it comes to a wedding gift." "Ah," Adam said, "that puts me in mind of a rare titbit of news." She exclaimed, "Adam, you don't mean—" "I have received 2 offers for my sister's hand," said Adam with dignity. "No, I assure you. You can't think how patriarchal I now feel.
or the degree of embarrassment I felt on being applied to by a man at least 12 years my senior. She gave a crow of mirth. "Adam! Not the conquest!" "None other. Would you believe it? Having won Mamma's approval, he followed Lydia to town and has been making an absurd cake of himself with his attentions. She swears there was no hinting him away, try as she would, but I consider that no excuse for fobbing him off onto me, the abominable little wretch, with instructions to inform him that his suit was hopeless. You may imagine with what enthusiasm I faced this task."
"But did you tell him so?"
"I did, but I was obliged to hint that Lydia's affections were already engaged before I could convince him." He smiled, seeing the eagerly questioning look in her eyes. "Yes, the other offer came from Bruff, exactly as you foretold. At least he asked me if I had any objection to his marrying Lydia." He observed the expression of deep satisfaction on Jenny's face, and continued smoothly, "I told him, of course, to put any such nonsense out of his head."
"Adam!"
she gasped. He burst out laughing. "Never did I know a fish that would rise to the fly more readily than you, Jenny, or see anything more ludicrous than your change of countenance. No, you goose." I gave him my blessing and some sage advice. He was bent on posting off immediately to Bath. For whatever may be your opinion, my dear, he and I are agreed that Mamma's consent as well as mine must be obtained. But I know Mamma a great deal better than Bruff does, and I am persuaded nothing could be more fatal than for him to present himself to her hard on the heels of the baffled conquest. Mamma must be given time to recover from her disappointment. So we have decided that nothing shall be disclosed to her until next month, when she means to spend a night with my aunt, before coming down to be with Charlotte. According to my aunt, she will by then have resigned herself to the melancholy prospect of seeing Lydia dwindled into a withered spinster, and so may be thankful to entertain Bruff's proposal."
"Your aunt knows, then, and likes it?
But it is very hard that Bruff shouldn't be able to speak to Lydia yet." "My dear Jenny, he spoke to her before ever I arrived in town," Adam said, amused.
"Oh, I'm glad. And she?"
"Well, she told me she was rapturously happy, and I'd no difficulty in believing her."
"I wish I might see her. Well, at all events, that settles it."
"Settles what?"
"We must open Linton House," said Jenny decidedly.
"Good God, why?"
"For the party. And don't say what party, because you know very well there's always a party held in honour of an engagement, and that's one thing Lady Nassington shall not do."
And don't say but, either," interrupted Jenny, getting up to carry her sleeping son back to the nursery.
"The instant I know that your mamma has given her consent, I'll set about hiring servants. Though I think I'll take Dunster and Mrs. Dawes with me, as well as Scholes, because they've got to know my ways, and you may depend upon it they'd be glad to go. And it's not a bit of use arguing, my lord, for my mind's made up. And if you don't know what's due to your sister, I do." Chapter 24. These disruptive plans were never put into execution. Lydia had a plan of her own, which was laid before Jenny, partly in a characteristic letter from Lydia herself, and partly by the Dowager, who paused at Fontley on her way to Membry Place, where she was going to preside over the entry into the world of a second grandchild. She had given her consent to Lydia's marriage, but she was still feeling a trifle dazed. Her mind was not elastic, and since she had first made Bruff's acquaintance when he had been an overgrown schoolboy, who frequently came to stay at Fontley, clattering at breakneck speed up and down the stairs, bringing a great deal of mud into the house, and engaging with Adam in a number of exploits, which even now she shuddered to remember, she had never looked upon him as anything other than one of Adam's friends from Harrow. Jenny had supposed that his visits to Bath must have enlightened her, but the Dowager had accepted without question the excuse he had offered. She had thought it very proper in him to have called in Camden Place, and very good-natured to have taken Lydia out for drives, and to have stood up with her in the assembly rooms. It had never so much as crossed her mind that he was extremely particular in his attentions. When he and Adam had been schoolboys, Lydia had not emerged from the nursery, and if she had thought about it at all, the Dowager would have concluded that Bruff regarded Lydia merely as his friend's little sister, to whom it behoved him to be kind. It had therefore come as a shock to her when Bruff had visited her at Nassington House to beg her permission to pay his addresses to Lydia. She told Adam that although the proposed marriage was not what she would have chosen for dear Lydia, Bruff had expressed himself so beautifully and with such delicate consideration that she had allowed herself to be won over. Bruff doing the thing in style, thought Adam appreciatively. In fact, Lady Nassington had been very nearly right. If the Dowager did not go so far as to visualize her strong-minded daughter as an aging spinster, it seemed more than likely to her that a girl who could wantonly reject so eligible a suitor as Sir Torquil Tregony would be perfectly capable of falling in love with a penniless soldier, or even of eloping with an adventurer. Regarded in this light, Bruff took on the attributes of a godsend. The match was not a brilliant one, as Julia Oversley's had been. Bruff's fortune did not bear comparison with Sir Torquil Tregony's, but on the other hand, Bruff was heir to an earldom, and to the Dowager, who had been obliged to see her lovely elder daughter thrown away on an undistinguished country squire, and her only surviving son married to a female with no pretensions whatsoever to gentility, this circumstance brought more satisfaction than she would ever, in happier days, have believed possible. It was pleasant, too, to reflect that one of her children was contracting an alliance which would meet with the approval of all her friends. So it was in an unusually mellow frame of mind that she arrived at Fontley. Her first preoccupation was with her grandson, but after she had hung over him adoringly, marvelled at his growth, and discovered that he was even more like his uncle Stephen than she had previously thought, she was ready to talk about Lydia's engagement, and to discuss with Adam and Jenny Lydia's plan for the inevitable party. Lydia wanted it to be held at Fontley. At first glance, this did not seem to be a very feasible scheme, but closer inspection showed that it was really the most sensible one that could have been devised. Lydia had no wish for a large gathering of relations, friends, and mere acquaintances. She would prefer an informal affair, at which only her own and Bruff's immediate relations would be present. And as it was naturally impossible for Charlotte to come up to London, or for Mamma to leave Charlotte at such a moment, the obvious place for the party was Fontley. Furthermore, Fontley was much nearer than London to Lord Adversane's seat, so that as the Adversanes had not come to town this year, it would be more convenient for them too. They would have to stay the night, of course, but Lydia hoped Jenny would not object to this. Bruff's sister ought to be invited, but only for civility's sake. She lived in Cornwall, and certainly would not come, and his brother was with his regiment in Belgium. The only other guests Lydia wished to be invited were the Rockhills. "At least, I don't precisely wish it," she wrote in a private letter to Jenny, "but I know Bruff does, though he does not press it. The thing is that he is much attached to Rockhill, who has always been particularly kind to him, which makes it awkward and slighting not to invite him. I dare say they will refuse on account of the distance from town, but for my part I do not think it signifies if they do not, because when Adam accompanied my aunt and me to the Bickertons' party, they were present, and Julia in high bloom, but Adam did not appear at all conscious, but was perfectly composed, and greeted her in the most natural way. Bless the child! Did she expect him to betray himself at a rout party? Jenny thought, wryly smiling, as she put the letter up and turned her attention to what the Dowager was saying to Adam. She was explaining to him at tedious length the various circumstances which made June the 21st the only really suitable date. The most cogent of these was that both Bruff and Lydia had engagements in London during the preceding week, and that to postpone the date beyond the 21st would be to run the risk of coinciding with Charlotte's confinement, and the least that the 21st would be a Wednesday. "Jenny, are you sure you like this scheme?" Adam asked when they were alone. "Yes, that I do," she replied. "Don't you?" "Oh, yes, as long as it won't put you to a great deal of trouble. It won't put me to any trouble at all. But if you had rather—
No, there must be a party, of course, or at any rate, you all think so.
Well, it's natural we should. But if you don't wish it—
My dear, you are perfectly right, and I do wish it.
He spoke impatiently, and she said no more, believing that his reluctance sprang from the knowledge that the Rockhills were to be invited. He was not thinking of Julia, although he did not want her to come to Fontley, and had been dismayed when he had heard that she might. He was reluctant because he thought no time could have been more ill-chosen for festivity than the present. He did not say so. His brief sojourn in London had made him realize that between the soldier and the civilian there was a gulf too wide to be bridged. It had been no hardship to cut his visit short. The season was in full swing. The looming struggle across the Channel seemed to be of no more importance to the ton than a threatened scandal, and was less discussed. To a man who had spent nearly all his adult life in hard campaigning, it was incomprehensible that people should care so little that they could go on dancing, flirting, and planning entertainments to eclipse those given by their social rivals, when the fate of Europe was in the balance. But England had been at war for 22 years, and the English had grown accustomed to this state, accepting it in much the same spirit as they accepted a London fog or a wet summer. In political circles and in the city, a different and more serious point of view might be taken. But amongst the vast majority of the population, only such families as had a son or a brother in the army regarded the renewal of hostilities as anything more than an inevitable and foreseeable bore. Except that Napoleon had not abdicated in March of 1802, it was the Peace of Amiens all over again. It was disagreeable because taxes would remain high, and one would once more be unable to enjoy foreign travel. But it was not disastrous, because whatever he might do on the continent, Napoleon would not overrun Great Britain. Life would go on, in fact, just as it had for as long as most people could remember. To Adam, who, until so recently, had had no other real object than to defeat Napoleon's troops, such apathy was as nauseating as it was extraordinary. It increased his secret longing to be back with his regiment tenfold. It drove him out of London, thinking that although he could not be where his heart was, at least he need not remain amongst people who babbled about picnics and balls, or prosed comfortably and ignorantly in the clubs about the strength of the forces under Wellington's command. No veteran of the Peninsula could visualize, without an extreme effort of imagination, the possibility of the defeat of an army under that command. But no one with the smallest military understanding could look upon the force now assembled in Belgium with satisfaction. People talked as if it was the same army that had fought its way from Lisbon to Toulouse, but it was very far from being that army. The hard corps was composed of seasoned regiments, but its size, so impressive to the uninstructed, had been swelled by raw battalions and by dubious foreign troops. Adam had heard pompous and well-fed gentlemen lecturing with what appeared to him to be crass stupidity any who could be persuaded to listen, on the strategy and tactics the Duke would employ in the campaign. To hear them prating about the Dutch-Belgian army was more than Adam could stomach. They seemed to believe that the Dutch-Belgians would be as valuable as the Portuguese caçadores whom Marshal Beresford had trained. They were more likely to be as unreliable as the Spaniards, he thought, remembering how often those volatile, damnably officered troops had proved a dangerous embarrassment during the war in the Peninsula. He kept his tongue between his teeth, because to spread despondency was a military crime. Heaven knew, too, that there were too many croakers already, shaking their gloomy heads, saying that they had always foreseen how it would be, that it was folly to think Napoleon could ever be beaten. The most wood-headed optimist was preferable to these gentry. So even were the fashionables, preoccupied with their balls, their scandals, the newest style of tying a neckcloth, the chance of some pugilist in a forthcoming match. It was unreasonable to be so much irritated by the pleasure-seekers. There was nothing for them to do, after all, but to occupy themselves with their usual pursuits.
It was even more unreasonable to look with bitter contempt upon the rabid Whigs, who had been declaring for years that Wellington's victories had been grossly exaggerated, that he was nothing but a sepoy general, and who were now so thankful to know that he was in command. Adam knew that he ought rather to rejoice in their conversation. He could not, and the only thing to do was to remove himself from their vicinity. He would never, perhaps, feel himself a civilian, but he was one, and had as little to do in the present military crisis as the most frivolous member of the ton. So he had gone home to Fontley, where there was so much to do that his inward fret was sensibly allayed. He still wished that he were with his regiment, but if the work into which he had thrown himself was not military, it was at least of enormous importance, whatever might be Mr. Chawleigh's opinion of it. Having agreed to the proposed betrothal party, he thought no more about it. Jenny never bored him with her housewifely schemes, so it was only when he saw his mother that the party was brought to his mind. And since Membury was 10 miles distant from Fontley, his meetings with the Dowager were infrequent. Nor did Jenny vex him by talking arrant nonsense about the military situation. Lambert did so, and Charlotte too, acting as Lambert's echo, but he met the rides as seldom as he met his mother, and, in any event, Lambert, thanks to Jenny, had become a mere bobbing block. Jenny rarely talked about the war at all, but when she did mention it, she showed, he thought, a great deal of good sense. It did not occur to him that Jenny, like Charlotte, was her husband's echo. Out of hearing of all the rumours that flew about London, he regained cheerfulness and confidence. One or two of his old friends wrote from Belgium now and then. The news was growing better. Some of the Peninsular regiments, which had been recalled from America, had arrived, and in capital trim. The dauntingly heterogeneous army had been welded into a workmanlike whole, trust old Hooky. Blucher's Prussians were present in force, and were credibly reported to be well-disciplined soldiers. The Allied army, in fact, was now ready to receive Napoleon at any date convenient to him. "We are all anxious to discover what costume he means to wear for the occasion," wrote one of Adam's correspondents, in sardonic allusion to the postponed ceremony at the Champ du Mars, at which the Emperor, as far as could be gathered from the accounts published in the newspapers, had appeared in the vaguely historical raiment suitable for a Covent Garden masquerade. Meanwhile, Jenny went quietly about the preparations for her first house-party, enthusiastically assisted by Mrs. Dawes, who perceived in this small beginning the promise of a return to Fontley's former state. It came as no surprise to Jenny that the Rockhills accepted the invitation. She thought that for some reason beyond the grasp of her own simplicity, Julia could not keep away from Fontley and Adam, and she had no reason to suppose that Rockhill would put any bar in her way. So far as she understood Rockhill, he believed that Julia's love for Adam was a romantic fancy merely, which thrived on imagination, and would dwindle in the face of reality. Jenny hoped he might be right, but resented the strain which this peculiar cure imposed on Adam. However, it could have been worse. She had felt herself obliged to invite them to come to Fontley on the day before her dinner party, since it would take them some 9 hours or more to reach it. But Julia wrote, very prettily, to decline this. She was bringing her next sister, Susan, to join the nursery party at Beckenhurst, to be cosseted back to health by old nurse after an attack of influenza which had left her with an obstinate cough, and she and Rockhill would spend the night there, driving on to Fontley on the following day. Bruff brought Lydia down on the 17th, a Saturday. There was no need to ask Lydia if she was happy. She was radiant. Mrs. Dawes, much moved, said, "Oh, my lady, it quite brings the tears to one's eyes, the way they look at each other, Miss Lydia and his lordship." "Bruff, is there any news?" Adam asked, as soon as Jenny had taken Lydia upstairs to see her godson. Bruff shook his head, grimacing. "Nothing but on dits. It seems pretty certain that Bonaparte ain't in Paris. That's all I know." "If he has left Paris, he's gone to join his army of the north. There ought to be news any day now. It wouldn't be like him to dawdle. Do you believe all these stories that he's a spent force? Gammon. I'm damned if I know what to believe, said Bruff. I've never heard so much slum talked in my life, I can tell you that. It's a queer thing, Adam. You'd think there's no question about it that we're in for it again, but there are plenty of fellows still saying there'll be no war. Men better placed than I am to know what's brewing. It's war, Adam said confidently. It must be. I've been expecting all the week to hear that we're engaged on the frontier. Boney won't wait to be attacked on two fronts. His only hope of making the game his own is to give us a knocking down before the Austrians and the Russians can come up. Think he can do the trick? Asked Bruff, cocking an eyebrow at him. Good God, no. The ladies came back into the room, putting an end to discussion. The war was not mentioned again. It seemed remote from Fontley, drowsing in the late sunshine of a summer's evening. But when the little party sat at dinner, it came suddenly closer, with the arrival in a chaise and pair hired in Market Deeping of one of Mr. Chawleigh's junior clerks, bearing a letter from his master. Dunster brought it to Adam at the head of the table. Recognizing the scrawl as he picked the letter up, Adam said, a note of surprise in his voice, "For me?" "Yes, my lord. The young man desired me to tell your lordship that it is most urgent. One of Mr. Chawleigh's clerks, I apprehend." Adam broke the wafer and spread open the single sheet, frowning as he tried to decipher it. An anxious silence had fallen on his companions, all three of whom sat watching him. His frown deepened. His lips were seen to tighten. Jenny's heart sank, but she said calmly, "Has Papa met with an accident? Please to tell me, my lord." "No, nothing like that." Adam glanced up at Dunster. "Where is the young man? Bring him in." He waited until Dunster had left the room before adding, "It is difficult to discover what has happened. He seems to think it necessary that I should post up to London immediately, and has been so obliging as to warn them at Fenton's that I shall be arriving tomorrow evening." There was an edge to this. Aware of it, he forced up a smile and passed the letter to Jenny, saying, "Try what you can make of it, my love." "Post up to London," cried Lydia, "but you can't. How could Papa Chawleigh ask you to do so? He knows you can't leave Fontley, for I told him myself about the party." Mr. Chawleigh had not forgotten the party. In a postscript he told his son-in-law never to mind, since he would be able to post back to Fontley in plenty of time for it. Jenny, deciphering the letter more easily than Adam, was as far as he from understanding why he should have been summoned to town, but she saw at once what had vexed him. At no time distinguished by tact, Mr. Chawleigh, writing under the stress of urgency, had given full rein to the juggernaut within him. Adam was to come to town on the following day, and there was to be no argumentation about Sunday travel. He was to come post, he was to put up at Fenton's, where he would find a bedchamber and a parlour hired for him, and he was there to await further enlightenment. Mr. Chawleigh would come to Fenton's to tell him what he must do. Finally, he was to do as he was bid, or he would regret it. By the time Jenny had finished reading the letter, Dunster had brought a sharp-faced youth into the room, who disclosed that he had come down by the mail, with instructions from his master not to return without his lordship. That was all he knew. The master had not told him why my lord was wanted in London. He had not heard any news about the war. It was obviously useless to question him further, so Jenny bore him off to introduce him to Mrs. Dawes, promising that his lordship would let him know in the morning what he had decided to do. "Queer start," Bruff said, when Jenny had gone out of the room. "I wonder what's in the wind. Sounds to me as though the old boy has had some news, and none too good either." "You heard what the clerk said. If there had been any news from Belgium, he must have known it." "Might not. There's no doubt that the city men do get to hear of important news before the rest of the world." "Then why the devil didn't he tell me what it is?" demanded Adam irritably. "He probably don't like writing letters, or don't want it repeated." "Adam," Lydia burst out, "if you are not here for my party—" "Of course I shall be here. I can see not the slightest reason why I should post up to town, whatever Mr. Chawleigh may have heard." Lydia looked relieved.
But when Jenny came back into the room, she said bluntly, "By what the boy tells me, Papa is in a taking. You'll have to go, Adam."
"I'll be hanged if I do. If your father wanted me to go chasing up to London, he should have told me why."
She regarded him seriously. "Well, writing doesn't come easily to him. But I know Papa, and you may depend upon it, he'd never have sent for you like this if he hadn't good reason to. There's something he thinks you should do. It looks to me like some matter of business. And if that's so, you do as he tells you, my lord, for there isn't a shrewder head in the city than his."
He looked vexed and rather mulish, but when Bruff endorsed this advice, recommending him not to be a clunch, he shrugged and said, "Oh, very well."
He made the journey in his own chaise, taking Kinver and the clerk with him, and arriving in St. James's Street a little after 6 o'clock. A Sunday calm seemed to prevail, and when he entered the hotel he was received with all the usual civilities, untouched by any sign of excitement or alarm. He felt more than ever sceptical, and went up to the parlour set aside for his use in a mood that was far from benign. He found Mr. Chawleigh awaiting him, walking up and down the floor in a fret of impatience. Mr. Chawleigh was looking more than ordinarily grim, but his scowl lifted at sight of Adam, and he heaved a huge sigh of relief.
"Hey, but I'm glad to see you, my lord," he said, grasping Adam's hand. "Good lad, good lad."
Adam's brows rose a little.
"How do you do, sir? I hope I haven't kept you waiting long." "Nay, it's no matter. There's naught to be done till the morning. I'm sorry to have brought you away from Fontley all in a rush, but there was no help for it, because it's a matter of damned urgency."
"Yes, so I understand, sir. One moment, however. Have you bespoken dinner?"
No, I've more to think of than dinner," said Mr. Chawleigh testily.
"But if there's nothing to be done till tomorrow, we can surely eat dinner tonight," said Adam. "What's your choice, sir?"
"I don't know as I'll be staying." "Oh, well, anything you fancy, my lord. The ordinary will do for me."
Adam began to think that there must be something very wrong if his father-in-law's appetite had failed. He looked at him for a moment and then turned to his valet. "Tell them to send up a neat dinner, Kinver, at 7, and some sherry immediately, if you please." He smiled at Mr. Chawleigh, saying as Kinver went out of the room, "I've a mind to give you a scold, sir, for not ordering that for yourself. Now, what is it? Why was it necessary for me to come up to town?" "It's bad news, my lord," Mr. Chawleigh said heavily. "It's damned bad news. We've been beat." Adam's brows snapped together. "Who says so? Where did you learn that?" "Never you mind where I learned it. You'd be none the wiser if I was to tell you, but it ain't a hoax, nor yet a mere rumour. There's those in the city whose business it is to know what's going on abroad, and they've agents all over, aye, and other ways of getting the news before it's known elsewhere. We've been gapped, my lord, beaten all hollow. Moonshine." Adam was a little pale, but he gave a scornful laugh. "Good God, sir! Did you bring me all this way just to tell me a Canterbury tale?" "No, I didn't, and it ain't moonshine either. They've been fighting over there these 2 days past, let me tell you." "That I can well believe," Adam responded coolly. "But that we've been beaten all hollow, no." Mr. Chawleigh began to champ his jaws. "No? Don't believe Boney's sitting in Brussels at this very minute, I dare say, or that those Prussians were rolled up, finished, at the very outset, or that Boney was too quick for your precious Wellington and took him by surprise. I knew how it would be. Didn't I say from the start we'd have him rampaging all over again?" The entrance of a waiter checked him. He was obliged to contain himself until the man had gone away again, and when he next spoke it was in a milder tone. "There's no sense in you and me coming to cuffs, my lord. You've got your notions, and it don't matter what mine may be, because what I'm telling you ain't anyone's notion, it's the truth. It came straight from Ghent, where maybe they know a trifle more than we do here. The town's packed full of refugees, and Antwerp too." Adam poured out 2 glasses of sherry and handed one to him.
That might well be, if the army is on the retreat, which might also be. You say the Prussians suffered a bad reverse. I can believe that. But consider, sir, if Blucher was obliged to fall back, Wellington must have done so too, to maintain his communications with him. Any soldier could tell you that. And also that Boney's first objective must have been to cut them. He smiled reassuringly. I've taken part in a good few retreats under old Hookie's command, sir, and you may believe me when I tell you that he's never more masterly than when he retires. Mr. Chawleigh, swallowing his sherry at a gulp, choked and ejaculated, "Retires? For God's sake, boy, can't you understand plain English? It's a damned rout." "Apparently I can't," Adam said, rather mischievously. "But I've no experience of damned routs, you know, unless you count Salamanca a rout. We romped Marmont in prime style, but I shouldn't have called his retreat a rout." "Marmont? This is Bonaparte." "Very true, but I still find it impossible to believe in your rout." He saw that Mr. Chawleigh's colour was rising and said, "Don't let us argue on that head, sir. Tell me why I'm here. Even if your information were correct, I don't understand why it is of such importance that I should be in London. What the devil can I do to mend matters?" "You can save your bacon," replied Mr. Chawleigh grimly. "Not all of it, but some I do trust. Aye, I blame myself. I should have warned you weeks ago, same as I should have pulled out myself the moment I knew the jobbers had closed their books. I've dropped a tidy penny, my lord, and so I tell you." "Have you, sir? I am excessively sorry to hear it," said Adam, refilling the glasses. "How did you come to do that?" Mr. Chawleigh drew an audible breath, eyeing him much as a choleric schoolmaster might have eyed a doltish pupil. Speaking with determined patience, he said, "Your Blunt's invested in the funds, ain't it? Never mind these rents of yours. I'm talking about your private fortune. Well, I know it is, what was left of it. Me and your man Wimmering went into things pretty thoroughly before you was married to my Jenny. Not to wrap it up in clean linen, your pa played wily beguiled with his Blunt, so that what was left don't amount to much. Not to my way of thinking. Nor your rents don't either, and don't waste your breath telling me what they might bring in, because it don't signify, not at this moment. The thing is, I wouldn't want you to lose your fortune, my lord. I don't say I ain't ready to stand the nonsense, but well I know it'd fairly choke you if you was forced to be obliged to me for every groat you spent. Proud as an apothecary you are, for all you've tried to hide it, which I don't deny you have, let alone behaving to me as affable and as respectful as if you was my own son." He paused, observing Adam's sudden flush with an indulgent eye. "No need to colour up, my lord," he said kindly. "And no need for any roundaboutation either. They'll tell you in the city that Jonathan Chawleigh's a sure card. Maybe I am, maybe I ain't, but I'm not a nodcock lad, and well I know why you don't drive the curricle I gave you, nor wouldn't let me set up this farm of yours. You don't choose to be beholden, and I like you the better for it, which is why I bid you to come up to town, for there's naught to be done without you're here to give the word. I've seen Wimmering, he knows what's to be done, but he can't move without he has your authority." "Have I any?" Adam interrupted, as pale as he had previously been flushed. "Don't talk so silly," begged Mr. Chawleigh. "It stands to reason your man of business can't act without you tell him to." "So I had supposed, but I'm sadly ignorant. I had also supposed that my man of business would have shown the door to anyone, even my father-in-law, who came to tell him what to do with my affairs." "Well, so he did, in a manner of speaking," said Mr. Chawleigh, keeping his temper. "Now don't fly into your high ropes, my lord. We ain't after anything but your good, Wimmering and me, nor he never had any intention of acting arbitrary. But he's a deep old file, and he knows, if you don't, what's the worth of a nudge from Jonathan Chawleigh, and a mighty poor man of business he'd be if he didn't pay heed to it and act according. Why, if I'd waited to drum it into your head, without a word spoken to Wimmering,
It would have been too late to do anything by the time I'd done it, and you told Wimmering, which likely you'd have made a mull of, you having no more understanding of business than a babe unborn. Adam's anger cooled a little. Very well. And what is it that must be done? Sell, of course, sell, my lord, and at the best price you can get. If it can be done, if it ain't too late already, you'll suffer a loss, same as I have myself, but you'll save yourself from ruin. It'll be bad, and I don't deny it, but see if I don't put you in the way of making a recover presently. But there's no time to be lost. Once the news is made known, there'll be no selling the stock, not if you was to offer it at a grig. 49 was all I got for mine, and they were standing at 57.5 when the jobbers closed their books. It don't bear thinking of. A bubble merchant, that's what they'll be calling me. He sounded so tragic that Adam might have supposed that he was facing ruin, had he not had every reason to think that however large a part of his private fortune had been invested in the funds, it represented only a tithe of his enormous wealth. He said, "I'm afraid I don't perfectly understand, sir. How am I to sell my shares if there's no dealing being done?" "You leave that to Wimmering," said Mr. Chawleigh. "He'll know how to do the thing, never you fear. What's more, he's ready and anxious to do it, the moment you say the word. He'll be here to wait on you first thing tomorrow morning, and you'll find he'll advise you the same as I have." He glanced shrewdly at Adam. "Well, he did so when that Bonaparte first broke out again, didn't he?" Adam nodded. Mr. Wimmering had written to him in March, venturing to suggest that in view of the uncertain political situation, it might be wise for his lordship to consider the advisability of realizing his holding in government stock. But he had not considered it either advisable or proper to do so, and had replied quite unequivocally. If only you'd listened to him," mourned Mr. Chawleigh, shaking his head. Adam looked at him thoughtfully. It was plainly a waste of time to attempt to persuade him that a strategic withdrawal was not a rout. Civilians were always cast into a panic by a retreat, just as they were wildly elated by quite minor victories. So he refrained from telling Mr. Chawleigh that his own confidence was unshaken, and tried instead to discover the exact nature of the news which had been whispered in his ear. It was not easy to do this, but by the time the neat dinner had been disposed of, and Mr. Chawleigh took his leave, Adam had formed his own conclusions. It was certain that hostilities had begun. It seemed fairly certain that Napoleon, so far from being a spent force, had moved with all his former disconcerting rapidity. It was possible that Wellington had been taken by surprise, and had been obliged to oppose the enemy with only his advanced troops. It sounded like that, and it sounded, too, as if the action had been fought on ground not of his choosing, in which case he would certainly retreat, and no doubt the flocks of pleasure-seeking visitors to Brussels would take fright immediately and make for the coast. It was more difficult to assess the probable extent of the Prussian reverse. Adam had never seen the Prussians in action, but he knew the Hanoverian troops well, and he thought that if the Prussians were at all like the men of the King's German Legion, there would be little fear that they would run away, even if they had suffered a repulse. Mr. Chawleigh talked as though Napoleon had smashed that army. Adam thought this unlikely, because the Allied army had also been engaged, which meant that Napoleon must have been fighting on two fronts. He allowed Mr. Chawleigh to leave him in the belief that he meant to follow his advice. It was useless to argue with him. That would only lead to a quarrel. Besides, the poor man was already in a stew of anxiety. Probably some of his many trading ventures would be badly affected by a French victory. Thinking about it, weighing it in his mind, Adam knew that he was not going to try to sell his stock. Mr. Chawleigh had done so at a loss, and he seemed to think that the price was rapidly sinking. To sell would be wantonly to diminish his principal, and he would certainly do no such thing. Running shy merely because the Allied army had clashed disadvantageously with the enemy and had fallen back, perhaps to better ground, almost certainly to maintain communications with the Prussians. Sipping a last glass of brandy before going to bed, remembering the years of his military service, confidence grew in him. There had been plenty of retreats, but no lost battles under Duro's command. Not one. He thought regretfully that it was a pity he hadn't sold his stock at the beginning of March, when Wimmering had advised it. Had he done so, he would now have had a large sum at his disposal, and might have bought again, making a handsome profit. He set his empty glass down suddenly. The idly reflective expression in his eyes altered. He sat staring intently straight before him, his eyes now bright and hard between slightly narrowed lids. A queer little smile began to play around his mouth. He drew a breath like a sigh and got up, pouring more brandy into his glass. He stood for quite some time, swirling the brandy round, watching it, but not thinking about it. The ghost of a laugh shook him. He tossed off the brandy, set the glass down again, and went off to bed. Chapter 25. He had just finished breakfast when Mr. Wimmering was brought up to the parlour on the following morning. Wimmering was looking grave, but he said that he was very glad to see my lord. "I am extremely glad to see you," replied Adam. "I need your advice and your services." "Your lordship knows that both are at your disposal." "I'm obliged to you. Sit down. Now, tell me, Wimmering, what, by your reckoning, am I worth? How much credit will Drummond allow me?" Mr. Wimmering's jaw dropped. He gazed blankly at Adam and said feebly, "Credit? Drummond? I don't want to go to the Jews unless I must. Go to... But, my lord, you cannot have run into debt. I beg your pardon, but I had not the smallest suspicion." No, I haven't run into debt," Adam said, "but I am in urgent need of ready money, as large a sum as I can contrive to raise immediately." Wimmering felt a little faint. At any other hour of the day he would have concluded that his client had been imbibing too freely and was half-sprung. He wondered if Mr. Chawleigh's news had temporarily turned his brain. He bore no appearance of being either drunk or unhinged, but it had struck Wimmering as soon as he had entered the room that he was looking unlike himself. There was a tautness about him Wimmering had never noticed before. His eyes, usually so cool, were strangely bright, and the smile hovering at the corners of his mouth held a disquieting hint of recklessness. Wimmering was at a loss to interpret these signs, never having been privileged to see his noble client in command of a forlorn hope. "Well?" Adam said impatiently. Wimmering pulled himself together, saying firmly, "My lord, before I enter upon that question, may I respectfully remind you that there is a far more urgent matter awaiting your attention. If you have seen Mr. Chawleigh, it must be unnecessary for me to tell you that there is no time to be lost in empowering me to dispose of your stock." "Oh, I'm not selling," Adam said cheerfully. "I beg pardon. Of course you supposed that was why I needed you. No, I'm buying." "Buying?" gasped Wimmering, turning quite pale. "You're not serious, my lord." "I'm perfectly serious, and perfectly sane as well, I promise you. No, don't repeat Mr. Chawleigh's Banbury story to me. I've heard it once, and I don't wish to hear it again. My father-in-law is an excellent man, but he has not the smallest understanding of military matters. As far as I can discover, word of a retreat has reached the city, brought by some agent who had heard that the Prussians had been cut up a trifle, that we had retired, and who, no doubt, saw the refugees pouring into Antwerp or Ghent or wherever he chanced to be, and out of this built up a lurid tale of disaster. My dear Wimmering, do you really imagine that if the army was in headlong flight, not one hint of it would appear in today's journals?" Mr. Wimmering looked rather struck. He said, "I must own that one would have supposed." He stopped, as a thought occurred to him, and asked hopefully, "Have you perhaps received news from Belgium, my lord?" "I've received a good deal of news during the past weeks," Adam replied coolly.
I won't deceive you, however. I haven't any secret source of information, and I've heard nothing that confirms or refutes my father-in-law's story." He paused. The disturbing smile grew more marked. "Have there been moments in your life, Wimmering, when you have felt within yourself a strong, an overwhelming compulsion to do something that perhaps your reason tells you is imprudent, even dangerous? When you don't hesitate to stake your last groat because you know the dice are going to fall your way?" He saw the look of horror in Wimmering's face and laughed. "No, you don't understand, do you? Well, never mind." But Mr. Wimmering was unable to follow this advice. In a flash of enlightenment he had recognized his late patron in the present Viscount, and his heart sank like a plummet. He shuddered to recall the number of times the fifth Viscount had yielded to the compulsion of an inner, and too often lying voice. How many times he had been confident that his luck had changed. He sank into despair, knowing from bitter experience how useless it would be to attempt to bring his lordship to reason. There was nothing he could do to restrain him, but he did utter an anguished protest when Adam, enumerating his tangible assets, said, "Then there's Fontley. You know as well as I do how much land I have left unmortgaged, unsettled too. My father blamed himself for that, didn't he? I wish he could know how thankful I am today that the estate was never resettled." Mr. Wimmering was obliged to draw what comfort he could from the hope that my lord's intangible asset would rescue him from penury. It would certainly weigh more heavily in his favour in the mind of Mr. Drummond than any security he could offer, provided the banker did not discover that he was acting in defiance of Mr. Chawleigh's advice. "He won't," said Adam. "My father-in-law banks with whores." "My lord," said Wimmering desperately, have you considered what would be your position if this gamble of yours should fail?" "It won't fail," replied Adam, with so much calm confidence that Wimmering was impressed in spite of himself. But he begged Adam not to command him to carry to Drummond's proposals of which he wholly disapproved. A very faint hope that these words might give his lordship pause was of brief duration. "Not I," said Adam, impish laughter in his eyes. "If Drummond were to catch sight of that Friday face you're wearing, my tale would be told. He wouldn't lend me as much as a coach-wheel." Laughter faded. He looked at Wimmering for a minute without speaking, and then said perfectly seriously, "I don't think Providence holds out chance upon chance to one. I think, if I were to refuse this, I should never be offered another. It means a great deal to me. Can't you understand?" Mr. Wimmering nodded and answered mournfully, "Yes, my lord. I have for long been aware, alas." He left the sentence unfinished, only sighing heavily. "Don't mistake me," Adam said quickly. "It's some quirk in me, an odd kick in my gallop, my father would have said. No fault of Mr. Chawleigh's. I've received nothing but kindness from him. Indeed, I hold him in considerable affection." Mr. Wimmering knew that there was no more to be said. He was well enough acquainted with Mr. Chawleigh to feel a profound sympathy for anyone who lay within his power, but he still could not repress a hope that Mr. Drummond would prove less accommodating than my lord anticipated. But no sooner did he entertain this hope than it was shattered by a macabre vision of my lord caught in the toils of some blood-sucking moneylender, which so much appalled him that when he presently climbed into a hack, the jarvey had to ask him twice where he wanted to go before he could collect himself sufficiently to utter the address of his office in the city. He had offered to await the result of his client's visit to the bank at Fenton's, but Adam, looking alarmingly like a schoolboy bent on mischief, said that he was not going to return to the hotel until late at night, because he meant to take good care to keep out of his father-in-law's way, and it was well within the bounds of probability that Mr. Chawleigh might call there to make certain that his advice was being followed. "I should be obliged to tell him the truth, and that wouldn't do at all," Adam said. "I'll come to your place of business, and very likely remain there. I shouldn't think he would call there, would you? He will suppose you to be running all about the city trying to dispose of my stock. In any event, we will warn your clerk. Is there a cupboard I can slip into in case of need?" Jolting over the cobbles in the aged and malodorous hack, Mr. Wimmering reflected that, with all his faults, the 5th Viscount had never demanded of his man of business a cupboard in which he could hide. Arrived at his office, he had some time to wait before he heard Adam's halting step on the dusty stairs. He got up from behind his desk as Adam was ushered into his room, but he had no need to ask how my lord had fared. The answer was plain to see in his smile. Wimmering had had time to recover his usual composure, and he said, in a tone of mere respectful inquiry, "Your lordship has prospered in your errand?" Adam nodded. "Yes, of course. Did you think I should not? 50,000. Can you buy up to that figure?" 50,000, echoed Wimmering. "Drummond will lend you £50,000, my lord. But why not? Consider, I've something in the region of 20,000 invested in the funds already. I have Fontley with the domain lands, and besides that, there are the 3 farms which—" "Did he know for what purpose you wanted such a sum, my lord?" "Certainly. He doesn't think I've run mad, nor is he shaking like a blancmange because we may have suffered a reverse. We had a long talk together. He's a sensible man, really a great gun." He regarded Wimmering with a decided twinkle and said reproachfully, "No, you are quite mistaken." "My lord," said Wimmering, startled, "I told him at the outset that I wished to impress upon him most particularly that what I had to propose to him had nothing whatsoever to do with my father-in-law." Wimmering opened his mouth and shut it again. He could well imagine what the effect of this warning must have been. He began to suspect that he had underrated his lordship, but all he said was, "Just so, my lord. Very proper." Adam laughed. "Well, he can't say I didn't tell him the exact truth, at all events. Now, listen, Wimmering. Mr. Chawleigh assured me that you would know how to sell my stock, so I trust you may know how to buy more for me." "There will be no difficulty about that, my lord," replied Wimmering at his driest. "Good. I don't know how low the price may sink, but I think I ought not to run any risks, so buy now, if you please." Mr. Wimmering closed his eyes for an anguished moment. "Run any risks?" he repeated faintly. "If I delayed, in the hope of buying cheaper still, I might miss my tip. At any moment now we may expect to get news from headquarters, which will put an end to the panic in the city. Drummond warns me not to look for any startling rise immediately. He considers that it's unlikely that the price will go beyond what it was when the books were closed. So do the best you can for me, Wimmering. I know you will." "I should prefer to say that I shall obey your orders, my lord," Wimmering replied. Though he set about his task with extreme reluctance, he performed it to his patron's entire satisfaction. "As low as that?" Adam exclaimed, still in that mood of alarming elation. "You're a wizard, Wimmering. How the devil did you contrive to do it? I wish you will try to look a little more cheerful." "My lord," said Wimmering, "had I found it impossible to buy at so low a figure, I should feel more cheerful." Adam went off to Brooks, where he dined and spent the evening. There were a large number of members present, and for a time he was kept tolerably well entertained, talking to friends and listening with amusement to the ridiculous theories being put forward about the progress of the war. But as the evening wore on, he ceased to be amused. He began to be irritated, and several times responded to remarks addressed to him with a shortness which bordered on incivility. He moved away presently, wondering why the pessimists should be so much more numerous and vociferous than the optimists. He was a little surprised to find that absurdities could make him angry, but he thought that those who spread ominous stories, which were invariably vouched for as having emanated from trustworthy sources, deserved to be given a sharp set-down.
Only fools placed the slightest credence in reports repeated by prattle-boxes who had heard them from a friend to whom they had been told by someone who had met a man just arrived from Belgium. But when everyone must be feeling a considerable degree of anxiety, it was really criminal to disseminate rumours that could only serve to encourage despondency. He removed himself out of the earshot of the war group and sat down to glance through the latest issue of the Gentleman's Magazine. There was nothing in it of interest. He tried to read one article, but found his mind wandering, perhaps because two elderly gentlemen distracted him by arguing hotly on the respective merits of Turner and Claude. Fragments of other conversations reached his ears: the panorama in Leicester Fields, someone's latest witticism, someone's run of luck at Macao. It was incredible that people could be absorbed in such fripperies at such a moment. His head had begun to ache. He felt depressed, and realized that he was very tired. That accounted for his inability to concentrate his mind on a dull article. It was time he went to bed. He left the club and walked up the street to his hotel, telling himself that a good night's sleep was all that was needed to restore him to that mood of supreme confidence which had possessed him all day. He had expected to drop asleep immediately, but no sooner had he closed his eyes than his brain became active, thinking of the day's transactions, speculating on what might have happened across the Channel. He tried to drag it away from the war, and to fix it instead on the schemes he had made for the improvement of his estate, but it was too strong for him. His body ached with fatigue, but whatever position he adopted was uncomfortable within a very few minutes, and the wearier he became, the livelier grew his brain. He told himself that his diminishing confidence was a mere reaction from his previous elation, remembering how often, after a hard-won battle, a fit of dejection had succeeded the mood of triumph and rejoicing. But the endless argument in his head went on and on. Doubt shook him. Defeat, which had seemed the remotest of possibilities, became probable. Far larger in his brain than the memories of Talavera, Salamanca, Vittoria, loomed the thought that Wellington had never before faced Napoleon himself. He had laughed at the people who had said that to him, but it was true. Massena had been the best of the marshals sent against Wellington, a good general, but not a Napoleon. It was true, of course, that Wellington had never lost a battle, but that could be said of any general before his first defeat. Struggling against this creeping conviction of disaster, he thought of all the splendid fellows who had made up the Peninsular Army, drunken rascals perhaps, but more than a match for 3 times their number of frogs, as they had proved again and again. All very well in attack, Johnny Crapo, but when it came to a dogged stand, there were no soldiers in the world that bore comparison with the British. The flicker of confidence flared high for a moment, and sank. There were too many foreigners in this new army of Wellington's, too many raw battalions. The recruit who had never been shot over might perform prodigies of valour, but it was only the seasoned soldier who could be trusted to maintain his ground in the face of determined attack. The Allied army was not the Peninsular Army. It was a polyglot force, stiffened certainly by veteran regiments, but its ranks swelled by such unknown quantities as the Dutch-Belgians, the Brunswickers, many of whom, Major Rowan wrote, were mere children, and Hanoverian Landwehr battalions. In the small hours of the morning the realization came to Adam that he had acted like a madman, and until a restless, nightmare-ridden sleep overcame him, he endured worse agonies than any he had suffered under the surgeon's hands. When Kinver drew back the blinds in his room, and he awoke, the more lurid of his imaginings seemed absurd, but he got up feeling more jaded than when he had retired to bed, and not much more hopeful. He was never afterwards able to recall what he had done during that interminable day. When the newspapers appeared, they contained the first accounts of actions fought on the 16th and 17th of June. Making every allowance for exaggerations and misapprehensions,
They did not afford very reassuring reading. There was no official dispatch, a sure sign that the actions at Ligny and Quatre Bras had been the prelude merely to the main battle, of which no news had yet reached London. A nasty business, Quatre Bras, that much was evident. Boney had taken the Duke by surprise. The miracle was that Ney did not seem to have pressed home his attack on a force he must have known to be numerically far inferior to his own. Forgetting his personal anxieties, Adam thought that they must have stood like heroes, the fellows who held the ground until Picton brought up the reserve midway through the afternoon. Dutch Belgians, too. Well, that was cheering at all events. But Picton had been badly cut up, and there was no mention of any British cavalry. A scrambling, desperate fight it must have been, attended by big losses, but mercifully inconclusive. The cavalry skirmishes at Genappe on the 17th furnished exciting material for the journalists' pens, but were relatively unimportant. The worst news was that the Prussians seemed to have been shockingly mauled and flung back in disarray. There was even a rumour that Blucher had been killed, and where the Prussians were now, whether reforming or retreating, no one knew. It might be a serious business, Adam thought, if their officers failed to get them together again. Trying to build up a picture of the situation from unreliable reports was not easy, but for a short time Adam felt more hopeful, taking comfort from the reflection that although the reserve must be terribly weakened, Wellington had been able to withdraw his troops in good order, and, apparently, without being much harassed by the enemy. There was no more published news, but as the day dragged on, more and more ominous rumours reached London, and were passed from mouth to mouth. The Allied army had endured a crushing defeat. The remnants of it had fallen back in disorder on Brussels, and had been seen defiling out through the Antwerp gate. Deserters from the battlefield had been encountered as far away as Ghent and Antwerp, telling of an unprecedented bombardment, overwhelming attacks by enormous forces of cavalry, hideous carnage. Adam recognized the falsity of much that he heard, but it was impossible to maintain optimism under the cumulative weight of reported disaster. When not one scrap of reassuring news was received, one could no longer laugh rumour to scorn. Even if the stories were grossly exaggerated, they must be founded on truth, and one was forced at last to confront not the possibility of defeat, but the incredible certainty of it. The confidence which had burnt like a flame in Adam all the previous day, sunk to embers during the night, and then flickered fitfully but with diminishing strength with his efforts to keep it alive, was not quite dead when he walked down the street to Brookes that evening. It still smouldered, but with such a tiny glow that he was barely conscious of it. He felt rather numb, as though he had been battered into insensibility. He tried to realize that the army had been beaten, but the words conveyed nothing to his brain. They were as meaningless as gibberish. It was easier to realize that he had completed the work of bringing his house to ruin. In the throes of reaction he had uttered aloud, "My God, what have I done?" in horror at what then seemed an act of madness. But he had still been able to cherish the hope that his gamble would yet prove successful. The little spark of hope that lurked beneath despair and self-blame was no more based on reason than the disbelief that flashed into his brain when some fresh tale of ignoble rout was forced on him. He knew that when he had staked everything he possessed, even fondly, he had not thought it a gamble, but he could not recapture the confidence that had then prompted him, or understand how he could have been so crassly, so wickedly stupid as to fly in the face of Mr. Chawleigh's advice and of Wimmering's entreaties. The club was crowded, and for once very few of its members were in the card-room. Everyone was talking about the reports from Belgium, but there was no fresh news, not a hint that any word had been received at the Horse Guards from the Duke's headquarters. In the large room overlooking St. James's Street, Lord Grey was proving to the apparent satisfaction of a numerous audience that Napoleon was established in Brussels at that moment. Napoleon had 200,000 men across the Sambre, which set the question beyond argument. Nobody attempted to argue. Sir Robert Wilson began to read aloud a letter which confirmed the rumour that what was left of the army had evacuated Brussels and was retreating to the coast. An elderly stranger, standing beside Adam before one of the windows, said in an angry undervoice, "Gammon, pernicious humdudgeon. I don't believe a word of it, do you?" "No," Adam replied. The babel of voices rose. Peace terms were being discussed. The noise stopped suddenly as someone said sharply, "Listen!" The sound of cheering could be heard in the distance. It drew nearer. Adam's unknown companion thrust his head out of the window, peering up the street in the failing light. He said, "It's a chaise, I think." "Yes, but here, sir, your eyes are younger than mine. What are those things sticking out of the windows?" Adam had taken a quick, limping step to the window. He said in a queer voice, "Eagles." Chapter 26. Pandemonium broke out. There was a rush to the windows. As the post-chaise passed, staid gentlemen leaned out, waving and cheering. Persons who had never been on more than nodding terms clapped one another on the back, and even the most rabid opponents of the war huzzaed with the best. Adam stood leaning against the wall, so dizzy that he was obliged to shut his eyes. The room was spinning round. Waves of alternate hot and cold swept over him, but he managed to remain on his feet and to overcome his faintness. Waiters were sent scurrying for champagne, corks began to pop, and someone called out a toast to Wellington. Everyone drank it. Adam saw that the proposer was one of the Duke's bitterest critics, and grinned inwardly. The Duke had no critics tonight, only fervent supporters. Adam thought that the enthusiasm would not last for long, but he could not foresee that within 3 days several of those who were acclaiming Wellington as the country's saviour would be saying that the battle was rather a defeat than a victory. Adam did not remain for long in the club, but slipped away presently and went back to Fenton's. Kinver was waiting for him, a broad grin on his face. Adam smiled at him with an effort. "Did you see the chaise, Kinver?" "I think I did, my lord, with the eagles sticking out of the windows. 3 of them." Adam sank wearily into the chair before the dressing-table, and put up a hand to drag the pin out of his neckcloth. Kinver said, "I hope you'll sleep tonight, my lord." "I think I could sleep the clock round," Adam said. He was asleep almost before his head touched the pillow. Kinver thought he had never seen him look more exhausted. He would have liked to have drawn the curtains round the bed, to guard him from the sunlight that would filter in a few hours through the window blinds, but he dared not do it. His lordship, accustomed for years to camp beds, declared himself unable to sleep if snugly curtained from draughts. But although his room faced east, he did sleep the clock round, deeply and dreamlessly, hardly stirring. When he woke at last, the room was full of golden light, subdued by the blinds that Kinver had drawn so closely across the windows. He yawned and stretched luxuriously, not fully conscious, but aware of a sense of well-being. As he remembered the cause of this, his first thought was one of rejoicing in the victory. Then he realized, as he had scarcely been able to do before, that he was not ruined, but probably richer than he had ever been. The door creaked. He saw Kinver peeping cautiously at him, and said lazily, "I'm awake. What's the time?" "Just gone 11, my lord," Kinver answered, pulling back the blinds. "Good God, have I slept as long as that? I must get up." He swung his feet to the floor and stood up, slipping his arms into the sleeves of the dressing-gown Kinver was holding for him. "Tell them to send up breakfast directly, will you? I'm as hungry as a hawk. Have the newspapers come?" "Yes, my lord. They're laid out for you in the parlour. It looks like Bonaparte's been sent to grass all right, and regular this time." He went off to order breakfast, and Adam walked into the adjoining parlour and opened the Gazette, sitting down at the table to read the Waterloo Dispatch. He had just come to the end of it when his breakfast was brought in. He was looking grave, which made Kinver say, as the waiter withdrew, "He is beat, isn't he, my lord? To Flinders, I should suppose. But my God, 12 hours of it. I'm afraid our losses must have been enormous." He laid the Gazette aside, and as he did so caught sight of the date on it. He stared at it incredulously, exclaiming, "Wednesday the 21st of June? Oh, my God!" He saw that Kinver was looking bewildered and said, "The dinner party for Miss Lydia's engagement. Now I am in the basket. Why the devil didn't you wake me hours ago?" "I'm sure I'm very sorry, my lord," Kinver said, much dismayed. "What with all the excitement, and you saying you'd like to sleep the clock round, it went clean out of my head. Out of mine, too. Can it really be Wednesday? Surely." He passed a hand over his brow, trying to reckon the days. "Yes, I suppose it must be. Oh, Lord." "Do you eat your breakfast, my lord, and I'll send to warn the boys you'll be needing the chaise in an hour's time," suggested Kinver. "We'll be at Fontley by 9, maybe earlier." Adam hesitated, and then shook his head. "No, it won't do. I must see Wimmering before I leave town. Warn the boys to be ready to set forward, however, at about 2, perhaps. I'm surprised Wimmering hasn't been here to see me." "Well, my lord, Mr. Wimmering did call," disclosed Kinver guiltily. "But when I told him you was abed and asleep, he wouldn't have you waken, but said he would call again this afternoon." "I see. I expect you meant it for the best. But I'm not going to sit kicking my heels here. I shall have to drive into the city." He then thought that it would be as well to see Drummond too, and smiled at his chagrined valet. "Never mind. I must have gone to Drummond's in any event." His call at the bank lasted for longer than he had anticipated, for Mr. Drummond considered the occasion worthy of his very special sherry. Civility compelled Adam to conceal his impatience to be gone, so that it was already 2 o'clock when he reached Wimmering's place of business. Wimmering had been on the point of setting out for Fenton's, and exclaimed in disapproval, "My lord, you should not have put yourself to the inconvenience of coming to me. I left word with your man that I would call again." "I know, but I'm in the devil of a hurry," Adam said. "There's a dinner party being held at Fontley tonight in honour of my sister's engagement, and I swore I'd return in time for it. I shan't, of course, but I might arrive in time to bid the guests farewell, don't you think? I shall be in black disgrace, and deserve to be." Mr. Wimmering smiled primly. "I fancy when the cause of your absence is known you will be forgiven, my lord. And may I, before I enter upon any business, beg that I may be forgiven? Your lordship's head is better than mine. I must confess that I regarded your far-sighted venture with deep foreboding. Indeed, I was so filled with apprehension all yesterday that I found myself unable to swallow as much as a morsel of toast. I blush to own it, but so it was." "You need not," Adam said. "Don't speak of yesterday. What I endured! Do you know, I even wondered if I ought not to be in Bedlam. I shall never do such a thing again. I haven't enough bottom for speculation." When he presently left Wimmering, he was just about to summon up a hack from a nearby stand, when he remembered that there was a third call it behoved him to make. He hesitated for a moment, and then resigned himself, and proceeded on foot in the direction of Cornhill. It was going to make him devilishly late, but there was no help for it. The barest courtesy made it necessary for him to visit his father-in-law. He found Mr. Chawleigh alone, and entered his room unannounced, pausing a moment, his hand still grasping the doorknob, looking across at him in sudden concern. Mr. Chawleigh was seated at his desk, but he did not seem to be at work. Something about his posture, the sag of his great shoulders, the settled gloom in his countenance made Adam fear that the loss he had suffered must be much larger than he had disclosed. He said in a tone of real concern, "Sir?" Mr. Chawleigh's expression did not change. He said heavily,
"You haven't gone home, then, my lord?"
"Not yet. I'm leaving today, however. It's Lydia's party, you know, but I wanted to see you before I left town." "I know," Mr. Chawleigh said. He got up and stood leaning his knuckles on his desk. "You've no need to tell me," he said. "No need for you to blame me either, for you couldn't blame me more than I blame myself. It's taken all the pleasure out of knowing we've beaten Bonaparte. The first time I've ever advised anyone against his advantage, and I have to do it to you. Well, I don't know when I've been sorrier for anything, and that's a fact."
Adam put his hat and gloves down rather quickly on a chair and limped forward. "My dear sir," he said, a good deal moved. No, I assure you." "Nay, don't say it, lad," Mr. Chawleigh interrupted. "It's like you not to ride grub, but I've done mighty ill by you, and it don't make a ha'porth of difference that I never meant it to turn out like it has. Now, Mr. Chawleigh, nay, you listen to what I've got to say, my lord," said Mr. Chawleigh, coming round the corner of the desk and laying a hand on Adam's shoulder. "If it hadn't been for me, you wouldn't have thought of selling out, would you? No, but so, it's my blame, and it's for me to make it good, which I will do, and there's my hand on it. Now, we don't want any argumentation, so—" "You know, sir, you are a great deal too kind to me," Adam interposed, his slender hand lost in that enormous paw. He smiled at his father-in-law. "But I didn't come here to reproach you. I came to tell you that I've made my fortune." "You've done what?" ejaculated Mr. Chawleigh, staring at him under suddenly knit brows. "Well, I dare say you won't think it a fortune," said Adam, "but I assure you it seems one to me. I hope you'll forgive me. I didn't follow your advice." The grip on his shoulder tightened. "You didn't sell?" Mr. Chawleigh demanded. "No, sir. I bought." "You? Well, I'll be damned," said Mr. Chawleigh, apparently stunned. "With me and Wimmering telling you— Well, if ever I thought you had it in you." A delighted smile spread over his countenance. He released Adam's shoulder to pat him on the back. Good lad," he said. "Bought! And what's your profit?" "I don't know yet, but Drummond thinks it will be somewhere in the region of 20,000, sir." 20? How did he come by the blunt to buy to that tune?" "I borrowed it from Drummond, on my own securities." "Oh, you did you?" said Mr. Chawleigh. "And I suppose he didn't get a notion that I was one of your securities?" "I told him," said Adam blandly, "that he was on no account to think that you were in any way concerned." Mr. Chawleigh regarded him with a fulminating but not unadmiring eye. "If you wasn't a lord," he said, "I'd call you a young rascal." Adam laughed. "Oh, no, would you? It was perfectly true. You were not concerned." "Yes, it's likely I'd let my daughter's husband be rolled up, ain't it?" retorted Mr. Chawleigh with asperity. Well, to think you'd so much rum gumption. £20,000. He chuckled. But all at once his expression changed, and he directed one of his searching stares at Adam. "I take it you'll be wanting to redeem the mortgages?" he said belligerently. There was a long pause. To redeem the mortgages, to make Fontley his own again, independent of Chawleigh gold, and free from even the shadow of a threat of Chawleigh interference, had been Adam's only motivation for plunging into a speculation which he now regarded as the craziest act of his life. Even when he had been most horrified at what he had risked, the thought had persisted that the object was worth any risk. The gamble had succeeded. And now, as he gave back his father-in-law's stare, he realized in some bewilderment that, having the power to redeem the mortgages, he had lost the desire to do it. Almost from the day of his marriage it had been his fixed goal. It should have been his first thought on waking that morning, but he had not thought of it until Mr. Chawleigh himself recalled it to his mind. He had thought instead of drainage and new cottages, and of the experimental farm he had now the means to run. His old obsession suddenly seemed foolish. Mr. Chawleigh giving rein to the juggernaut within him might infuriate him, but he was perfectly capable of handling Mr. Chawleigh, and to do Mr. Chawleigh justice, he had never shown the least disposition to interfere in the affairs of Fontley. He had once, in the grip of passion, threatened to foreclose, but Adam had known, even in the heat of the moment, that there was no intention behind the threat, or any comprehension of the effect so brutal a display of power would have on one of finer sensibilities than his own. His vulgarity made him sometimes extremely trying, but under it there was much that was admirable, and a softer heart than his fierce aspect would have led anyone to suppose. Looking at him now, Adam knew that he was scowling because he was afraid he was going to be hurt. Well, he shouldn't be. Certainly not by the son-in-law who owed him so much, and of whom he was so unmistakably fond. "I'll redeem them if you wish it, sir." "Of course," Adam said. The scowl lifted a little. "Why should I wish it? I'd a notion you couldn't bear to think I'd ought to do with that place of yours, nor wouldn't rest easy in your bed till you'd paid me back every penny you'd had of me." "Good God, sir, I hope you don't expect that of me," countered Adam. "I could never repay all I owe you." "Don't talk so silly," growled Mr. Chawleigh. "You know I don't." "Yes, of course I do, and also that nothing pleases you more than to shower expensive luxuries on me," Adam said, affection as well as amusement in his eyes. "As for Fontley, if you mean that I won't let you carpet the grand stairway, or fill the park with deer, you are perfectly right. But I give you warning that I have every intention of trying if I can't persuade you to dip that little finger of yours into a project I have in mind. I have no time to go into that now, however. About the mortgages, I have a much better scheme than to waste my money on redeeming them from you. I should infinitely prefer it if you would settle them on Giles." The scowl had entirely vanished. "Now, that is a good scheme," exclaimed Mr. Chawleigh, rubbing his hands together. "Aye, I'll do that, bless him. I'll have it drawn up legally, all ship-shape and Bristol fashion, never fear." A thought occurred to him. He said, "If you was to do something handsome by the government, you could get yourself made an earl, couldn't you?" "To add to Giles's consequence? Not for the world. He's by far too top-lofty already, believes himself to be of the first importance." "Young varmint," said Mr. Chawleigh fondly. "I'd like him to have a proper title, though. Aye, and I'd like to see you made an earl, my lord, and I don't deny it." "If you set such store by titles, sir, why don't you get one for yourself? I think you should be an alderman." He spoke at random, merely to divert Mr. Chawleigh's mind, but he instantly perceived that he had unwittingly hit the mark. Mr. Chawleigh stared at him very hard and said, "Now, where did you come by that notion, my lord?" "Ah, well, maybe I will be an alderman before I'm much older," admitted Mr. Chawleigh, "but don't you go blabbing about it, my lord, because it ain't certain, mind. I'm not saying anything but that there is a vacancy, which everyone knows, now that poor old Ned Quorm's stuck his spoon in the wall, and it might be that I'll be voted for." "I won't breathe a word to a soul," promised Adam. "Alderman Chawleigh. I must say I like it." "You think it sounds well, my lord?" asked Mr. Chawleigh anxiously. "Very well. I can fancy myself saying, 'My father-in-law the alderman,' too. We shall be all odious pretension and quite insufferable when you become Lord Mayor." Mr. Chawleigh was so much delighted by this sally that he was still chuckling when Adam took leave of him. It was 4 o'clock when Adam reached Fenton's again, and in his valet's opinion much too late to set out on his journey. "For we shan't be at Fontley before 2 or 3 in the morning, my lord, not travelling by night, and everyone will be abed and asleep." "Yes, but if I put off the start until tomorrow, my guests will have left before my arrival, and I shall never be forgiven," argued Adam.
But if they know that I travelled all night to make my apologies in person, they will look on me with much more kindness, I hope. Good God! They won't have heard the news. Oh, that quite settles it. I shall be instantly absolved, and in any event, I want to go home.
Chapter 27. It was a little before 9 o'clock on the following morning when Jenny called, "Come in," to a knock on her door. She was seated at her dressing-table, while Martha Pinhose set the final pins in her smooth braids, and it was in the looking-glass that she met her errant husband's guilty but laughing eyes. Her own twinkled in spite of herself, but she said severely, as she turned in her chair to face him, "Well, a pretty way to use me, my lord." I know," he said penitently, coming across the room to kiss her. "But even if I'd remembered what the date was, which I own I didn't, I couldn't have come. Have you heard the news?" She put up a hand to clasp his shoulder for a moment. "I should think everyone in the house has heard it by now. When did you arrive?" "Just before 3. I drove into the yard so that I shouldn't rouse you all. My dear, I do beg your pardon. Infamous of me to have abandoned you. Did you desire Lambert to take my place?" "He wasn't here," she replied, "or Charlotte, or your mamma." "Oh, good God!" he exclaimed, aghast. "You don't mean to say that Charlotte is confined already?" "That's just what I do mean to say, and not a word of warning to me, not that I blame her for that, because she was in the very act of stepping into the carriage when she felt her pains begin. Lambert sent over one of the grooms directly, of course. But there we all were, sitting in the long drawing-room and expecting every minute to see the Membry Place party walk in. And the end of it was poor Lydia hadn't one member of her own family at her engagement party. Except you. That's different. Well, it was a sad disappointment to her, but she behaved beautifully, except for saying right in front of everyone that it would have been worse if Charlotte had had the baby in the middle of the party. Did you ever? We must send her over to find out how Charlotte does. Why did Papa wish you to go to town, Adam? He glanced over his shoulder to be sure that Martha had left the room. He wanted me to sell my consols. There was something of a panic in the city, you see. He and Wimmering were in the deuce of a pucker. Her eyes searched his face. I'd a notion it might be that. I'll be bound you didn't sell, however, not feeling as you did. No, he laughed suddenly, though I didn't feel very confident on Tuesday. Jenny, I have such a piece of news for you. It was as much as I could do not to wake you up when I came in to tell you. I bought stock, and I think we shall find ourselves richer by 20,000, or near it. Now am I forgiven? Good gracious, she ejaculated. Oh, my goodness, no wonder I thought you looked as if you was in high croak. They were interrupted by an impetuous footstep on the corridor, and by the entrance of Lydia, hard upon a perfunctory knock. May I come in? Oh, so my dear brother is here, is he? How delightful, and how very obliging of you to have come in time to say good-bye to your guests, dearest Linton. Now, I won't have him scolded, interposed Jenny. Didn't I tell you he wouldn't have failed if he hadn't had good reason to? Well, he's been making his fortune on change, love. Making his fortune? Adam, you're cutting a wheedle. I'm not. But don't cry it from the housetops. And where did you learn that excessively vulgar expression? From Bruff, she replied, making a face at him. Well, I'm very glad, even though I can't help detesting you. Oh, Adam, it was the shabbiest party, you can have no notion. I don't mean that the Adversanes are not the greatest dears, but to have only them and the Rockhills. And to make it worse, Julia behaved in the most odious manner. She had a headache, love. Having the headache is no excuse for saying you have a premonition of disaster at a betrothal party, retorted Lydia, particularly when she must have known Bruff's brother was engaged in the war, and the Adversanes dreadfully anxious, though they never spoke of it. And for my part, I don't believe she had the headache at all. People who have the headache don't sit down at the pianoforte and play dreary tunes. It does seem to have been a dismal party, said Adam.
Indeed, I'm very sorry. But do you think my presence would have enlivened it? And I wasn't responsible for the absence of the others.
No, but... Oh, well, I dare say it doesn't signify. And at all events, Bruff and I laughed ourselves into stitches over it. Jenny, shall you object to it if I go away with Lady Adversane? The thing is that Lord Adversane and Bruff mean to post up to London immediately to see if they can come by any news of Vernon at the Horse Guards. But they don't care to leave poor Lady Adversane alone at such a time, so of course I asked her if I might go with her to bear her company, and she said she would be very glad to have me, but only if you could spare me, which I told her I knew you would.
Yes, to be sure I will, Jenny answered, getting up. Is Lady Adversane down already? Adam, we must go downstairs at once. Oh dear, as if it wasn't bad enough that you weren't here yesterday, without me not being in the breakfast parlour before the visitors.
Well, she isn't down yet, said Lydia. She soon will be, however, because she was very nearly dressed when I went to her room, and Julia is having tea and toast in bed, which I'm heartily glad of. The gentlemen are all in the parlour, but they are reading the newspapers Adam brought from London, so you needn't trouble your head about them. I'll go and tell Anna to pack up my clothes. She hurried away. Jenny, snatching up the handkerchief laid out on the dressing-table and thrusting it into her reticule, said, "Well, I only hope her ladyship don't think this the most ramshackle house she ever was in. We've to breakfast early because she was wishful to be home by noon, you know. Where are my keys? Oh, never mind. For goodness sake, my lord, go down to the parlour." The gentleman was still eagerly reading the London journals when Adam joined them. He made his apologies, but was assured he had no need to make them.
"My dear Linton, it would have been rather too much to have expected you to leave London before the result of this battle was published," Adversane said. "We are very much obliged to you for having posted down to bring us the news so quickly. A great victory, is it not?"
He smiled understandingly and added,
"You have been wishing yourself with the regiment. We have searched for mention of it in the dispatch, but the Duke merely commends Major General Adam amongst the other generals. You knew that the 52nd was a part of his brigade, of course?"
"Yes, sir, I knew that, but very little more, I'm afraid. We were certainly not engaged on the 16th or the 17th. What part we played, or any of Clinton's division at Waterloo, I can't discover, though I have a feeling that Hill's corps was not in the thick of the fighting. The centre was held by the First Corps, the Prince of Orange's. I don't think there can be any doubt of that."
"Enlighten our ignorance," Rockhill said. "Mine, I blush to confess, is profound. Why is there no doubt?"
"Well, didn't you notice that the names that are mentioned in the dispatch all belong to the First Corps? I don't mean the list of commendations, but in the Duke's account of the action, and I can't but think it significant that amongst the list of generals who were killed or wounded there's not one from Hill's corps. Old Picton killed, Orange, Cook, Alton, Halkett, all wounded. That tells its own tale. They were standing the shock, not Hill's people." Lord Adversane began to look rather more hopeful. The ladies came in, and in the general exchange of greetings and comment on the news, Bruff seized the opportunity to draw Adam a little aside and to say in his lazy way, "Very soothing, dear boy. I'm obliged to you. Did you mean it?" "Yes, I promise you I did. Pretty heavy our losses, ain't they? Ever known so many generals to be hit? Looks bad to me." "Of course it's bad. Duro calls our losses immense, and if he uses such language as that—" Adam broke off. "Well, we shall see when the lists are published." Bruff nodded. "Just so. All well with you, Dev?" "More than well. I've been repairing my fortune. I'll tell you about it later." "Chawleigh nudge you onto a sure thing?" "No, far otherwise. I flew in the face of his advice, and nicked the nick." "You don't mean it. Well done, dear boy." Bruff gripped his arm for an instant above the elbow, giving it an eloquent squeeze. "Couldn't be better pleased if I'd made my own fortune. Used to count you the unluckiest fellow of my acquaintance, Dev, but I've been thinking lately that you ain't." "Good God, I never was.
They used to say of me that I'd as many lucky escapes as Harry Smith. Shouldn't be at all surprised. I've seen one of 'em myself, Bruff said cryptically. He continued, almost without a check, "No objection to Lydia's going off with me mother, have you? Mamma don't show it, but she's devilish anxious, you know." "Of course I've no objection, you gudgeon." "Taken a great fancy to Lydia," said Bruff, his eyes turning towards that damsel involuntarily. "Won't get a fit of the blue devils if she has her with her. No one could. Made a hit with my father, too. He told me last night she was as sound as a roast. Myself, I think he's a shocking old flirt." There could be no doubt that the Adversanes approved of Bruff's engagement. Adam thought that Lydia, never a comfort to the Dowager, was already a comfort to her mother-in-law, and would soon become more a Beamish than a Deveril. Once her overriding ambition had been to restore the fortunes of the Deverils. He recognized a little ruefully that she was more concerned today with the fate of her future brother-in-law than with her own brother's affairs. As though she had read his thought, Jenny said later, when she stood beside him, waving farewell to Lydia, "Well, one can't help but feel moped, and that's a fact, as Papa would say. But she's going to be as happy as a grig. What's more, we won't lose her, as we might have done if she'd got herself riveted to someone we weren't acquainted with, and maybe wouldn't have liked above half. How comfortable it will be. Not that we don't go on very well with Charlotte and Lambert, but— Oh, my goodness, Charlotte! If I hadn't forgotten all about it. Well, what a topsy-turvy day this is, to be sure. I must— She stopped, for they had walked back into the house together, and she saw that Julia was coming down the stairs. She said immediately, in her most prosaic voice, "Good morning, Julia. I do hope you slept well. You are just too late to say good-bye to Lady Adversane and Lydia, but they left all kinds of messages for you. Bruff and his father set out for London half an hour ago, to try if they can learn any more news of the battle, you know." Julia, standing with one hand on the baluster rail, lifted the other to her brow. "The battle! The battle! The battle! No one can talk of anything else." "Well, it's natural the Adversanes should be anxious," Jenny said. "Adam, do you take Julia into the green saloon? I must scribble a note for Twitcham to carry to Menbury Place." She went away as she spoke, walking down the vaulted corridor with a brisk step. In strong contrast, Julia came slowly down into the hall, seeming almost to float over the stairs. Adam stood, looking up at her, struck, as he always was, by her exquisite beauty and the grace of her every movement. Her eyes were fixed on his face. She said, "You should not have returned so soon. I'm still here, you see, but I shall soon be gone." He moved towards her, saying, "I'm very glad that you are still here. I hoped you might be, so that I could beg your pardon. An infamous host, am I not? I promise you I'm very conscious of it, and don't at all think I deserve to be forgiven, for I can tell you won't accept the battle as an excuse." "Did you think I should? I know you too well. You didn't wish me to come to Fontley, did you? You should have told me so." "My dear Julia, no, you are quite mistaken." "Ah, don't talk like that," she said impulsively. "Not to me. Not to me, Adam." He was considerably taken aback. The throbbing note in Julia's voice indicated, even to his inexperienced ears, that she was dangerously wrought up. He remembered having been told by Lady Oversley that her sensibility made her subject to hysterical fits, and he devoutly hoped that one of these was not imminent. With a lively dread of being precipitated into a dramatic scene in the most public place in the house, he said, "Come into the saloon. We can't talk here." She shrugged, but allowed him to shepherd her into the saloon. He shut the door and said, "Now, what is it, Julia? You can't suppose that I fled from Fontley because you were coming to visit us." "You can't bear to see me here. You once told me so." "Surely not," he expostulated. "You said it was painful. Is it still so painful? Why did you allow Jenny to invite me?
How could I know? Julia, for God's sake. You're talking nonsense, my dear. Indeed you are. I left Fontley because Mr. Chawleigh sent me a most urgent message, and for no other reason. I had thought to be back again in good time for Lydia's party, but circumstances intervened which made it impossible. It was very bad of me, and I am in deep disgrace with Lydia, poor girl. She was set on having all of us at her party, and in the end not one of us was present. Lydia? She was not mortified by your absence. No one thought you had stayed away because she was here. I would not have believed that you would offer me such a slight. You might have written to me, one line only, telling me not to come, and I should have understood and made an excuse to remain in town. But to go away as you did, you might as well have declared to everyone that you preferred not to meet me. Lady Adversane is not so stupid that she didn't guess. She was delighted, I dare say. They don't like me, either of them. They made that plain enough, and Braff has always detested me. Nothing could have been more marked than their attentions to Lydia and their incivility to me. Jenny and I were left quite out in the cold, until Rockhill took pity on Jenny and talked insipidities to her. There was nothing for me to do but to occupy myself at the pianoforte, which I was able to do without fear of interrupting conversation, since no one paid the least heed. He had listened to her first in astonishment, and then in amusement, as it dawned on him that the real cause of her tantrum was not his defection, but the attentions paid to Lydia. He did not for a moment suppose that the Adversanes had been uncivil, or even that Julia was jealous of Lydia. If she had been made much of, she would almost certainly have insisted that Lydia, celebrating her betrothal, must be first in consequence. She never tried to shine down her friends. Adam knew how prettily she would coax a shy girl out of her shell, and he guessed that had she found a vacant throne awaiting her at Fontley, she would have handed Lydia onto it with enchanting grace. The trouble had been that she had found Lydia already established on the throne. She had not stepped down from it. Nobody had considered that she had any right to it. It was unlikely, too, that she had been accorded the admiration which she quite unconsciously expected. Braff had never been one of her court, and the Adversanes were naturally far more interested in their future daughter-in-law than in Rockhill's wife. She had obviously spent a miserable evening feeling herself neglected, and was now in a mood to pick out any grievance that offered, and to magnify it into a tragedy. Adam had never before seen her in a pet, or imagined that she could behave like a spoilt child. He was not in the least angry with her, but he did think she was being silly and tiresome. He wondered whether she often indulged in dramatic tantrums, and found himself feeling sorry for Rockhill. "I shall never come to Fontley again," Julia said. "Yes, you will," he replied, smiling at her. "You'll come to Lydia's wedding in September, and see what a good host I can be." "I never thought that you would wound me. And laugh," she said, turning her face away, her mouth trembling. He was conscious, not of a burning desire to fold her in his arms and kiss away her melancholy, but of irritation. "Oh, Julia, not at this hour," he begged. He took her hand and raised it to his lips as she stared at him in amazement. "My dear, I beg your pardon, but you are being quite absurd. You know very well I didn't run away because I didn't wish to meet you." "Ah, no, not that, but because it's painful to be reminded of the past, and the hopes we cherished." "Was it that, Adam?" "No, Julia, it was not that," he replied firmly. "I wasn't even thinking of you. In fact, I entirely forgot Lydia's party." "Forgot?" she repeated, drawing her hand away and almost shrinking from him. "How could you do so? It's not possible." "I found it very possible. I was engaged on an affair of so much more importance that it drove everything else out of my head. Shocking, wasn't it? But I think you will understand when I tell you that I had Fontley in my mind. You have always loved it, so you must be glad to know that I've managed to turn my small principal into quite a respectable fortune, large enough, at all events, to enable me to bring Fontley back to what it once was. Oh, better than ever it was, I hope." "Oh, no, no, don't spoil it," she cried.
"Spoil it?" he said, thunderstruck.
"You said once that I should find everything the same, but it's not the same. Don't make it smart and new. Don't let Jenny do so."
He regarded her with a queer little smile. "I see. When you talk of Fontley, you think of the ruins and the portrait of my stupid Cavalier ancestor, don't you? But that's not what I think of. The Priory is only a part of Fontley, you know, and not the most important part either."
"What, then?" she demanded, bewildered.
"My acres, of course."
"Oh, how much you have changed!" she exclaimed bitterly. "You had nobler ambitions once."
"Well, it was certainly my ambition to command the regiment one day," he admitted. "But I don't think I was ever as romantic as you believed me to be. Perhaps we never had time to learn to know each other very well, Julia."
She did not answer. Footsteps were approaching, and a moment later the door opened and Jenny came in, a letter in her hand. She said cheerfully, "I don't mean to interrupt you, but one of Lambert's servants has this instant rid over, and you'll want to know the news, Adam. Charlotte was safely delivered at 8 o'clock this morning, and it's a boy. Isn't that capital? He'll be able to play with Giles. Lambert says—" She stopped, meeting Adam's eyes, which were brimful of laughter, gave a gasp and said unsteadily, "Now, Adam, for goodness' sake." She saw that Julia was looking blankly from her to Adam, and said apologetically, "I beg pardon, it's just a silly joke, not worth repeating. Charlotte is feeling perfectly stout, and the baby is to be christened Charles Lambert Stephen Bardolph."
"What?" Adam exclaimed. "Jenny, you made that up."
She chuckled, handing him the letter. "See if I did."
"Good God," he uttered, scanning the missive. "And why not Adam as well? Pretty shabby of them to leave me out, don't you think? I shan't send a christening gift. Did you ever hear such a collection of names, Julia?"
"I suppose they will call him Charles," she replied. "Pray tell Charlotte how happy I am to hear that she has a son, and how sorry I was not to have seen her. I must run away now and put on my hat, or Rockhill will give me a scold." She smiled brightly upon them both, and went swiftly out of the room. At the head of the staircase she met Rockhill, just about to come down. He smiled at her, saying softly, "What, my lovely one?" Her face puckered. She clung to him suddenly, saying in a choked, passionate voice, "Take me away, Rock. I wish we hadn't come. It's dull and detestable. Please take me away."
"With the greatest pleasure on earth, my sylph. I was coming in search of you to suggest that very thing. What a bore that we pledged ourselves to go on to stay with the Rossits. I shan't have you to myself for as long as 5 minutes. You will be swept from me and wholly surrounded by tiresome admirers."
She gave a tiny laugh. "Oh, no! How can you, Rock?" He turned up her face and kissed her.
"Beautiful baggage," he remarked. "Go and put your hat on, my love."
He sauntered on down the stairs and was talking to his host and hostess when Julia presently joined him. She was looking quite ravishing, and had recovered her spirits sufficiently to be able to kiss Jenny, thanking her for an enjoyable visit, before turning to offer her hand to Adam, rallying him with rather glittering drollery on his haycocks, and adjuring him not to bury poor Jenny alive in the fens. He answered in kind, escorting her out to where the chaise stood waiting. Standing just within the hall, Rockhill retained Jenny's hand for a minute, saying softly, "A delightful visit, ma'am. I am so much in your debt. Pray believe that you may command my services at any time." "I'm afraid it was dreadfully dull and flat," she replied.
"Dear Lady Linton, I assure you it couldn't have been better. Do you know, I fancy we have nothing more to worry us. Good-bye, and 1,000 thanks."
He kissed her hand and was gone before she was put to the necessity of replying. She went out into the porch to see the chaise drive off, and as soon as it had passed out of sight, Adam turned and came to join her, saying,
"Thank God we have the house to ourselves again."
Her eyes twinkled.
"Well, you didn't see so very much of the visitors." "Very true, poor Jenny. Was it quite abominable? I think it must have been." "Oh, well, it might have been worse," she said philosophically. "Bruff took your place, and Lord and Lady Adversane are so kind and easy, you know, that they made it seem as if your not being at home was quite commonplace, which I'll take good care it don't become." He laughed. No, I swear I will never do so again. Come into the library. I want to tell you how I made my fortune." "Adam, did you say it was 20,000? "More or less, I think, if consols recover to the extent Drummond believes they must. I staked everything I had, and still don't know how I found the courage to do it. What a crazy gamble." "I don't see that it was," she objected. "You always knew we should beat Bonaparte." He said wryly, "I wasn't so pot-sure when I'd committed myself. Wimmering wanted me to sell as much as your father did." She listened in silence to the account of his 3 days in London, and at the end said slowly, "You will be able to do all the things you want to, then?" "Well, hardly that, not immediately, but I can do enough to set Fontley on its feet, and once that's accomplished, I don't fear for the future." He smiled at her. "Who knows? By the time Giles comes of age, we may be as rich as Mr. Coke. By the by, your father is going to settle the mortgages on Giles." "You don't mean to redeem them?" she said, surprised. "No, he doesn't wish it, and... I don't know how it comes about, but I found, when I might have done it, that I didn't want to." "I'm glad. He wouldn't have liked it." "No, I know he wouldn't. I mean to try instead if I can't persuade him to invest some of his wealth in my cut. Only if I can bring him round my finger, we'll make it a canal. You know, Jenny, that's what's needed in this district, not only for drainage, but for transport. I'm pretty sure it would pay handsome dividends. Do you think he might be interested?" "Well, there's no saying, but I should think he might. He likes engineering and waterworks. But when he wouldn't let him help you to the farm you want..." "This is different. That would have been a gift, and I have accepted too many from him. This will be a business partnership." He looked at her, his brows a little raised, a question in his eyes. "You don't like it, Jenny?" "Oh, yes, of course I do," she said, colouring. "But you don't. Why are you looking so grave? What troubles you?" "I'm not troubled. I'm glad if you are." "If I am?" "If it's not too late," she blurted out. He was puzzled for a moment, then he said, "No, it's not too late." She smiled waveringly. "It's like you to say that. But if this had happened last year—" "I should have married Julia. I doubt it. I suppose I might have contrived to compound with the creditors, but I hardly think Oversley would have consented to such a poor match for Julia. He told me once that he didn't think we were well suited. In fact, we should have been very ill-suited. She would have discovered me to be a dead bore, poor girl, and I am much better off with my Jenny." She blushed fierily. "Oh, no, you don't mean that. I do try to make you comfortable, but I'm not beautiful or accomplished like she is." "No, but on the other hand, you don't enact me Cheltenham tragedies when I've barely swallowed my breakfast," he said. He took her face between his hands, turning it up and looking down at her for a moment before he kissed her. "I do love you, Jenny," he said gently. "Very much indeed, and I couldn't do without you. You are a part of my life. Julia was never that, only a boy's impractical dream." A little pang smote her. She wanted to ask him, "Do you love me as much as you loved her?" She was too inarticulate to be able to utter the words, and in a minute knew that it would be foolish to do so. Searching his eyes, she saw warmth in them and tenderness, but not the ardent flame that had once kindled them when he had looked at Julia. She hid her face in his shoulder, thinking that she too had had an impractical dream, but she had always known that she was too commonplace and matter-of-fact to inspire him with the passionate adoration he had felt for Julia. Probably Adam would always carry Julia in some corner of his heart.
She had been tiresome today, putting him out of love with her. But Jenny did not think that this revulsion would last. Julia stood for his youth and the high hopes he had cherished, and although he might no longer yearn to possess her, she would remain nostalgically dear to him while life endured. Yet, after all, Jenny thought that she had been granted more than she had hoped for when she had married him. He did love her, differently, but perhaps more enduringly, and he had grown to depend on her. She thought that they would have many years of quiet content, never reaching the heights, but living together in comfort and deepening friendship. Well, you can't have it both ways, she thought, and I couldn't live in Alder all the time, so I dare say I'm better off as things are. She felt his hand lightly stroking her hair, and lifted her head. He was looking gravely at her, aware that she was troubled, yet not wholly understanding the cause. She gave him a hug, smiling reassuringly at him. She thought, and was comforted, that though she was not the wife of his dreams, it was with her, not with Julia, that he shared life's little foolish jokes. Her eyes narrowed, twinkling, as she disclosed the latest of these to him. "I wouldn't tell you till we were alone, but your mamma writes that it is exactly as she foretold." The hint of anxiety in his face disappeared. Amusement took its place. He exclaimed appreciatively, "Charlotte's child favours Lambert?" She nodded, chuckling. "Yes, and she says the poor little thing is positively gross, and quite undistinguished, besides having already a decided air of self-consequence." He gave a shout of laughter, and the pain in her heart was eased. After all, life was not made up of moments of exaltation, but of quite ordinary, everyday things. The vision of the shining, inaccessible peaks vanished. Jenny remembered 2 pieces of domestic news, and told Adam about them. They were not very romantic, but they were really much more important than grand passions or blighted loves. Giles Jonathan had cut his first tooth, and Adam's best cow had given birth to a fine heifer calf.